Unlike the unicorn in mythology, it is a huge monster armed with evil and fear. Burning yellow sulfur light emanates from the two wide-open eyes. The large single horn on its forehead was broken at the tip. Normally a horse wears the reins and a human holds the handle, but in the case of this strange creature it was the other way around. It looks like the horse itself is holding the handle of the reins and the human underneath is filling them. Amdusia's the fifth corpse. Danger rating S. Size. Found in deep within the gates of destruction serpent's womb. Nicknamed fifth corpse. One of the 10 plagues, natural enemies of mankind, incomprehensible and unkillable. I will take away the lives of the firstborn that year. 10 commandments 10 high. Amdusia's the fifth of the 10 demons. At the sight of this muscular demon, Vikir's mind flashed back to his pre-regression memories. The nightmare that attacked the academy just before the Age of Destruction began. The central clock tower, the symbol of the Colosseo Academy, collapsed due to the sudden descent of the Demon King, and many young heroes who would have become the cornerstone of the empire died. When the sword of the cold weapon becomes dull and the heat of the hot weapon cools down, only then did the empire have its first warning of its demise. The deaths of the young students had a tremendous impact on the future of the human alliance. The catastrophe had enraged even those who had left the school for various reasons, such as Piggy and Sancho, and brought them back to the human alliance. Vikir looked at Winston in front of him and Amdusias behind him. It is time to kill. The reason he had kept Winston alive so far was that he still had a lot of work to do at the academy before he could kill him. It was also because he possessed a type of dangerous superpower. Then, Amdusias turned his head and began to look this way. The scent of a demon hunter, you are Night Hound. Vikir pressed his mask deeper and deeper into place. His opponent was a demon king who could be counted on 3 fingers in terms of single force among the 10 demon king. There was no point in stalling for time. Flash. The solid aura that symbolized the swordmaster spread out in the form of a crescent moon cutting through space. Clang, clang, clang. Vikir's blow caught the tip of Amdusias' horn and deflected upward, splitting the ceiling in two. Indeed, my comrades deserve it. Amdusias muttered in a low voice. Belial and Dantalion were good at cunning deception and legionnaire tactics. Seer was good at creating and leading large numbers of subordinates using black magic. Decarabia was only focused on defense, and they were so lazy that they even died too early and lost their strength. Andromalius couldn't build properly, however, unlike them, Amdusias is a warlike fighter. As a single entity, he is more powerful than any demon that has ever fought. Thud. Amdusias kicked. His hind hooves struck with such speed that Vikir was sent flying backwards, crashing into the rubble. Strength, speed, nothing is lacking. Vikir barely swallowed the blood that rushed to his lips. But strength and speed aren't his only dangers. Vikir knows he's still hiding one more ability. The same ability that had killed so many in the academy before he regressed. That's why Vikir had to be extremely careful. Then Amdusias turned and pointed his horns at Vikir. At this rate it would pierce through everything. But, Wyririk. A giant serpent intrudes from the side and wraps around the tip of Amdusias' horn, tightening it. It pulls him hard to the side, changing the trajectory of his charge. Boom! Amdusias slammed his head into the ground a few feet away from Vikir. A tremendous seismic wave shook the entire shattered auditorium. Then through the scattering debris and dust, Amdusias' amber eyes shone. He turned to Winston and asked, "Are you Sadie?" Sure enough, there was Sadie standing there, tugging at the whip wrapped around the end of Amdusias' horn. Amdusias' figure blurred for a moment, and then the light returned to Winston's dimmed eyes. Winston lifted his shaking pupils and looked at Sadie. "Sadie, how could you do this to me? I raised you with love. How could you do this to me?" Winston had done everything in his power to keep Sadie from being fired from her position as a professor. And in fact, it was Winston who had consistently supported her so that she could receive an excellent education since she was a baby. He's been supporting her to get the right education, to live the right life, to walk the right path. But "You're full of shit." Sadis' reply was cold. "There is no way the granddaughter of a war criminal will grow up on the right path. Do you really think the system of guilt by association has been abolished? Isn't that what people looked at? Contempt, disdain, and fearful gaze that have continued since childhood. Until one day when she stumbled upon her grandfather's autobiography hidden deep within the citadel of the fallen family. Sadie realized. She realized that Principal Winston, her only support, was in fact the man who had brought down her grandfather, the Marquis de Sade, during the 47 riots. The look in Sadis' eyes changed after that. Although she suffered from abusive language, discrimination, unfair treatment, and secret violence, she patiently endured all of this, and the madness inherited from her grandfather began to shine in her eyes. A warmonger, a world of the powerful. Sadie gritted her teeth at Winston. All the while I was reading my grandfather's autobiography, I found myself immersed in it more deeply than at any other moment in my life. Why did we come to a world where those with power look down on those without power? I also learned how to overcome that absurdity and contradiction. Sadie smirked at Winston. And it convinces me that despite your pretense of humanity and peace, there was actually a demon lurking within you. Now I will avenge my grandfather. With that, Sadie began to emit a terrifying force from her entire body. Quaqua quaqua. The whip began to wriggle like a snake with thorny scales. The sticky aura like coagulated blood rides on the thorns as a result of the whip and lays waste to all directions. But Winston just stood there with a silent expression. Is this human after all? And then Amdusia's blurred body regained its full form. It is indeed worth denying 3 times. Amdusias muttered something unintelligible and raised his huge body to face the aura storm created by Sadie. The result was Kajijik. It was a landslide victory for Amdusias. No matter how strong Sadie was and how much experience she had in battle, she was still a graduator superlative. As long as she hadn't crossed the barrier of master, it would be difficult for her to stand against a demon king. Brooke. Sadie was dumped like garbage in a pile of rubble. Amdusias aimed his huge horn at her as she spewed blood and pieces of intestines from the corner of her mouth. In the end, it's pointless, weak mortal. But Sadie was not discouraged at all. Cough, is that so? Bluffing doesn't work.
Im not bluffing im buying time ho.
Amdusias shook his head at Sadis' words. Phew. Winston's back snapped once. A crimson sword pierced through his heart. Vikir was already holding Winston's back. It's over, it's time to die, this is your grave, there's no hope left for you. I've heard this many times before. But guess what, I am here now. In the blink of an eye, Vikir laid countless stabs into Winston's body. Amdusias hurriedly picked up Winston's body and stepped back, but Vikir followed as if waiting. Just then, suddenly Winston's eyes turned red. Thwack, thud, thud. Winston, who was just a host, reached out and grabbed Vikir's arm. Who's the demon? For a moment Vikir felt the stench of Winston's scent disappear. And that momentary hesitation was not lost on Winston. Bang! He pushed Vikir away and jumped backwards. He looked at Sadie writhing on the rubble in the distance and asked, demons and humans, which is more evil?
Humans reject demons.
Because they are evil. However, sometimes humans act beyond the demon, the evil idea they created. The opposite of justice is not evil, it's just another definition. Winston seemed to be pointing out just that. But I'm not interested in your shitty philosophy, so don't try to lecture me. Vikir is a veteran who has spent countless hours on the battlefield. He's not a kid who gets swayed by the enemy's logic. Demons kill. First rule of a demon hunter, a belief that will not change under any circumstances. And that's what Vikir does. Pow! The stab once again strikes Winston, and beyond that Amdusias. I thought he was young, but he's quite the experienced hunter. Amdusias began to gain momentum in earnest. A huge dark unicorn and night hound were about to clash horns and teeth. Just then, whoa, where is it? A loose voice is heard somewhat at odds with the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. Both Amdusias and Vikir paused for a moment. When Vikir saw her face, he felt sorry in his heart. The sight of her face made Vikir feel sick. Nobukov, why are you here? The Pope, a being who should never have appeared on this battlefield. A face that would have been poisoned long ago before the regression. A variable that even Vikir was not expecting. She popped up out of nowhere on the last battlefield. As the prophet Lewin faced the persecution and walked to the place of execution. His disciples cried and clung to him. Then the prophet Lewin said, I will lift up my sword against the shepherd, and the flock will be scattered, as it is written, all of you will forsake me. At this time a young apostle who would later become the Pope stepped forward and said, although everyone will forsake the prophet, I will never forsake him. The prophet Lewin said, listen to me, for this morning before the first rooster crows you will deny me 3 times. Then prophet Lewin was miserably executed, and the cackling thugs approached and asked the young apostle, are you also the one who walked around with that sinner? The young apostle denied it, saying, I do not know what you are talking about. Then one of the women passing by said, this is the person who usually begs the sinner to instruction and volunteers to be their messenger. The young apostle replied, I do not know him. The young apostle denied it on. A short time later a large group of executioners arrived and shouted at the young apostle, I can tell by the way you speak you are in league with sinners. Then the young apostle swore that he would be punished if he lied and said, I don't know. Just then the first rooster crowed. The Gospel of Lewin 2:6-6-9-7-5. Oh no. Vikir clicked his tongue. He grabbed Pope Nobukov by the hand and quickly pulled her back. Nobukov covered her mouth with her hand and blushed. Old man, I'm a nun, I can't go back and forth. Vikir sighed lightly. Perhaps when she was sober, but right now with her judgment clouded by the dementia, so he couldn't expect help from the Pope. Because she wasn't destined to get caught up in this situation in the first place. They'll have to get her to a safe place somehow. Then Winston's expression changed strangely when he saw Pope Nobukov's face. Surprisingly, he seemed to retain some semblance of sanity in the face of his demonization. The Pope, she might know demon or human, which is more evil. When Vikir remained silent, Winston spoke again. The faithful Quo Vadis, descendants of those who denied the gods 3 times. They also honor a prophet who was lost at the hands of the very humans they sought to protect. The prophet Lewin long ago persecuted and lost. Winston smiled. There was a time when I too valued humanity above all else, and I was deeply sympathetic to the doctrines of the Quo Vadis. At the same time the unicorn Amdusias fluttered his dark mane and tugged on the reins around Winston's neck. As the demon erodes the human mind, the fragments of memories that are chipped away create countless sparks. Vikir had witnessed some of those shards with his own eyes. In the fragments of memory the little boy was crying. His parents had made a good living selling beans. But when a famine hit and they couldn't bear to see their neighbors starving, unpacked all the beans in the warehouse, made a large tofu, and held a charity sharing event. By the precept that it is God's teaching. The crowd swarmed like flies, and they didn't even bother to follow the 1 bean per person rule. Cutting in line, lying, stealing, threats, violence. What's more, they later took the tofu away with a club. When they finally ran out of tofu, a huge crowd of late arrivals stood up and shouted, why don't you give it to me? You're a terrible person for not giving it to me, and there's nothing to eat at the rumored feast. However, those who received the tofu did not give it to them instead. When did I receive tofu? The person who gave me tofu. The only response was, there was a person like that. I was so grateful. It was fortunate that there were no complaints such as, is this all there is? It's disappointing that there are less beans. It tastes bad even for free, etc. And my parents were crushed to death by a fence that couldn't withstand the weight of the sudden influx of people. What is God? At that time the boy thought deeply about God's teachings for the first time, and he heard a voice within him saying, deny God, deny humanity, deny yourself. The voice urged him to deny 3 times, and it sounded like the crowing of an early morning rooster. So the boy grew up and became a young man. Distrusting humans, the young man built a wall between himself and the world. The first person to break that wall was a beautiful maiden he met at school. By being with her, the young man felt that the wounds frozen deep in his heart were being healed. His sense of humanity and faith were revived. His parents' belief that people are basically good and his beloved's belief that people are basically good were consistent. The young man naturally came to think so as well. Under these circumstances, when he reached middle age, he met with a great
accident.
He was seriously wounded in the process of suppressing rebels. To heal the aftereffects, he went on a long retreat to the estate where his parents had died. While crossing the sea on a boat with her, who is now his companion, a strong storm arose and the boat was in danger of capsizing. The boat was heavy, so they dumped everything in it overboard, but it kept sinking. So the sailors tried to throw some of the living people overboard. They looked at him and her. When he was torn between what to do, she was the first to speak up. "Throw this person, not me, he is sick and cannot resist." And he was thrown overboard by the sailors. His health had deteriorated over the past few decades to the point where he could barely hold himself up, so he was unable to resist. As he sank beneath the black water, he thought to himself, what is it to be human? What makes a human being give up being a human being, or is a human being a human being in the first place? How much of a gap is there between what defines a human being and what a human being actually is? And when he reached the bottom of the ocean, he could hear the voice from his childhood once more. Deny God, deny humanity, deny yourself. It came with the second denial. He didn't hear the first rooster crow, but it wouldn't have been strange if he had. When he next opened his eyes, he was lying in the sand. His injuries had healed nicely. Thinking back, he realized that as a boy he too had been crushed by the fence with his parents, and how he was still alive was a mystery to him. He returned to the academy where he had spent half his life. Many things had changed his body, his mind, and his surroundings. He calmly adjusted to reality. His faith in God, his love for humanity, all remained in doubt, but he had to live. And finally he saw a hole in his heart. The delinquent he had sponsored and protected since childhood. The descendant of a first-degree war criminal who was born crooked. He believed he could rehabilitate this child. It was done in accordance with the teachings of God, in accordance with his parents' belief that humans are good, and in accordance with his own pride in seeing this child grow up. And now, as time passed and his heart was pierced by the hand of a grown child, he thought, what am I? A lantern flashed before his eyes. Memories from the past flow by quickly, as if riding on the back of a unicorn. What have I been doing all these years? Was it all for nothing? Who am I, and where am I going? He also felt a deep sense of doubt about himself. Deny God, deny humanity, deny yourself. The moment he heard it for the third time, he closed his eyes. The dichotomy between demon and human no longer mattered to him. Humans blame the ugliest parts of themselves on demons. What a mindless race they are. Amdusias pulled on the reins and moved Winston's body. Winston too lifted his demon-like contorted face as if no longer bound by the concept of being human. But Vikir remained impassive. I'm not interested in the good and evil distinctions between demons and
humans.
Whether human nature is bad or good, I am human, and most of the things I want to protect are in that side, that's all. There is no good or evil in war. It's just a maelstrom of interests, big and small. An old soldier who had spent decades on the battlefield knew that all too well. The corners of Amdusias' mouth curled up in a sneer. He is like that too, he's been arguing for nothing now. Die. Another huge hoof flew toward Vikir. Vikir had just drawn his decarabia. Boom! A white barrier blocked Amdusias' hooves. A single ray of altruism shining brightly in a maelstrom of conflicting interests. A white barrier that functioned purely for the sake of others. Vanham. There was only one person who could call Night Hound by that name. Dolores. She appeared with a brave expression and blocked Amdusia's attack. Quack, quack, quack. The landscape around them twisted violently once more. A shout came from behind Vikir. What's all that noise, old man? I'm losing my hearing. Hup Hope, why are you in such a place? Dolores gasped as she saw Nobokov behind Vikir and raised her holy shield even higher. But no use. Amdusias raised his horns and still managed to pierce Dolores' holy shield. A power far beyond that of Dantalion or Belial. It was a power that far exceeded Dolores' divine power. Ugh, this time too. Dolores gritted her teeth as she was pushed back. No matter how much she renewed her mind and trained, it was still the same in the face of such a powerful demon. There are limits to human time, and the extent to which one can become strong is also clear. The thorny pilgrimage of Night Hound will continue to bring powerful enemies. And at this point Dolores is lucky if she don't grab him by the ankles rather than offer him a shield. Dolores was frustrated with herself for feeling so helpless at every critical moment. Just then, a flutter. A black robe of blood obscured her vision. Night Hound stepped in front of Dolores, covering her eyes.
Don't.
For a moment her heart was beating so loudly that she couldn't hear his voice. What? When Dolores asked back with a trembling voice, Night Hound spoke again in a low voice. Don't look. A sharp voice as if on high alert. Dolores had a hunch. There was something in front of her that she shouldn't see. What is it? Even with her eyes closed, Dolores felt an unexplained anxiety. And soon that anxiety becomes tangible through the ears. Ubub-yub. A familiar groan. How could she forget that horrible voice? Dolores' eyes widened in surprise. Before her was a familiar face, but a man with a strange look.
Humbert el Covadi.
He was struggling towards Dolores with a gag in his mouth. He has no hands to free himself from his bonds. He was no better than any of the other criminals enslaved by Sadie already. Wrapped in bombs of magic stones. Those pitiful eyes. Dolores froze in place at the sight of Humbert. The man she had feared ever since she had become his foster daughter so long ago, simply because she was born with divine powers. A man she loathed and feared, even to the point of facing him in the sack of horrors Dantalion had pulled out. However, grrrttt. Dolores gritted her teeth hard. She could not remain afraid forever. When she had gone to the temple of an Old Testament that sold indulgences to investigate Belial, she had shivered helplessly and barely escaped with the help of Night Hound. It was the same before Dantalion. I won't be his burden anymore. Dolores looked up at her foster father for the first time. She'd learned the last time she'd been in the orphanage with Night Hound that the presence in front of her was no longer frightening. It was time to be brave, to protect the person next to her, to give back a little of what she had always received. And in that moment Dolores realized her heart. A being that gave her the courage and will to face what she was so afraid of. And she realized how she felt about it. As she gritted her teeth and punched Humbert in the face as he approached. Pew! Humbert's eyes rolled back in his head. The trauma and nightmares that had been holding Dolores back were shattered so easily that it seemed like nothing. At the same time, a white light different from before began to explode from Dolores' body, which was surrounding Vikir. What? Dolores' eyes widened. She is still far away from Night Hound standing behind her. She still doesn't know anything about him. But what could it be right now? Dolores' mind was filled with an enormous amount of divine power that she had never known before. Have you awakened? Well, I guess so, though it's a little hard for me to say this myself. Dolores answered Vikir's question in a confused voice. She didn't know what the harmony was even to herself. Then, hal, yes, that is natural. Suddenly a strange sound came from behind her. Dolores turned to see Pope Nobukov eye looking her way with a subtle smirk on her face. What is love? Just because you forcefully close the distance doesn't mean you're kicking someone. It naturally permeates and fills up the distant space. In between, it's like filling a broken bowl by submerging it in water. Vikir scratched his head, but Dolores seemed to realize something. Yes, there's something the Pope said about that. A snippet of conversation from the old well. Old man, anything natural is best. Natural, what is that? The answer is to leave the cracked or hold bowl as it is. A hole or a leaky bowl can be filled by wrapping it in something bigger and embracing it. Hal. Love, an affectionate feeling that flows naturally toward an object. It transcends class, status, age, race, gender, and all other gaps and distances. That's what philanthropy is. The stage where all this happens naturally, like the flow of water, is called naturalness, which is an essential process of mind cultivation not only for religious people but also for martial people. And that love is something that you naturally realize without anyone telling you. It's only natural that they are both young men and women. As Nobukov's voice echoed in her mind, Dolores prepared her divine shields. There was no time to congratulate herself on the success of her soul. Resonance. Quack, quack, quack. The horn of a unicorn falling like a lightning strike. Amdusia's attack began to continue fiercely. Dolores winced as she felt the pain in her wrist. The power contained in Amdusia's horns and hooves was so great that even Dolores, the Saint of Steel, could not easily block it. It would be best to step back. That guy's attack power is the highest among the 10 corpses. Having absorbed nearly half of Vikir's mana, Decarabia steps forward and the battlefield scales are finally equalized. Whoosh! Dolores retrieved her shield and focused all her buffs on Vikir. It's definitely on a different level than before. Vikir marveled at his increased mana and physical strength. The Swordmaster Intermediate at the end of his 7th form had risen a level in an instant. It wasn't his own strength, but it felt like head broken through one of the walls above. I can fully realize the 8th form now. He recalled Cane Corso's voice from the Grave of Swords. Even after stepping into the realm of the Supreme, only those who continue to run without resting with the same mindset as when they first picked up the sword will gain something. Baskerville's 8 forms a stage that must be supported by a desperate desire to survive, a thirst for life and extreme practical experience. A narrow gate that only opens when a person who has lost and regained their emotions has found an attachment to life at the threshold of death. After becoming a swordmaster, one rarely has to fight for their life, and this is where stagnation occurs. Therefore, Cane Corso's words were the most theoretical and closest to the correct answer. In fact, it could be said that the 8th form is a stage that is difficult to experience unless guided by a senior at the upper level of the Supreme Realm, or it takes a lot of hard work. And Vikir is currently being pushed to the crossroads of life and death after a fierce fight. Also, although she is not a senior, she has an equally strong supporter who is desperately sending buffs. It's said that the 9th form is an area that cannot be reached in one's lifetime, so the strength I can muster now is actually my last resort. The highest of the Supreme Realms, the 8th form. Vikir, who had risen to the pinnacle of Baskerville under Dolores' blessing, did not miss the moment. Flash. 8 massive teeth that engage, erupt, stab, cut, dismember, slice, dice, and crush. A solid aura emanated from the magic sword Beelzebub, creating 8 storms that tore through everything in their path. Koya. Amdusia's the first to scream in agony. Its broken single horn makes a loud noise as it collides with Vikir's slash whistle in a tense tug-of war where no one side has the upper hand. TSK. The one who started shaking first was Amdusia's. Crack. The cracks in the tip of the horn began to widen with a loud crackling noise. Cracks that started from numerous arrowhead marks on the surface of the horn eventually split the horn into 3 pieces. Bang! Thrown back with a loud bang, Amdusia's revealed a puzzled expression for the first time since his descent. No way, how could a mere mortal? The mighty Amdusia's lost his grip on the reins. At the same time, Winston's bloodshot eyes widened as he grabbed at his oily hair. Meanwhile, Quakwang Ujijijijik. Vikir sliced Amdusia's horns lengthwise and they fell to the ground in that state. Cough. Vikir opened his mouth and several bars of hot blood immediately poured out. A strike that sucked every ounce of power out of him. And Vikir witnessed it in the process. The 9th form, was it really there? The 8th form, a level above the 7th form, which is generally considered to be superhuman. In that split second of reaching such a high level, Vikir did not waste time looking down and falling into self-absorption. When you reach such a high point, you might have looked down at least once. But Vikir chose to raise his head and look up without wasting any time. And there it was, the gate of the 9th forms looming high above. So high and far away that he didn't think he'd ever dare to reach it. Still, just knowing that it exists and in which direction it is an Incredible feeling. You will never reach it in your lifetime, for the realm of the ninth forms lies beyond the threshold of death. According to King Corso, the end of the living is up to the eighth form. From the ninth form onward, ordinary human understanding, empathy, conviction, faith, common sense, probability, and causality are all denied. The realm of the absolute currently rules the grave of swords, the state of enlightenment demonstrated by a great man who threw his life away for the sake of a sword, a place where those who have not experienced death cannot enter. But I can reach it. Vikir was about to carve out a path a little different from the one King Corso had taken. If it's death, I can experience it without dying. Surely it's a hidden ability of that damned demon in front of me. Staggering to his feet, Vikir looked at Winston and Amdusias as they straightened up before him. The problem is time. Vikir rolled his eyes and looked beyond the crumbling ruins. A spot in the sky visible between the ruins showed that the sun was just setting. Vikir needs a little more time, as he is currently waiting for some sort of event. We need to bring in a heroic figure from beyond the ruins, or even just one of the parents from Don Quixote or Usher family would buy us enough time. However, unfortunately, the collapsed object completely covered the large space, making it difficult to call for help. Even Sadie, who could bite the criminals, was knocked unconscious by Amdusias. So in many ways they were very unlucky. And that's a good thing for Amdusias, who has just reorganized his stance. For a human, I'm honestly surprised, young demon hunter. Amdusias stared down at Vikir, his eyes wide. Winston gave Vikir a pitying glance. But you too will eventually suffer the same fate as me. You will deny God, humans, and yourself 3 times. Demon and the shadow of the person who abandoned humanity casts a long shadow. Vikir and Dolores, who had exhausted all their strength from the clash just now, had no choice but to make a final decision. Just then, hal, but you're saying you're going to deny 3 times over and over again? There was no hint of tension in the voice. A small shadow stepped in front of Vikir and Dolores. An old woman of small stature. An old saint who looked as if she might collapse at the slightest touch. She blocked the massive bust of Amdusias without the slightest hesitation. Pope Nobukov. Before Dolores, who had a shocked expression, could even step forward, she opened her mouth with a calm expression and a comfortable voice. Are you talking about your mother? You mean your mother? The moment the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned sour. Nobukov smiled gently at the somewhat dazed Amdusias. Hal, even demons are creatures of God. After all, to dishonor a god is to dishonor your mother. Get lost, you demented woman. Amdusias snorted as if he were not worth the trouble. Then he stretched out a huge hoof and slammed it down on Nobukov.
No pope.
Dolores leapt forward, but it was too late.
Bang Yuki Ken.
Too late to stop Amdusias' front hoof from snapping off with a terrifying
bang.
The result was so unexpected that it froze both Vikir and Amdusias in place. Amazingly, Nobukov, standing there with a gentle smile on her face, broke Amdusias' front leg into an L shape just by lightly extending her hand. Originally, it was a direction that could not be broken. Hal, that's right, you are right, we Quavadis are descended from those who denied the gods 3 times. The first patriarch of the Quavadis family and the first pope, the first apostle. He apparently betrayed the prophet Rune and denied God 3 times before the first rooster crowed. But there's a story behind it. Nobukov said, her voice crisp and clear like never before. The moment he betrayed the prophet for the 3rd time, the first rooster crowed and the apostle burst into tears. He returned to his home in the backwoods, where he worked as a stonemason with his eyes, ears, and mouth closed until Lewin the prophet was resurrected. He carved a tower out of the bedrock at the base of the mountain. Time passed, and one day he was called by the resurrected Lewin. Do you love me? I love you. Do you love me? I love you. Do you love me? I love you. When the question was repeated 3 times, the apostle shed tears of repentance and bowed his head. Then, with a satisfied smile, the prophet Lewin turned and began to walk down the mountain. The apostle followed him barefoot and panting and asked, Lord Quo Vadis Domini, where are you going? The prophet Lewin replied back to the place where I died to be persecuted. Again, and the apostle was deeply ashamed of his pettiness for caring about his life. This is where our family name comes from, our surname. Pope Nobukov Lewin Quavadis, I the first saint to hold the position of pope. To be exact, a monk among saints. She slipped her hands into the pockets of her flounced skirt. And soon enough Nobukov's hand slipped out of her skirt again, holding a mace. So terrifying that it gave you goosebumps just by looking at it. Buang. Nobukov swung the mace, the weight of which was unknown, as lightly as if he were handling a knitting needle. Bam. Amdusia's front foot bent in a strange direction again. Kuhak, you crazy old woman. Amdusia's jerked backwards and pulled the reins forward at the same time. Then Winston, with bloodshot eyes, grabbed a sword that was rolling around and charged.
The old man.
The solid aura of the swordmaster's characteristic shouted out. But, oh my gosh, it's so hard to carry something like this. How can I survive him? Just thirsty for no reason. Nobukov easily dodged Winston's slash by simply pulling her chin back a few centimeters. At the same time, her normally gentle eyes flashed with the sharpness of a sword. Being a nun is not a profession that makes a living solely through divine power, young man. At the same time, Nobukov caught Winston's sword with the back of her hand, flicked it diagonally away, and stuck her fist into the gap. Puyujig. The sound of the clavicle being forced to open a locked door. Winston's eyes bulged as if they were going to explode. Boom! An iron ball flying at a tremendous speed smashed into Winston's skull. Old man dies. Kuhak. While Nobukov was making a death sound, Winston was also making a dying sound. Kuhak, gurgle gurgle. Blood and pieces of intestines are sticking out of the lips. Amdusias hastily transformed his black mane into flames, but they dried up in an instant upon contact with the brilliant white light emanating from Nobukov. Even the mighty fifth corpse Amdusias was unable to show his courage in front of Nobukov. And watching all of this, Vikir looked slightly dazed. I can't believe it. Is this who she is? When Vikir first saw Pope Nobukov, he thought she was just a demented old woman with a short time left to live. But what about this? The pressure felt by the small old woman in front of him is reminiscent of King Corso on the throne in the Grave of Swords. How could this happen? Amdusias hadn't realized Nobukov's power was so great. Around that time, here it is, the place where the most powerful aura is felt. The blood of the great knight boils. Don't let your guard down. I've already sent word to the imperial court for reinforcements, and am sure they'll be here soon. Until then, well, hold them off. Cervantes of the Don Quixote family and Roderick of the Usher family arrived. House Leviathan and House Baskerville, as well as numerous other parents, emerged from the ruins into the center of this place. Professors and elite students had since been arriving one after another. Among them was a transfer student from Morgue with an excited expression on her face. Vayup. Camus, who was about to call out Vikir's name, closed her mouth and waved her hand. Almost simultaneously, Camus' brow furrowed as she recognized Dolores' face next to Vikir's. What wind are you going to conduct an on-site inspection? Vikir didn't bother to answer. Now it's the final chapter. Camus' inexplicable low pressure was bothering him a bit, but the stage was set. And now all that remained was Winston's choice. Vikir stepped to the back of the crowd, quietly waiting for the time. Then, Knight Hound, you two are under urgent arrest for treason. A hand clamped down on Vikir's back from behind. Morgue Banshee, a determined look on his face as he grabs Vikir's wrist behind his back and snaps it. Behind him, Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca stood at their teacher's side, each holding a weapon with a determined look on their faces. And I, Knight Hound, you are under arrest. Receive the aura of the great tutor. Ahem, we have to help the professor. Don't let your guard down. Legs are shaking. I should take this opportunity to arrest this vicious criminal as well, won't I become a total celebrity? In front of them is a huge demon and the worst villain in the Imperial capital, Knight Hound. In the eyes of the public, they were both enemies of humanity, so it couldn't be helped. Just then, Professor Banshee noticed something strange. It could only be seen by those who were close to Night Hound's back holding his wrist, a bracelet that was only distributed to students of the Colosio Academy. It is the key to passing the new magic wall. It's a bracelet type. I make them by hand whenever I have time. I've already made enough for the students. I just need to distribute them. I'll make some for the professors when I can afford it. The bracelets made of gray sprouting and rooted grass seeds are specially crafted artifacts for the Academy students to use when entering and exiting the magic wall at the main entrance, and have been carefully crafted by Principal Winston. Why is it on Night Hound's wrist now? Are you kidding me? Professor Banshee looks up with a furious expression. You will not get what you want. Nothing. Black energy began to surge ferociously from Amdusia's entire body. At the same time, Vikir had a hunch. It's here. At last the demon made its final move. Each of the 10 corps that he have faced so far had their own unique abilities. The 10th Andromalius could turn water into blood. The 9th Dantalian spreads disease and boils to spread. The 8th Seer turns livestock and humans into corpses. The 7th Decarabia sucks mana like a hungry grasshopper. The 6th Belial sucks up wealth like a bloodsucker. And now Amdusia's the 5th corpse was also about to show a strange miracle. Amdusia's the 5th corpse. Danger rating S. Size. Found in the serpent's womb deep within the gates of destruction. Nicknamed 5th corpse. One of the 10 plagues, natural enemies of mankind, incomprehensible and unkillable. I will take away the lives of the firstborn that year. The 10 commandments 10 high. Hunting children. Against the countless parents gathered here, Amdusias performed the worst. Date. Cur. A strange sound could be heard from all around. It was the sound of seeds germinating. It was the sound of plants growing at a rapid pace, sending out roots and stems. The problem was they were coming from the wrists of students at Colosio Academy. What? Professor Banshee took a step back in horror. The bracelets on the wrists of all the students at Colosio Academy, including Vikir, began to vibrate violently, and all at once they began to emit a blast of black light. The small seeds attached to the bracelet soon take root and sprout stems at an amazing speed. What? Parents panicked and tried to cut off the plants that had taken root on their children's wrists, but it was impossible. It was too strong and too fast. Then, the mysterious black plant devoured the students of the Colosio Academy. They began to stretch out their stems and roots and intertwine with each other. It was like watching a giant intertwined branch. Sasa. The trees that were densely planted throughout the academy dried up and died. At an alarming rate. It was as if they were trying to squeeze all their nutrients into this one black tree rooted in the center of the ruined auditorium. Oh my God! Professor Banshee stared at the giant tree growing rapidly. The entire student body of Colosio Academy was sucked into the trunk of that giant tree. No, my son. Kaya, give me my daughter. Oh no, give me my students back, please. But no matter how hard the parents and professors tried. Quack, quack, quack. The explosion was loud, but the tree didn't budge. Son, this father is coming. Aya, my daughter, give me my daughter. Even as Don Quixote's patriarch Cervantes and Usher's patriarch Roderick frantically threw blows with all their might, the tree remained unmoved. Principal Winston's worst creation. Naraxu Hell Tree. It was the moment when a cursed giant tree that shouldn't exist in this world swallowed up the entire Colosio Academy. The giant tree that swallowed up the Colosio Academy. It was of such enormous size and height that it was impossible to imagine its diameter. It could be seen from cities far away from the imperial capital. The roots hanging around the academy grew like teeth along the outer wall of the academy, giving the appearance of a gigantic monster lying down with its mouth open 180 degrees. And at the center of the roots was a gaping hole that seemed to lead directly to abyss. The abyss, the hell, a grotesque pit at the center of its teeth like a throat. What the hell is this? What have you done to my son? My daughter, give me my daughter back. The roots didn't budge even when the most powerful men in the world, Cervantes the Spear King and Roderick the Archon, attacked with all their might. They were even more helpless against the deep hole in the center. A hole of unknown depth and unknown identity and a giant plant filling it. No one knew the identity of the giant plant that had swallowed the entire student body of Colosseo Academy. None except for one. It's a hell tree, isn't it? Morgue Camus asked. She stared at the dull roots before her. Lady Morgue, do you know anything about it? Osiris asked from beside her. He looked unusually urgent. 4 of my brothers have been taken from before my eyes. If you know anything, please help me. Osiris was followed by Cervantes and Roderick. My son has been taken too. Ho, this can't be happening. My daughter, I must save my daughter. What the hell is that? Camus waved her hand in annoyance. I don't mean for you to get all worked up, no, but now that I think about it. Why didn't it catch me? Is it because I'm not registered yet? Oh, I should have gotten the bracelet when the admissions office gave it to me. Whether anyone else cared or not, Camus had her own pace. At that time. If you know anything, I would appreciate your cooperation. There was an awkward semi-response. Where Camus turned her head, she saw a very familiar face. Morgue Banshee, vice principal of Colosseo Academy, current acting principal. Seeing his cold face, Camus immediately straightened up. Morgue Banshee, Morgue Snake's younger brother. His appearance, voice, and accent were in many ways reminiscent of his dead master. Yes, well, I don't know that much either. Professor Banshee sighed in relief when Camus, who was known to be stubborn and self-willed, obediently complied with his request, though he had no idea why she had suddenly become so cooperative. Well, whatever, Camus' words were quite surprising. This plant is a magic tree that first appeared in history books under the name of the Hell Tree. It has been recorded under a variety of names, depending on the time and place, including inverted chaos burrowing, tower passage to the oil realm, and reverse babel. How do you know this, since these are not found in the histories I have studied? In the mage histories written from the perspective of the Empire, yes. Banshee questioned, and Camus dismissed it lightly. Then she remembered the face of her childhood friend and her first love, who had brought her a strange tree with one root and a collection of old books of unknown origin. This is the legendary tree of a tribe of shamans who have long rooted themselves in the Red and Black Mountains. According to the records, it has the characteristic of spreading its roots above ground and sprouting underground, growing upside down. Everyone's mouths were half open at that. Ordinary trees grow upward with roots below the ground and trunks extending above the ground. However, this tree seems to grow downward with its roots above the ground and its trunk below the ground, deep enough to touch the hell, as the name suggests. Camus continued his explanation. This tree is only about the size of a city on the outside, but on the inside it is different. It is said that it is close to impossible to accurately measure the area of the space inside the tree because it has the property of overlapping and distorting multiple spaces. It's literally a magic tree. While it might pale in comparison to a wraith tree, it's still a threat when it grows to this size. They didn't dare to imagine what the children were going through when they were dragged into the hell of the tree. Then Cervantes the Spear King said, "Enough of that. What do we have to do to break through this damn tree and get them out? If that was the case, I would have done it, sir." What? Camus clicked her tongue. This tree is impossible to intervene in from the outside. The only way to get through it is from the inside. Where can you find something like that? Where is it? It's here. It's not just a plant, it's a tree that only grows in hell. Besides, I heard it's a fairly rare species even in hell. In other words, it's impossible to do anything outside. Bang! Professor Banshee gritted his teeth and punched the root of the hell tree next to him. Damn it, it's my fault. If I had been just a little more cautious, just one more suspicion, I wouldn't have gotten my disciples into this mess. Winston's bracelet, magic stone maintenance greening project, parent observation classes, and unconditional tolerance toward Professor Sadie. There was nothing that wasn't suspicious. The fact that he knew and did nothing to stop it makes Professor Banshee feel even more responsible. Thus the parents and professors were deeply despairing and wailing in front of Hell Tree. But what are you guys so worried about? The only person who was calm. Only Camus was looking at the crying people as if she couldn't understand. them. He probably didn't get caught but went in on his own. Isn't that because he have his own thoughts? At her words, everyone's eyes widened in wonder. People who had stopped crying flocked to Camus like they were grasping at straws. What do you mean he's got a thought? He's going in himself. Who the hell is he? Then Camus replies so nonchalantly, as if it was natural. Who is it? My fiancé. Vikir opened his eyes in a black room. A black room, that was the only way to describe it. This empty space seemed to be used to store something, and now it was fulfilling its role of imprisoning Vikir. It was like being inside a giant seed chamber. It's just like I heard. Vikir had never experienced this space firsthand, but he knew it indirectly. From the memoirs and journals of former Academy heroes who had gone through. The Tower of Babel stretched underground. It is the result of the extreme development of Amdusia's power to steal the firstborn. Normally he's only supposed to take the firstborn, but in this case, he's just taken all the children. Vikir thought to himself in the small space. This is an underground tower built by Amdusias. The lower you descend, the more vicious the ecosystem's traps and bizarre, prehistoric creatures. An interweaving of worldviews, that's what this creepy tower is all about. Vikir closed his eyes and imagined the internal structure of the Hell Tree Inn. The memoirs of great heroes. The ghosts of ancient civilizations captured and enslaved long ago, the undead in ruins where they lost their minds, the beasts that roam the void. The tribes armed with golems and magic weapons, a place where the worldviews of deserts, seas, volcanoes, and snowfields coexist on each floor. Common sense and the rule of law do not apply here, where so many multidimensions are layered, distorted, and refracted, such as in the magic tower or the grave of swords. It would be difficult to crush all of the Academy's brightest young sprouts, so they must have tried to trap them in here. Indeed, when the Hell Tree appeared at Colosio Academy before Vikir's regression, many young heroes nearly met a miserable end. If they died or retired within this tower, they would immediately become nourishment for the demon. However, if even one of them is able to leave the tower alive, all those who have died or retired will be resurrected. Before his regression, Amdusias also built this tower and was confident that no one would leave this place alive, but the demon's plans were ruined when an unusually genius individual escaped the tower in his previous life. In fact, Vikir knew the future and could have prevented the tower itself from ever appearing. There's a reason I didn't do that. Vikir was thinking to himself. Ting! There was a strange sound in the darkness. A sound that seemed to echo not through his ears but directly into his head. Then something suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a piece of meat with twisted features, oozing flesh and internal organs and flapping ugly dried wings. Hello, am I the fairy? Who is in cha rg of the TWR? Vikir nodded at the bizarrely shaped lump of flesh that called itself a fairy. Because of this, the creature spoke with a bizarre pronunciation and tone accompanied by an unpleasant flapping of its wings. From no w on fur st komi fur st served. The fairy said in a bizarre tone. From no w on fur st komi fur st served. And mechanical voices rang in his ears, one after another. Tingling. Tower rules apply. Vikir, warrior of level 1, has been made part of the leveling system. Your status window powers will be unlocked. Vikir nodded. That's why I didn't stop the Hell Tree from appearing. With that, Vikir opened his status window. Within this tower, his physical body is quantified and visualized in numbers, called stats. Vikir. LV1. Title none. Stats. Strength 178. Agility 203. Stamina 207. Locked. 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 The levels of combat power were displayed at a glance as if they were characters in a TRPG board game popularized in the Imperial capital. Vikir's attention was drawn to the section labeled level. It said that you can't properly demonstrate the power of reality inside the tower, and the amount of power you can demonstrate is about 1 per level. But as you level up and get closer to 100, you'll be able to use the power of reality. Importantly, when you return to the real world, the extra power you've gained here is added as a bonus perk. In other words, if you level 10 here, you'll be able to use about 10 of your real-world strength, and if you escape the tower and return to the real world, you'll be about 10 stronger in the real world than you were before you entered the tower. Similarly, if you level up to 100 here and return to the real world, you'll get a 100 power-up. This means that the combat power is doubled. It means you can forcefully break through the stagnation in the real world. Vikir remembered the gate of the 8th form which he had forced through with Dolores buff not long ago. If he could get out of here safely, he might be able to reach the 8th level without Dolores buffs. First I have to leave this room and go downstairs. There was also a saying that it was first come first served. Vikir discovered that there was a long winding hole in the black floor leading down. It looks like a bizarre-looking slide. He climbed down it and found himself in a slightly more spacious room. Unlike the room upstairs, it wasn't empty. Kiog. Several angry monsters were pacing around the room at high speed. Vikir recognized them immediately. Norvegicus gutter rat.
Danger rating F.
Size 50 centimeters. Found in all continents. A rat that has been transformed into a hideous creature by magic. Full-grown adults have the intelligence and size of a small dog, making them an object of disgust for women and girls. They are surprisingly edible when gutted and roasted over a fire or boiled in water. Tutorial monster. The average student at the academy would be overwhelmed by the sudden change of location and 100x weakened body and would be unable to deal with this creature's attacks. But not Vikir. Vikir was a swordmaster before he was sucked into the tower in the first place, so even if he was weakened by 100-fold, there's no way he'd be defeated by a rat. Crack woof. Vikir reached out and snapped the necks of every single one of the rats. Only then did he realize that the ceiling above him was slowly descending. Gijajijajigik. The ceiling is coming down very slowly. But if he stayed here, he would one day be crushed to death by that ceiling. Either way, I can't stay in this room forever. It's not just this floor, it's every floor of the tower. There's some sort of device that keeps you from staying in your room because you're afraid. You can't feel safe at any moment, you can't feel comfortable in any place. It's a world where you have to run for your life. If you stand still, you'll be wiped out in an instant. This tower was such a cruel world. Snap. Vikir has just snapped the neck of the last rat. Ding. The notification sounded again in his ears. Vikir, a level 1 warrior, has successfully hunted the F-rank monster Gutter Rat Norvegicus for the first time in the tutorial zone. Rare achievement rewarded. The grotesque flesh fairy from earlier reappeared before Vikir's eyes. It dropped its wrinkles in an unpleasant beat and opened an embarrassing hole that could hardly be called a mouth. OSTH is the first me I've ever seen such fast passer him so. Go odidich mu st be a ruard for a go od stud and rig ht. Having finished speaking, the creature gaped open the hole from which its voice came and began spitting out a vomit that looked harmful at first glance.
Guapik guelg.
Most of the disgusting vomit that flowed from the fairy's mouth was blood and bits of guts. But there were also the odd glittering orbs mixed in. Vikir stooped down and picked them up with a careful look. Most people would have been offended and hesitated to touch them, but Vikir didn't hesitate at all. Cheeks. His fingertips burned as he touched the vomit. The vomit is extremely acidic, and the moment it touches his flesh he feels a fierce pain. But Vikir persevered, sifting through the vomit and picking out the beads. Thank goodness I got them before they melted. These turned out to be candy if he had been deterred by the ghastly appearance of the fairy, the disgusting smell of the vomit, or even the acidic air that burned his fingers. These candies would have simply melted. Even, hey, give me the one stuck between your teeth, that's my reward too. Vikir grabbed the disappearing fairy and opened her mouth, pulling all the candy out, including the one stuck between her pointy fangs.
Are uvrigal.
The fairy stuck out its stubby tongue as it watched Vikir retrieve every last bit of candy that was stuck in its teeth. Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the fairy vanished and Vikir examined the contents of his hand. Beaded candies, they were colored red, green, and blue. Strange candy strength red. A candy that increases your strength stat by 1. Tastes salty. Strength 1. Strange candy agility green. Candy that increases agility stat by 1.
Tastes bitter.
Agility 1. Strange candy stamina blue. A candy that increases stamina by 1. Tastes astringent. Stamina 1. Is the stat candy? It looks exactly as I heard. A candy that can be obtained as a reward for clearing the floors of a tower. Eating them will increase your bonus stats. The more you collect the better, as it's a simple way to increase your stats. And it's separate from your combat power gains from leveling. Naturally, the stats gained from these candies also apply outside of the tower, so in some cases you can get a truly massive boost in combat power. Moreover, this candy also functions as currency in the later stages, so the more candies the better. Perhaps this tower is not a trial but an opportunity. Amdusias built this tower to test the humans, but that's a result of his lack of understanding of the human race. Some humans actually feed off of trials and tribulations to become stronger. Humans are the only creatures that can turn a crisis into an opportunity. Perhaps this is the land of opportunity where those who are unlucky enough to be born with talent, those who don't have an early advantage in the race after birth, can turn their lives around. Right now, Vakir doesn't have a lot of natural talent. He's only gotten this far through hard work and practical experience. At least I was able to handle the difficult time because I received the blessings of the river Styx. However, Vakir have never thought it would be nice if I had been born with talent in the first place. If Vakir had something more innate, wouldn't he be at an even higher level than he is now? Let's find out here. Vakir put the obtained candies into Andromalius barrier. With his usable mana reduced to 1/100th of its value, he could only use it to store things. Not having to lug around heavy equipment is a great privilege. There are currently 3 types of stat candy available. Strength, agility, and stamina, the most basic core abilities within this tower. But there were more types of stats. Vakir checked the status window once more. Vakir. LV1. Title Gutter Rat Hunter New. Stats. Strength 178. Agility 203. Stamina 207. Locked. 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 A new title has been created. Title Gutter Rat Hunter. Deal small additional damage to creatures in rat form. Taunt, confuse, blind, bleed, burn, poison, and other status conditions last a bit longer. Perhaps a small ability to deal extra damage when killing a rat-shaped monster will be granted as a perk. But what was important were the letters locked that appeared in the stats section. Stats other than strength, agility, and stamina. These are the 3 major stats that cannot be obtained in the tutorial. Zone candy that can unlock and raise those stats is needed first. It was most likely a reward for completing more difficult tasks. Vakir thought back to before the regression. Most of the heroes who were active during the Age of Destruction were from this Hell Tree. Among the students who were trapped in the Hell Tree and forced to play a game of survival, there were some who became exceptionally strong. They later rose to the ranks of great heroes through the levels and stats they gained here. Familiar names like Tutor, Bianca, Sancho, Dolores, and Camus were among them. And of course the triplets Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow. And in this life Vakir was aiming for more than half that. Camus' failure to enter Hell Tree is a factor, but she's already strong enough that she doesn't need it. After absorbing the power of the Demon Kingseer and acquiring Morg's sacred item, the Wraith Tree, her potential is already comparable to her pre-regression prime. Perhaps as time goes on she will grow stronger and stronger, surpassing her pre-regression level. She's strong enough that she doesn't need to be in the Hell Tree, so she won't have to lament it for long. However, before the regression, Camus destroyed the Hell Tree and saved everyone in this life. It'll have to do the same. Since it was Camus who had destroyed Amdusias' plans before regression, Vakir was a fitting replacement. Through her memoir and the reviews of many others, the strategy is already well known. Now all that's left is to keep pushing forward. As soon as I finished dealing with all the miscellaneous monsters that appeared afterward, a new space appeared. Ding! You've left the tutorial zone on the first basement floor. Rewards will be distributed. The main game has begun. Entering the familiar ground on the second floor. Vikir picks up a tattered piece of parchment that falls in front of him. Return scroll rank. A scroll that allows you to return to the tutorial lands for one time only. The answer to the question, Lord, where are you going, is written. Level will be reset when used. Vikir clutches the scroll given to him as a reward for clearing the tutorial. Presumably this is an item given to all participants that can only be used once in a moment of crisis. Next, Vikir descended to the second level of the basement. The scene was all too familiar. The Colosio Academy. This was the interior of the academy he had been living in for the past year. Lecture halls, training centers, and dormitory buildings rise above the streets below, lined with commercial shops. The brick-built garden, street trees lining the streets, plazas, and fountains under the central clock tower are still the same. The problem was that the academy's facilities were already in ruins. Vikir looked around in silence. The classrooms, hallways, cafeteria, and other facilities of the academy were as they had been before they were trapped in the tower. However, there were some parts that were subtly distorted. For example, the praying angel carved into the fountain had been replaced with a torn-to-pieces angel, and the pictures symbolizing Lewin are all drawn upside down. What's more, there's burning and destruction all around. It seemed as though time had passed so long that there was a lot of dust. The perfume shop, which was always bustling with female students, was covered in dust, with broken doors and windows, and the sign of a famous restaurant was rusting away. The stench of rotting meat wafted from inside. The garbage dump, where the kindly security guard always waved hello, was littered with unidentifiable bloodstains. Everything is in ruins. Amdusias devours parts of the world to feed his hell tree, the swallowed world becomes part of the worldview within the tower. Perhaps it has swallowed part of the Colosio Academy. Decorabia around his neck spoke for the first time. Madame Baby also groans as if she is anxious. Vikir sat down in front of the torn angel statue and waited in silence. He can't go any further, though, as a translucent wall blocks his way. The world devoured by Amdusias seemed to extend only as far as the academy's commercial district. Then, Vikir felt something. Different students began to walk out from the dormitories, classrooms, and shops in the ruins ahead. Holy shit, what kind of world is this? Are we trapped in a dungeon or something? Damn it, I thought that was a fairy earlier. Damn it, give me back my power, you demon bastards. The students of Colosio Academy slowly made their way through the tutorial and into the main game. Soon 108 students were gathered around the central fountain with the torn angel statue. Some look confused, others calm, as if they've already settled in. Vikir sat still and scanned their faces. He didn't recognize any of the familiar faces: Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Sinclair, Dolores. Most of them were seniors, with the occasional assistant professor mixed in. Most of them are level 1, stats 13. Not surprisingly, the students are level 1. And stats like strength, agility, and stamina seem to vary from 1 to 3. Every once in a while I'd see someone with a stat over 5, but they were few and far between. Compared to my stats, I think the reduction rate is a bit unbalanced. However, stats don't always give a complete picture of a person's combat power, and there are still locked stats, so it's hard to make a judgment based on the status window alone. Meanwhile, while Vikir was lost in thought, the students began to explore the ruins of the academy. Seniors became leaders, sophomores took on middle management, and freshmen took on menial tasks. The most prominent among them were the aristocratic and baronial students. Shit, what the hell is this ruin? Let's try to find something useful. Be careful, that fairy or something might show up again and give us a mission. Let's grab what we can, food, weapons, whatever. Ransack everything. This place is a ruin anyway, whoever picks it up first is the owner. The students began ransacking the storefronts. The quick-thinking ones ransacked restaurants and grocery stores for canned goods and water. But most of the canned goods were gassed up and the water was contaminated. Unable to find food, no matter how hard they searched, the students became desperate and robbed other stores. Krang, the aristocratic girl who broke the glass window of one of the shops, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, Beatrice Newell's new perfume, it's a limited edition perfume and I couldn't get it because there were no celebrities in the imperial capital." She sprayed the new perfume liberally over her body and shuddered in ecstasy. "I was already annoyed by the smell of sweat and blood and rats in the tutorial area, so this is great." Meanwhile, the baronial boy who broke down the store's door grinned like head hit a windfall. "Wow, this is a tobacco shop, all these fine cigarettes, these are the cigarettes I've never smoked because they were too expensive." Strangely, although the necessities were gone, the luxuries were left behind. Well, maybe it's to relax before the main game. Even students who were not usually interested in perfume or cigarettes flocked to the perfume and cigarette shops as if they could indulge themselves for once. But they'll realize soon enough. Fakir thought, this tower is a creation of the demon inside the body of a plant that grows in hell. Everything in it is more than just unpleasant, it's downright malicious. Only luxuries like perfume, tobacco, and cosmetics are left. It must be intentional. Suspicious are something to be wary of, but in this tower they are actually helpful for survival. Just then, kurkling pop. Something popped out of thin air with an unpleasant noise. It was a rotten-looking piece of meat. It was a fairy, the guide of the tower. 108 Participants is the Apura NCE of Yo Urcutfai Re. It was still chattering away in a bizarre tone. "It's a pity that you've become 100 times weaker, but your growth here will remain the same. Outside you can acquire talents you weren't born with, and there's an opportunity to turn your life around by acquiring unique artifacts." There were only all kinds of fake comforts and sweet words. But there was one word at the end of all these premises that quickly shattered the students' illusions. But sto re about nuluft the to wer ali ve rig ht. If you die or don't make it out of the tower, you're done. You will spend the rest of your life here. In the eerie silence, only the sound of dry swallowing is loud. At that time, a senior in the upper grades worked hard to muster courage. "Guys, don't be afraid. This is an opportunity. If we can get out of the tower, we can become much stronger. Let's level up a lot here, collect a lot of stats, and get out because there are some rare items that can be found here." This encouraged the other students. "Oh, that's right. Let's try something. The demon is alone. Let's go. I'm going to be a hero here and return to my family's arms. Let the mission begin, you demonic bastard." All at once the morale of the students rose and they began to shout at the fairy. But
hig, I leak it, so mu char you will.
ing to taku on th a challenge will th and can we gt start edrig ht I. The fairy was strangely amused by the courageous attitude of the students. Because there are no lips, drool flows between exposed teeth. The students were instantly tired of the sight of them clapping at hands so fast, even though its skin was torn and blood and pus were flowing out as it stretched out its short hands so long. Just as the students' enthusiasm was dying down, the fairy spat out the last line, shaking with joy. The Miss Ion on the SEC on flow or is sim ple. At the same time, more than 100 gaping holes appeared behind the fairy. An unpleasant sound began to emanate from them.
Grrrr.
The sound of a ferocious beast growling. Soon creatures began to crawl out, flames spewing from their eyes and mouths. 100 hellhounds crawled right out of the oil field. The fairy watched as the students' faces contorted in despair and terror and gave them one final task.
Sanai alive.
yo survive.
Due to its unique oral structure, the end of the word always ends in a high tone, making it sound like an interrogative. But no one had enough time to worry about such small details. Hellhound. Danger rating B. Size 3 meters. Found in Red and Black Mountains Ridge 2. Ka, the dog that drives hell. It brings terrible disaster to anyone it encounters, and once bitten no one survives. The sulfurous fire that spews from its eyes and mouth is drawn from the depths of the oil pole hell and will not be extinguished until the life it has used as fuel is completely consumed. Hellhound, a sinister beast that breathes sulfuric fire from its eyes and mouth. The number of hellhounds charging toward the 108 students was exactly 108. It's okay I to be 100 tim es we cur rig ht ugu ys are 108 thshil. Dren are also 108 please ho ld on wheel. The fairy was twisting her body like she was going crazy with joy. And then an aristocratic female student who belatedly realized the situation screamed, "Kai, what is that?" The game was begun. Ding. The number 108 appeared in front of everyone's eyes. All the students realized that the number was rapidly decreasing as time went on. 108 people survive 108 hellhounds for 108 minutes. This was the mission of the second floor of the basement. Hi, how am I going to beat this? You idiot, you don't have to fight, you win if you survive. We can run and hide, this is an academy even if it's in ruins. This is where we've been living for the past few years, I know where we can hide. If I could use my full power I would form a party and fight, but it is impossible to fight against a pack of hellhounds now that I am 100 times weaker. Let's go to the girls' dormitory, the roof there should be enough to keep them at bay. No, we have to get into the water tank. There's an underground bunker in the grocery store, the doors there are thick. Let's go to the gym, there are lots of things that can be used as weapons. The students rushed to the places they knew best. But there was something they overlooked. The terrain here is subtly different from the academy. Everything was in ruins. What, oh, the roofs collapsed, eek, hellhounds are coming, jump. What, the water tank is full of rotten water, we can get in but we can't hold our breath for 108 minutes. Ugh, the doors to the underground bunker are all rusted and corroded. There's not a single workout machine in the gym, damn it. The big terrain was the same as they knew it, but the small details were different. The students frantically ran and hid from the swarming hellhounds. And one of them was Grenouille, a first-year vice leader student at the hot class. Again. Grenouille ran frantically, his face covered in tears, snot, and drool. Behind him he could hear the clashing teeth of the hellhounds. That means they're close. No, you're wrong, it's hard to even escape with a body that's 100 times weaker. If he didn't hide somewhere right away he would die a horrible death that would leave his body untouchable. Then, hey, aren't you Grenouille? Hey, it's dangerous, get over here now. A voice called out for Grenouille from the side. A girl with a slender and pretty appearance and a boy with a sturdy build and an imposing appearance. They were Grenouille's direct seniors, second-year students of the aristocratic faction. Grenouille's face widened when he saw their faces, since they are direct seniors of the aristocratic faction that raised Grenouille with care. He would not hesitate to mention their names when asked to name his closest connections. Come on, seniors. Hurry up, you're in real danger, buddy. At the male student's warning, Grenouille quickly ducked his head. Above him, the sharp claws of the hellhound sliced through the air. In his despair, Grenouille thought he saw a glimmer of hope. That's right, no matter how difficult a crisis is, we can overcome it if everyone works together. But the very next moment, that glimmer of hope is shattered. Dude. As Grenouille came running, the female student stretched out her long leg and stepped on Grenouille. Grenouille fell to the ground without knowing what was happening. Then he saw the senior girl and the boy ahead of him smirking. Sorry, I'm a little slow on my feet. We thought we'd get caught if we didn't bait you. They darted forward as Grenouille fell to the ground, attracting the attention of the hellhounds. This is impossible. Grenouille despaired. Both the current situation and the fact that their bond outside of the tower was actually nothing. So what was the point of all his time and connections at the academy? Have I lived wrongly? Grenouille looked out at the commoner students in the distance, running to help the wounded or fighting alongside them. When Grenouille was in school, he wouldn't have even said hello to them, because of their poor grades and insignificant backgrounds. But now they were united by the strongest bonds of motivation and comradeship. Grenouille closed his eyes with deep regret. He knew in his bones that the price of making the wrong friend was too high. And then the hounds approached. He didn't have to look to know. A chill. He could feel the monstrous hounds with their terrifying teeth and claws, reaching for the nape of his neck. A hound that exudes such powerful force that Grenouille immediately gave up on life. It bit down on Grenouille's neck with a strong domineering force. Bam! At the same time, what? Grenouille felt his body floating in the air. He turned 180 degrees and saw the unthinkable in front of him. Don't stay down, get up and run. Vikir, he grabbed Grenouille's back with his hand. Some time had already passed. The surviving students were hiding in various parts of the ruins. The same was true for the boys and girls of the aristocratic faction who had run from Grenouille's feet earlier. They slammed the doors of the grocery store shut and hid in the cellars. They won't find us here. Of course not, it's so well hidden. The girl smirked at the boys' comment. They talked about what had happened earlier. Shouldn't you feel a little sorry for him? What are you sorry about? It's better than us dying. Yeah, but it's kind of weird that he was all red when I called him. He's a first year, so he's a bit naive. I only took him because he's from the Leviathan family, but who cares about his status outside the tower when we're down here? The male and female students smirked and nodded. Just then, growling from above, the hellhounds stirred. A single one had separated from the pack and burst through the door of the grocery store. Eek, since there are no visible baits, let's search. Don't worry, no one knows about this basement. The boys and girls crouched down, covering each other's mouths. The hellhound slowly circled the store, scanning the area. But when it saw nothing, it turned and started to walk out of the store. Just then, thump, the hellhound's eyes changed. It immediately ran to the corner of the store and began scratching frantically at the floor. Buck, 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 crunch. His claws, heated by the sulfur fire, tore through the hardwood floor like paper. Inside were a group of boys and girls with grotesque expressions. Ugh, how did you know? Caillou said we wouldn't be found out. At the same time they realized. The hellhound's nose was flapping frantically. Wow, new Beatrice Newell, it's a limited edition perfume and I couldn't find it because there weren't any celebrities who were said to be the king of the imperial capital. Wow, this is a tobacconist's shop with a stack of fancy cigarettes, aren't these the cigarettes I never got around to smoking? Well, maybe they're just trying to get us to relax before we get into the real game. And then they realize that before they hide in the basement they've been sprayed with limited edition perfume and smoked fine tobacco. The hellhounds used their keen sense of smell to pinpoint the location of students wearing perfume, cigarettes and cosmetics, and they were in hot pursuit. Anyone who wore even a drop of hand cream was not immune from the hellhounds' pursuit. Meanwhile, that's what it's going to be like. What did you just say? Nothing. Vikir looked away, watching the going-sun at the grocery store in the distance. Behind him Grenouille looked terrified, and in front of him was a pack of hellhounds. The other hellhounds who had been chasing the runaways had caught up to Vikir. Grenouille despaired at the deadened alley behind them. Ugh, that's why I told you to go to the dormitory wing. There's plenty of places to hide in the area where my room was. You ignored me and came this way, and now you've brought all the hellhounds from everywhere. The hellhounds currently surrounding Vikir and Grenouille accounted for most of the total number of summoned. With most of the hellhounds concentrated here, the survival rate of the other students is quite high. However, it's hard not to feel like a broken man in this harsh situation. I'm crazy, I shouldn't have followed this guy, I shouldn't have been so weak. After all the help I got earlier. Grenouille regrets his choice. Don't worry, there's a way out, Vikir said simply. Grenouille retorted in disbelief. There's no way. How are we going to run and hide from all these hellhounds? Hide? Why hide? Grenouille gives Vikir a blank look in response. But Vikir is completely unfazed and replies with a nonchalant expression. He'll get them all. The hellhounds here know all the chunks of experience. He'll get them all, Vikir said to the hellhounds in front of him. Grenouille's response was short and to the point. Are you out of your mind? Grenouille's reaction is understandable. Every single one of the hellhounds in front of him has powerful bones and massive muscles. Their teeth and claws are sharper than the edge of any great sword, and the sulfur dripping from their eyes and mouths will burn and melt anything it touches. Moreover, there are so many of them that you can't see them all at once. What on earth can one person do in such a situation? But Vikir remained nonchalant. I already knew hellhounds would come out. Vikir's attention was drawn to the luxuries left behind in the ruined academy. Perfume, cigarettes, and cosmetics. Such a brazen arrangement of scented items must have foreshadowed the trap too. Come. Vikir tried to think of a few creatures with an unusually sensitive sense of smell, but there weren't many. One of them was a hellhound. Gnolls are very easy opponents. Goblins are not difficult, and if they come out, they will probably be land sharks or hellhounds with a sensitive sense of smell. All the props and terrain were designed by Demon, and if you messed with them, you'd die. Chwag. Vikir drew his magic sword Beelzebub and faced the horde of hellhounds. Pew. One hellhound, confident in the power of the pack and gaining momentum, bravely charged in and suffered a serious injury to its nose. The big nose and the fist-sized chunk of flesh behind it fell to the ground. A hellhound with its entire nose and bridge cut off struggles backwards, spraying hot blood and oil. Vikir takes advantage, slicing the lower jaw off another hellhound as it tries to bite at his side. And after that, another hellhound that tried to claw at Biker's buttocks lost nearly half of its right front leg, and the one next to it was pierced through the throat and died.
Grrrr.
King Keng. Kiking. Only then did the hellhounds notice. The other side wasn't trying to kill them, but rather maim them. This, of course, was a planned move by Vikir. Hellhounds are rare in the early levels. Their hunting rewards are very generous. Vikir heard a beeping sound in his ear. Ding. Vikir, a level 1 warrior, has successfully hunted the first B rank monster hellhound in the tutorial zone. Rewards are given for difficult achievements. Just killing one gave you the reward. Roll. It's a red bead. It was a strange candy that increased your strength stat by 1. I wonder what they'll reward me with if I kill them all. Even in the memoirs of the pre-regression heroes, there was no mention of killing all of these monsters. That means Vikir is tackling a quest that no one else has ever attempted. All for the sake of the greatest reward of all. Swash puck, swash puck. Vikir moved at breakneck speed. Parts essential for movement such as fingers, toes, joints, and internal organs are thoroughly protected. Those parts that weren't necessary for combat were boldly surrendered, and in return he made sure to grab his opponent's eyeballs, tongue, legs, etc. Behind him, Granui frowned at the terrifying sight of Vikir fighting as if possessed by an evil spirit. What the hell, that guy, is he a level 1? Why is he fighting so well? Granui knew he wasn't a normal guy from the University League, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. If he's 100 times weaker now, how strong was he originally? How much was he hiding? But really, a debuff is a debuff. Vikir's entire body was soon covered in blood. The hellhounds, on the other hand, are still largely intact. There were maimed creatures everywhere, but they were also fighting against Vikir with the crazy vitality and fighting spirit that are typical of monsters. Indeed, I'm tired because I'm 100 times weaker. Do I have to use some shortcuts? Vikir shrugged as he stepped back. He turned to Granui behind him. Okay, the path is clear. Run over there. Where is the escape route? Before Granui could finish his sentence, boom! Vikir lunged at the hellhound that was hesitating next to him and cut off its upper and lower jaws at the same time. A hole opened up in the encirclement as the hellhound retreated with a whimper. Let's go. Yuo. Vikir grabbed Granui by the scruff of his neck, threw him forward, and followed him. Oh! Granui screamed as he ran away, and he was such a good bait that he even attracted other hellhounds who were wandering nearby. Now that's a talent, Vikir thought to himself as he watched Granui's back strangely targeted by the monsters. Well, more prey is a good thing for Vikir. Soon enough, Vikir and Granui arrived at the storefront. Hey, where do you think you're running to? It's a recycling center. There's no cover, Granui shouted in frustration. But Vikir continued on his way to the recycling center. There were various sorted sacks of trash lying around there. There was always an impressive janitor here. As it turns out, the janitor's room is also home to an old broom, a dustpan with a hole in it, and more. But there's no time to admire the scenery. Jrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Vikir lifted the bulging sacks next to the broom and dustpan and slid open their sides with his sword. And then he threw the things inside to the hellhounds. Here, eat this. The contents of the sacks rained down on the hellhounds' heads. It was a hairy yellow-skinned fruit. And the hellhounds covered in it began to scream and struggle like crazy. Kigagegagang kiong kwang. Kwang kiohong jig. Wiguwag. Granui watched in disbelief as the hellhounds wrapped their front paws around their noses and gagged. Bank. Yes, dozens of sacks of it piled high in the recycling bin. Ginkgo trees are favored as street trees because they repel insects, but the only downside is the stinky fruit that falls on the road every season. And this is an exceptionally smelly Sabic ginkgo. Its aroma is so strong that it wipes out the earthy smell of Morg's potatoes. When you go to the school's recycling center, you'll always see them stacked in bags. Ujik. When several hellhounds stepped on the ginkgo fruit, yellow juice began to spurt out and an even stronger smell began to spread. Hellhounds who already have a sensitive sense of smell cannot tolerate this foul smell and vomit. It was then that Vikir drew his sword.
Pow 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 pow.
Each time the red all flicked back and forth, one hellhound inevitably closes its eyes and sticks out its tongue. Several hellhounds tried to fight back, but there was no way a proper fight was possible with sulfur flowing out of their eyes and noses.
Tuk 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 tuk.
As Vikir killed more hellhounds, stat candy continued to drop. Red candies for strength, green candies for agility, blue candies for stamina. Red candies were the most common, followed by blue candies and then green candies. The agility stat is really hard to get, Vikir thought as he looked at the pile of candies in front of him. If the candy store opens later, I can exchange 300 stat candies for 1 level candy, so I'd better start saving up for that. Just then, a fairy appeared in front of Vikir's eyes. They usually appear out of nowhere, but this time it was even more sudden. Wow, did you kill all thsa children? Are yo you chew it irregular? The fairy stuck out its tongue as it looked at the dead bodies of hellhounds spread out on the floor of the recycling bin. Then in a soft voice it gave Vikir a choice. Since you have vima de such a gr eat ach eve meant you show uld take the gr. Eat ru ard rig ht. At the same time something appeared in front of Vikir's eyes. Tingling. Level 1 warrior Vikir has successfully hunted down the B rank monster Hellhound pack for the first time in the tutorial zone. Rewards will be given out for great achievements. You will be able to adjust the difficulty of the mission for one time. Would you like to increase the difficulty level? The mission with the increased difficulty will be a bonus stage. If you clear the bonus stage, you will receive additional rewards. Asking if I want to increase the difficulty. That means now that the entire group of hellhounds has been killed, will you allow a more dangerous monster to appear? How could you possibly allow this, you idiot? Granui raised the middle fingers of both hands and shouted at the fairy. But Vikir, standing next to him, had a different idea. He'll do it, send something. A more powerful boss monster. This was what Vikir wanted. The stronger and more dangerous the monster, the better and more valuable the reward. The fairy laughed unpleasantly next to Granui's astonished expression. I likuit somuch are you will ing to taku on teach. A chow lenge tn we can get star ted rig ht I rig ht. At the same time a black hole appeared in the fairy's back. It was similar to the hole that had appeared when the hellhounds had been summoned earlier, but there was only one and it was much wider in diameter. And a monster of adjusted difficulty began to appear before Vikir's eyes. This must be a dream. A magical beast that was enough to make even Granui, who had somehow managed to hold on until now, lose his mind. But Vikir's comment was short. Long time no see. 3 heads emerged from the gate, only one body. Cerberus.
Tanger Ratzinga.
Size 7 meters. Found in Ridge 7 Red and Black Mountains. Ka Hell Watchdog. This dog has no interest in wraiths trying to enter hell, but will immediately tear them to shreds if they try to escape. It lives in the depths of the oil world, the final destination for all wraiths, and is considered the ultimate of oil world monsters. Cerberus, the hell watchdog, the boss of the bonus stage. It's glaring at Vikir with a fiery, intimidating gaze.
Grrrr.
Cerberus began to emit dark, murderous energy. Long time no see. Vikir couldn't help but think of the long-ago confrontation on the Red and
Black Mountain.
his first monthly evaluation at the age of 8, his childhood in the wilds of the Red and Black Mountains. Back then Head caught them with chocolate obtained from beating the Baskerville's triplets, a pit trap Head spent days carving, and a combo move that utilized the venom of the bloody mamba Head saved from its cradle. Do you recognize this scent? It belongs to your kind. Vikir took out the hood of the picaresque mask he was wearing around his neck and took it out of his collar. The hood was sewn from Cerberus hide. It had been tanned countless times, but the dog's scent had never completely disappeared. Cerberus' face contorted even more frighteningly when he smelled his own kind. Quaff. Vikir stumbled backwards, dodging the teeth and claws of the charging Cerberus. Kerpug. Beelzebub, coated in a sticky liquid aura, slammed into Cerberus' side. I felt it. It didn't pierce the thick hide, but it did manage to drive the impact into. Probably cracked some bones. But, swash. Cerberus swung its tail as soon as its side gave way, slamming into Vikir's body. When people think of Cerberus, they think of its 3 heads, but its real weapon is its tail. The sharp spear at the tip of its tail and the venom that coats it are enough to instantly kill a danger class A or higher creature with a single stab. Vikir himself was poisoned by the tip of his tail. Horrorok. A young madam crawled out from the side, sucking the poison from Vikir's wound.
Tsuts.
The basilisk's regenerative ability makes the wound on its side heal in an instant. Kong Kang Tang Chong. Cerberus' tail and Vikir's sword began to clash fiercely. A spark from the clash caught the bangs of the stunned Granui. Ouch, hot, what is it? Hick. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Vikir and Cerberus clashing with terrifying force. SSH. A long line of blood drew across Vikir's cheek. Seeing it, Granui exclaimed, "That, look at that, how is he going to catch Cerberus with a body 100 times weaker?" But before he could finish his sentence, bam! Vikir brought one of Cerberus' heads up with his knee. Cerberus' middle head cackled, missing its lower jaw. "You caught it." Granui mumbles, looking dazed. Even school professors fight on equal footing against a monster the size of a human and with a body 100 times weaker. Oh, how can a level 1 be able to fight like that? Who the hell is he? Just to be sure, Granui punches the wall with his fist, and it's clear that his strength has been reduced by 100th. Granui began to shudder at the thought of how strong Vikir's original fighting power must have been before he was trapped in the tower. Meanwhile, Vikir was slowly falling back. Cerberus, with its poisonous spirit, was a much more difficult opponent to deal with than expected. What's more, the creature in front of him, now having been brought by the fairy straight from the depths of the oil fields, was much larger and more ferocious than the one he had faced on the Black Mountain. Even if he somehow wins, this is still only the 2nd level of the underground. At this rate, it would be a battle of attrition. One chance. Vikir leapt toward Cerberus once again. Boom! Cerberus' forepaws flew out. It was a familiar demeanor, as if Cerberus had already figured out Vikir's strength and speed after a few engagements. However, now, just before Cerberus clashed with him, Vikir reached into his pocket and pulled out all of the strange candies that were inside. Warglock. The sensation of small, hard, round, sticky things in his grasp. Red candies for strength, green candies for agility, and blue candies for stamina. Vikir shoved them into his mouth and chewed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A salty, bitter, astringent flavor that reached the root of his tongue. I've heard that some people can't eat them because of the taste. Even Vikir, who had a strong stomach, feel nauseous. At the same time, the status window began to change. Vikir. LV1. Title: Gutter Rat Hunter. Stats: Strength 178, 52, 230. Agility 203, 16, 219. Stamina 207, 37, 244. Locked, locked, locked. The stats have risen dramatically. Cerberus was startled by the sudden surge in strength and speed of Vikir and tried to retreat, but it was already too late. Pug. Vikir's sword pierced Cerberus' skull. The sword sliced through the tough leather, pierced the eyeball and stabbed the brain inside. But this won't kill it completely. Monsters with a danger rating of A or higher have an incredible amount of vitality. This is especially true for a creature like Cerberus. Pug, pug, pug. Vikir twisted the sword inserted into the crevice of the skull sharply from side to side. Only then did the foreign sensation on the back of his hand completely dissipate. The inner muscle fibers, nerve bundles, and brain had been completely crushed. Kangaroo. As one of the three skulls went limp, the other two went on a mad rampage. Vikir stepped back and grabbed Granui by the scruff of the neck from the floor. This one still has use. Vikir said briefly to Granui, who looked on in horror. Enough of this, let's get out of here. Hoo-hoo. Grab your sack. Vikir gave Granui a swift kick on the butt and lunged forward. Wait, Aya, what did I do to get you so pissed off? Granui was running with a tearful face on his face but remained clutching the sack containing ginkgo sabik fruit as Vikir had instructed. Then Vikir ran into the ruins of a shop. Cerberus followed him in sulphurous fire blazing from all sides of its body. A threat to burn down the entire ruined city. Sow the ginkgo. At Vikir's order, Granui closed his eyes and threw away the sack. Whack, 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 whack. The foul-smelling sabik ginkgo berries scattered across the shop floor. Unlike a hellhound, Cerberus merely wrinkled its nose and furrowed its brow, but didn't gag or drop to the floor in disgust. You've got a pretty nasty nose for a high-level monster. As Vikir admired, Cerberus bared his teeth and claws. The spear at the tip of its tail was also aimed at Vikir. Granui cried out in horror. Ugh, what's with the ginkgo? It doesn't work. The stench of the sabik ginkgo's fruit, though foul, appeared to be tolerable to Cerberus. But let's see if this one holds up. Vikir held his breath and swung his sword. Not at Cerberus, but at a dusty shelf. A quick stroke sliced through the walls, cupboards, and shelves of the shop. Crash, 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 crash. Glass bottles shattered everywhere. Granui stared down in disbelief at the shattering glass and red-blue and clear liquids before him. The colorful liquids scattered into the air and landed on the ground where the sabik ginkgo fruits were scattered. Cheelpuk, keel puduk, pom 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 pom. A scent passing by the tip of his nose and words written on a broken glass bottle. Granui stammered and read it. Beatrice Newell, brand new. They were perfumes of all kinds. At the same time, Yuewei. Granui vomited up everything in his stomach with a tearful snort. What was this horrible smell? My nose feels like it's rotting, my brain feels like it's melting. One day someone walked into the classroom after stepping on a ginkgo. The smell of the ginkgo pressed into the soles of his shoes combined with the scent of everyone else's perfume made the room smell like it had been sprayed with poison gas, and even the stern Professor Morg Banshee had to cancel class. And now, without exaggeration, it smelled exactly 100 times worse than it did then. A level of fierce scent that not even Granui from Leviathan had ever smelled before. Even perfume is fragrant when it's subtle, but when it's mixed with so many concentrated liquids, it's a headache-inducing stench. Even the foul-smelling sabik ginkgo berries. To add insult to injury.
Paiter patir patir pater.
Outside it began to rain. Ueek. The prey began to react. Cerberus is the highest-ranking member of the canine family of monsters. Its acute sense of smell makes this series of scents much more recognizable. Gwafjar. It shook its two remaining heads from side to side, trying to figure out if it was getting a headache from trying to digest what was in its stomach. And then, well, I can't wait to see what the fairy has in store for me. In front of Cerberus, Vikir stood with an expressionless face with cotton pads stuffed into both nostrils, completely prepared to kill the prey. Pow! The last of Cerberus' heads exploded. Kung! As the monster's massive body fell to the floor of the ruins, a slight earthquake occurred. The sulfur and blood that spewed from Cerberus' bursting belly swept away the perfume and ginkgo scent from the floor of the shop. Ding. Level 1 warrior Vikir has successfully hunted the A-ranked monster Cerberus for the first time. Rewards are given for awesome achievements. A loud beeping sound erupts. Phew. Vikir sat down with a tired expression. Catching Cerberus with a body that was 100 times weaker was definitely hard work. Then Granui, who was beside him, said with a tired expression, "You're usually called persistent, aren't you?" "No, I've never heard of it." Vikir turned his head toward Granui and continued, "I killed them all before they could say that." Granui felt a shiver run down his spine. Just then, did you cat chth is on E. The fairy who had appeared out of nowhere began to fuss. Halala is th is yo you are for stti me pass ingili kuth is. The fairy's attitude is that it didn't expect Vikir to actually complete the mission. That's why the fairy seemed to be quite flustered. Wh at show old I do in the beginning the ruards th can be given are limit ed. Then Vikir spoke up eagerly. Do you happen to have any artifacts or items that you can give away? I don't mind if they're consumables. It looks like it isn't there. Vikir opened his mouth as if there was nothing else to do. Oh well, it's not a mission I'm supposed to complete, so I guess they didn't think of a proper reward, just a way to make fun of the people trapped in the tower. Then Vikir spoke up, sounding very offended. But you know what, a craftsman who could create such an elaborate system would be very particular about his output. He must have selected only masterpieces for each floor. But isn't it a little strange that such an error occurs from the very beginning of such a result? Could it be that the one just now was an extra standard mission that someone did for fun? He exercised his authority purely out of his own power. At those words the fairy looked extremely hot. It was trying to look calm and avert its gaze, but you could see the heart pounding furiously in its cleft stomach. Vikir cut in. You don't need any rewards for this bonus stage. Instead, I will file a claim against the tower's administrators. When I see them later, I'm going to complain, and I'm going to complain loud and clear. Then the fairy cried out urgently. Is the Ria Ruard are you Rady for yo you are Reva RD? It was only at the mention of a reward that Vikir smiled. Then give it to me, reward. But the Ruard th can be given in the beginning is limit ed. Vikir knew very well that the only reward a fairy could give in the beginning was a strange candy. So Vikir was able to say firmly, in quantity over quality. You do nt hesitate to say th at. That's right, as long as you don't mind the quantity. Before Vikir could nod, the fairy opened its mouth so wide that the corners of both mouths were torn open and blood gushed out. Then the fairy began to spit out a huge amount of candy from its mouth. Red, green, and blue candies poured out of her mouth. Granui's eyes widened at the number of candies, which must have been hundreds. Oh my god, look at all these stats. If I eat all these, I'll be strong in no time. But Vikir just shook his head as he picked up the candies. Not even close. The color of the falling candy is random, but red candies are the most common, followed by blue and then green. This means that strength stats are the most common, stamina stats are common, and agility stats are rare. In fact, most of the candy the fairy spit out was red and blue and not much green. Just then, Vikir's eyes widened. Vikir quickly reached out and grabbed a candy that was stuck at the bottom of the pile. It was the only other color among the red, green, and blue candies. I can't believe I got this here, Vikir exclaimed, inwardly examining the candy with a nonchalant expression. Strange candy, physical resistance black. A candy that increases physical resistance by 1. Tastes spicy. 1 physical resistance. Black, like a concentrated form of darkness. At first glance it doesn't look like any other stat candy. Vikir regained the knowledge he had gained before his regression. According to the memoirs of the great heroes, there are 6 types of stats that can be raised inside the tower: strength, agility, and stamina, which can be raised early on, but the other 3 stats can only be raised later in the stage. The drop rate of candy is extremely low to begin with, so it's possible that you won't get any at all on your way to the top. 6 stats, 3 of which are strength, agility, and stamina. They were ultra-rare talents that even the most heroic of heroes had never managed to blossom on their way out of the tower, and one of them Vikir had already gained. Physical resistance, a stat that reduces the damage taken by an attack. Without thinking twice, Vikir ate the black candy. Gulp. As he passed the candy down his throat, he felt a pungent flavor that burned his tongue and throat. Ding. The status window changed. Vikir. LV1. Title: Gutter Rat Hunter Hell's Dog. New stats: Power 230, Agility 219, Stamina 244, Physical Resistance 011. Locked. Unlike the base stats, which are above a certain number from the start, the special stat Physical Resistance starts at 0. This is because this stat is an innate talent that cannot be raised in the real world, can only be raised in this tower. Once you've eaten the candy and unlocked it, your stats will naturally increase as you level up. If you leave it alone, it will grow with your level. To be able to bloom and grow this stat so early on was an incredible stroke of luck. Plus it gave us a new title, the Hell's Dog. New title: Hell's Dog. Deal massive additional damage to creatures in dog form. Taunt, confuse, blind, bleed, burn, poison, and other status abnormalities. Last slightly longer. Title perks aside, unlocking the physical resistance stat early on is a huge opportunity. In fact, the whole point of trying to get to the bottom of the tower is to complete the big 6 stats. While leveling up is important, it's actually more important to complete these 6 stats. 6 types of stats that you can take with you outside the tower, but collecting them all was a feat that none of the great heroes before the regression had ever accomplished. Then, a fairy spoke to Vikir, who was sitting still and lost in thought. Ovir the re, do you by any chance see any ed a can dysto re? After speaking, the fairy stretched out a finger and brought up a status window. Fairies candy store. Selling and buying and used candy. Strange candy, golden color, can be exchanged for 300 candies of any color. The fairy stuck out its tongue and showed the golden candy that was sold in this shop. Strange candy, level golden. A candy that raises your level by 1. Tastes sweet. Level 1. A golden candy with a brilliant glow. Granui looks at it longingly. Oh my, it's gonna level me up. Each one of those will restore one of my real-world strength, so if I eat 100 of them, I'll have 100 of my strength back, and when I leave the tower, those stats will be added to my original strength. This is the best candy ever. For survivors weakened by 100 times, this is the candy they need most of. But it's too expensive. You can get it in any color, but it costs 300 pieces, making it a rare commodity that's hard to find in the early stages. This of course doesn't apply to Vikir, who had a bunch of hellhounds on the last stage. When Vikir looked troubled, the fairy encouraged him even more subtly. Won't anyone be a blue to use the can dysto re? And if you ri seo you are lu. Velyo ur stats will not to rally go up as well. Literally, leveling up will give you back some of your strength outside of the tower, so it makes sense to try to level up quickly in the beginning. But Vikir shakes his head. Leveling up is still taboo. Vikir stared at the number 1 on the level marker for a while. A younger chick would be Alan on collecting stat candy and turning it into level candy, but not Vikir. Vikir hadn't been leveling for a while, for quite some time. This tower favors lower levels. According to the memoirs of great heroes, there are some rules about rewards within this tower. If a strong person does a great deed, they get a modest reward. If a weak person performs a small feat, they receive a modest reward. When a strong person performs a small feat, they receive almost no reward. But when a weak person does something great, in these cases the reward is something that goes far beyond the common sense. Vikir noted the notification he had heard earlier. Level 1 warrior Vikir is part of the leveling system. Vikir warrior at level 1 has killed the first franked monster in the tutorial zone. Rare achievement rewards. Vikir, a level 1 warrior, killed the first B ranked monster in the tutorial zone. Reward for difficult achievements. Vikir, a level 1 warrior, kills his first B-ranked monster group. Great achievement. Vikir, a level 1 warrior, successfully hunted the first A-ranked monster. Cerberus. Awesome. As part of the leveling system, Vikir is considered an underdog. Even if his stats are superior to those of others, he is still considered to be of the same class. If a level 1 warrior continues to clear difficult missions, the rewards will get better and better. Vikir was stronger than the other students, and even at level 1 he was able to make up for his shortcomings with his stats. So it's better to stay low in the beginning and take on the harder missions to maximize the rewards. This was a very different strategy from the typical survivor. And Vikir knows one more reason not to level up. There will come a point in time when all those levels won't matter. I don't know exactly when that will be, but I think it's better to save my candy levels until then. The uneaten stat candies red, green, and blue could be exchanged for level candies golden at the candy store later, so there was no reason to rush to level up. After organizing his thoughts, Vikir stopped trading with the fairy. Ahingong arshhhh. When Vikir did not give in to fairy coaxing, the fairy let out a strange, meaningless groan and closed the trading window. And that moment, cuddle-duddled. A strong earthquake occurred and the ground in this area began to sink. What 108 minutes must have passed already. Granui was right. Ding. Mission over, number of survivors 69 people. The same status window popped up in front of Vikir and Granui. Probably all 69 survivors of Hellhound's attack. A black swirl-shaped gate opened, sucking in everyone who fell below. Ding. Leaving underground level 2 familiar ground. Entering underground level 3 familiar ground 2. It looked like all the survivors of the second floor were going to fall to the same place. Mission end, number of survivors 69 people. End condition, survive an attack by 108 hellhounds for 108 minutes. Ding. Leaving underground level 2 familiar ground. Entering underground level 3 familiar ground 2. It was still a dull notification sound. The 69 survivors of the second floor had fallen into the third floor. What this place? It's the Imperial Capital. We're outside the academy. For a moment the students' faces lit up as they realized they were outside the tower. But their faces soon turned grim as they realized that the landscape of the Imperial Capital was similar to that of the academy. Cold, desolate ruins. Imperial Capital used to be more vibrant and bustling than any other city, but now everything was broken and cracked. Broken windows and rusted doors, leaning roofs and half-broken pillars. It was still daylight, so the sun was shining, but the dry, barren cold was still there. Then, hey, what's that? Ugh, it's huge. It looks creepy. Don't you think we shouldn't approach it? As the students cautiously walked through the city, they soon noticed something strange. The central clock tower, symbolizing the center of the Imperial Capital, a structure that had once been destroyed by Miss Ouroboros and lost its form. Yet here it stood, still standing. Chipped and cracked in places, but still standing on a grand scale. But that wasn't the most surprising thing. There's something wrapped around the clock tower. It's a plant, vine, or maybe a root. What's that on top of the tower? It's huge. It looks like a flower. A plant wraps itself around the clock tower. It was a huge flower blooming on the roof of the tower with shriveled leaves, roots and vines hanging down. The withered flower. The students could soon see that the huge flower was completely dead on top of the clock tower. Hey, this flower is subtly warm. I'm not cold next to it. We can spend the night here. What is this, a leaf? No, the air sacs have dried up and shrunk. Is there something like a little air inside? It's soft, so we can use it as a pillow. The students split into two groups. Those who would search the ruins for safety and those who would stay near the flowers' remains to avoid tonight's bitter cold. Those who chose to stay around the flower covered themselves with dried roots and leaves and began to rest. Those who went to the ruins sought shelter among the collapsed rubble in sewers, basements, iron trash cans, and on roofs. In most cases it fell into the latter category. The memory of hiding from hellhounds in the previous stage was still fresh in their minds. But for Vikir it was the former. The dried leaves were warm because they contained the warmth of the sun. To the touch it felt tough and dry with a hint of air inside. Vikir covered it and lay down half-covered. This is because he wanted to regain his stamina. Time passed, and as the day wore on it turned out that Vikir was right. You're too cold. Why are you so cold? I don't have anything to keep the cold out. You're going to freeze to death. Cold concrete, glass, and rail could not block the cold. Students who had been hiding in various parts of the ruins crawled out, shivering, and gathered at the withered flower of the central clock tower. It looks like we're finally going to live. Strange, it's warm around this flower. It must have had a lot of energy when it was alive. It must have had a lot of energy when it was alive to be able to retain this much heat even after death. But why is a creature of this size lying dead in a place like this? I don't know, what the hell am I supposed to do here? No ferry, no mission. With a bit of a breather, the students began to complain about their current situation. Then the second crisis hit. Growling. Now that the cold is gone, hunger is a problem. The students left their seats again and searched throughout the ruins, but as expected they found almost nothing that could be used as food. A chocolate bar with an unreadable expiration date, some bloated canned foods, some rotten-smelling meat, and a few withered bunches of weeds were all that was available. Even then, the amount of food was ridiculously small for everyone to eat. Everyone is frustrated by the food shortage. But there was one person who was cooking alone, out of sight, out of mind. It was Vikir. Bubbling. Vikir lit a barrel of used oil and placed a dented pot over it. He caught rainwater from the tents and boiled it. Hey, why are you boiling water? Granui, who was watching from the side, asked. Vikir answered quietly. I need to eat. Really, is there food? Granui asks, swallowing hard, and Vikir nods. With that, Vikir stretched out Beelzebub's sword and held it to the withered stem of the flower. Poof! He stabbed with his aura, and the plant's stem began to chip away bit by bit. The stem of the plant was extremely tough, and even with Vikir's aura it wasn't easy to cut through it. The other students probably couldn't even dream of it. Soon Vikir held two broken pieces the size of his little fingernails on his fingertips. Granui shook his head. You're going to eat that, and it's going to be so little. But what happened next made Granui's jaw drop. Pongdang. A piece of the plant stem was placed in boiling water, and an amazing transformation occurred. Bubbling. The stem piece, which was the size of a little fingernail, soon swelled to an enormous size. It was as thick and long as an adult man's forearm. It looks small because it's dried out. If you eat it, it will expand to a huge size in your stomach. Hearing Vikir's words, Granui swallowed hard. The stem was too hard and tough to cut through, but even if he could, his stomach wouldn't be able to handle it if he ate it just because he was hungry. Definitely, if I ate that much, my stomach would burst and I would die. Granui watched, then dipped a minute stalk into the water. Vikir didn't say anything. Granui seemed to have noticed this as well, so he began to nibble on the stem of the plant while observing Vikir's perception. You, by the way, why are you being so nice to me? Vikir had saved Granui's life from a pack of hellhounds in the previous stage. Now he's feeding him. Vikir gazed at Granui in wonder. To be precise, he was looking at the necklace hanging on Granui's chest. Well, we're friends, Vikir said nonchalantly and looked away. In essence, the word friend cannot be used to refer to people of similar age and in the same class. Vikir knew this, but he said nothing. But for some reason the corners of Granui's eyes became moist. Friend. Granui hadn't made a single friend since entering the Colosio Academy. Everyone in his class followed him around, watching for anything to drop. The seniors are the ones to approach for connections. Moreover, he was always craving attention and recognition from his father, the patriarch of the family, and his older brothers. However, being the youngest, he was treated like a child, and no matter how great his achievements were, he could never achieve anything new because his older brothers had already gone through it all before leaving him lonely and dull. That hadn't changed since Head entered the academy. But now Granui was feeling complex emotions that he couldn't quite put his finger on. I want to be friends with this guy. Granui had felt this way in the University League, but this kid in front of him was like a big brother even though he was younger. And when Vikir told him he was a friend, he felt recognized. When Granui was blushing with a pride he didn't recognize. "Hey, isn't that you, Granui?" A voice called out from behind him. Granui turned to see a group of third-year aristocrat faction seniors standing there. "I thought you were killed by hellhounds earlier, but you weren't. Thank goodness you're alive, a Leviathan after all, strong and reliable. Hurry over here, it's good to have the youngest again. I'm sorry I couldn't save you earlier, I'll take you out of the tower and give you a big drink instead, haha." They were gesturing toward Granui as if what had happened in the previous stage was no big deal. Granui hesitated. These were the same people he'd gotten along with before. Entering the tower. "What do I do?" Vikir had his own group outside the tower. Granui was torn for a moment, not sure which way to go. After a brief deliberation, Granui opens his mouth to say what choice he just made. Hot, 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 hot. A bizarre laugh suddenly came from nowhere. At that moment all the students turned their heads with wide eyes. A bizarre ball of flesh could be seen floating in the air. It was a fairy. "Hello to all 69 POPLE survivors, is the appearance of Yo URCUT. FAI. The fairy gave a mission when it appeared. Mission: survive 169 days in the ruins. Avoid. Is the Miss Ion UYLL perf ORM sim PLETH is TI me too, can you just survive?" There was a stir among the students. Really, are we really just supposed to stay alive? But what's 1 to 69? Does it mean we just have to survive 1 day or 69 days? Yeah, the time frame is unclear. Common sense says you can't survive 69 days in this cold, hungry place, but then again it would be too easy to just survive 1 day. Just then, a student who seemed to be a leader stood up. Usually a sharp, analytical, and critical thinker in class, he had once again found a flaw in the fairy's explanation. "Wait a minute, something doesn't add up. What's the small print under the mission?" Sure enough, all eyes turned to the direction his fingertips were pointing. "Avoid." Puzzling message, what could it be? Then the fairy who was about to disappear came back in a hurry, as if forgetting something. "Cha-cha-cha, did I forget to unlock it?" "Forgot? What do you mean forgot?" The student who had pointed out the fairy snorted pathetically. "If you're going to bring all these people to play pranks, do it right, you demon. Do you have to be so sloppy?" "Sorry, did I almost make a big mistake." The fairy apologized to all the students, including the model student, in a sheepish manner. And then, snap, the fairy lifted up a finger and let a drop of black blood fall into the air. A single drop of blood dripped down sticky as tar in front of all the students' puzzled faces. It fell onto the dried roots of the plant on the ground and quickly soaked in. And immediately a terrible accident occurred. Ku-duk-duk-duk-duk-diak. A bizarre noise began to echo throughout the giant clock tower building. The vines that had been dry and dead just moments before were slowly moving. At the same time, Tuguk, the model student back who had given a warning to the fairy, suddenly broke. A long tough vine that had been hanging from the wall of the clock tower had suddenly wrapped itself around his waist and grabbed him. He barely felt the pain from his broken back. He was overwhelmed by the sight of a huge flower on the roof of the tower, opening its gaping mouth. The mouth, which was wide open as if smiling, was filled with teeth that were terrifying to look at, sticking out all the way up, down, left and right. Pugig. It took less than a second for a human to be transformed into an insignificant piece of meat in the flower's gaping mouth. Blood flowed out of the gaping mouth. At the same time, the mission window changed. Mission: survive in the ruins for 168 days. Avoid daylily of blood tree. The fairy chuckled. Now you on Lyne ed to survive for a maximum of 68 days rig ht. Oh, you're finally awake, Vikir said as he stretched. A giant flower bloomed atop the clock tower. It opened its gaping mouth like it was laughing and chewed on a human. Crunch, 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 crunch. Bones and bits of flesh mixed with the gurgling blood. As the blood soaked in the surrounding vines, which had dried up like mummies, seemed to wrinkle ever so slightly. All the students stepped back in horror at the ghastly sight. The fairy chuckled and said, "Do esth's plant eat a person onk a day its stlsm also one. Person a day wa uld be eno ug rig ht do it eat tche live ing and the da. Adalike. Danger level s daylily of blood tree. A powerful demon tree that although it is an immature creature must eat a person a day. It was a dangerous creature that could not even be compared to the hellhounds they had encountered in the previous stage. Realizing this instinctively, the students stared at the cannibalistic flower on the clock tower in disbelief. No way you expect us to spend 69 days in a place where such a monster lurks. Oh no, it's only 68 days now. Damn it, whatever. Calm down, it's not important that one day is shortened but why it was shortened. Maybe we can reduce it further here. With the death of one person just now there are fewer days to endure. But even so 68 days was not a short time. With limited food and water and with one person a day falling prey to the monster, it was a long time to wait. Everyone is watching with fear and anxiety. Meanwhile Daylily stretched out its long tongue and pulled out the bits of meat stuck between its teeth, then went back to sleep. Did you see it? It's okay, I as lowing as you don't act it. However, the fairy's words that followed caused the students' expressions to stiffen once again as they breathed a sigh of relief as soon as Daylily fell back to sleep. Will I guess it yll waku up aga in rig ht. The nightmare had only just begun. Now the students have to fight cold hunger and blood-sucking daylilies for 68 days here. Some of the students gritted their teeth and tried to attack the stems of the daylilies, but there was no way they would be able to make a dent in the body of a dangerous Class S monster in the first place, especially since they were 100 times weaker than their strength outside the tower. That's wrong, I can't even gather enough mana. I don't want to be in the same room with that monster, I don't want to. But the ruins are so cold, even if you don't like it, if you don't stay close to that monster, you'd rather freeze to death in a concrete sewer. Do you think that plant won't find you? Didn't you see the roots and vines growing out of it earlier? Alas, what am I supposed to do? I'm hungry and thirsty, and how am I supposed to spend 68 days here? The students were frustrated, they were so confused and scared that they didn't know what to do. Then the fairy said good-naturedly, "Do not be so discouraged, I will bring you a sp gift." At the same time, strange things appeared before the eyes of all the surviving students. Pop, pop, pop. With a loud firecracker sound, a box fell into each of the students' arms. It was a black cube the size of a human head with a red symbol written near the lid. Mafraduy uncomfortable if the residential nothing in it, so I've prepared a sp gift for you. What's included is random. According to the fairy, it contains items, tools that are called artifacts, or uparts outside the tower. What's inside is random, and if you're lucky you'll pull out a powerful and useful item. If you're unlucky you'll get a piece of junk. Great, I'm good at these gotcha draws, I'll show you my luck. One student was the first to open the box. The box was designed to be opened by lifting the lid, sticking your hand inside and pulling out what was inside. You couldn't turn it over or break it to get at the contents. Let's see what's inside. The student stuck his hand inside the box. At that moment, wham! An unpleasant crackling sound was heard. He pulled his arm out of the box and saw that his hand had been severed from around his wrist. As the student fell holding his bleeding arm, the black box naturally disappeared. Do es bang al so komi out akasai only some thangi li kamim see is it? Li kuth is. The fairy's words once again turned the faces of the students who had seen the random box and had the slightest glimmer of hope in their eyes into dead faces. The students were now divided into two groups. There are students who open the random box in front of them and students who do not. Most of them didn't open the boxes because they'd seen people get their wrists blown off trying to open them earlier. However, there were quite a few students who opened the box anyway. What if I don't open it? I can't just sit there and starve to death. We have to get something before we die of hunger. Damn it, I'm going to slit my wrists. Weapons come out, please something to defend myself. The results of the randomized box were then revealed to the sound of loud fireworks. The most popular item was the strange candy. Red, blue, and green candies in that order. After that someone had a fan full of feathers like those worn by noble ladies, someone had a scary-edged iron sword, someone had a small harmonica. Someone had a mace too heavy to lift, someone had salt and pepper, and someone had beef jerky. Some people provide drinking water, some people use farming tools. There was no shortage of items dropped in the randomized boxes. In addition to the group opening the random boxes, some of the more intelligent students began to analyze the situation. At the beginning, the number of days we had to survive here was 69, and then it was reduced to 68, right? You don't think 24 hours have passed since then, do you? I think the time we have to survive here is up to us. What does that have to do with the fact that there were 69 survivors when we first got here? Surely the fewer people we have, the fewer days we have to survive. A plan like that is certainly possible in the minds of the demons. The number of survivors who first came here was 69 days to live here. But after a student was eaten alive by a daylily, the number of survivors dropped to 68. At the same time, the number of days they had to survive here was reduced to 68. Eventually, the students came up with a frightening deduction. The number of days to live here is equal to the number of survivors. What if the number of survivors decreased, the number of days they would have to endure decreased as well? After a while, some of them will die of cold and hunger, and maybe before that there will be more deaths due to violence over food and grudges. That's not so bad, it means we'll have fewer days to live. Still, I've been scouring the ruins and there's not a whole lot of food, it's just that most of it is spoiled or rotten. If anything comes up, let's eat this fat guy first. KKKKKK. What kind of joke is that? It's not funny. Do you think it's a joke? The amount of time a person can go without eating is between 3 and 7 days at most. If you have access to some water, you can go up to 20 days. So 68 days without food in a cold, desolate ruin like this is a long way to go. And if the daylilies wake up at this time tomorrow, that's a problem. It only takes one to get eaten and then it goes back to sleep, so why don't we all run for our lives and let the slowest ones get eaten first? That seems like the fairest thing to do. It's called natural selection. Yeah, right, if you're slow you die. Is that daylily so strong in the first place? Can't we all just fight it? The students are talking to each other. The fairy added as if she had forgotten something. Isn't th at rig ht daylilies get annoy edwhnumov a lot they can. Eat 6 or ig htpe opal in a singlu by t it's bet tur not to mova. Lot, isn't it? After speaking, the fairy pointed to the inside of the window of the building next door. Where everyone's eyes turned, there was a pile of bones. All large, thick bones. They were the remains of hellhounds shattered all over the place along with the surrounding terrain. The fairy chuckled and pulled up a hologram window. It showed scenes of the hellhounds from the previous stage fighting against the daylily of blood tree. Nearly 100 hellhounds, each bearing their teeth and claws, lunged at the daylily of blood. And the results were devastating. Bam! The 100 hellhounds didn't last 10 seconds against the daylily of blood. In the 3-second window between 10 and 8 seconds, 50 of them were hit by the whip-like stems separating their upper and lower bodies. In the span of 4 seconds, from 7 seconds to 4 seconds, 40 of them, slightly less than half, were hit by roots protruding from the floor, turning into blood clots and stuck to the floor. From 3 seconds until the count reached 0, the 5 surviving hellhounds were hit by the poisonous breath that spewed out from the central tassel of the flower on the clock tower, melting into a handful of blood. From then on, the daylily ate the hellhound's corpse for a while, but soon got tired of it and moved to another location. Annihilation. A silence descends among the students. Even the hellhounds that had harassed them so much in the previous stage were like this. If it's true that daylily grows more ferocious the more it moves, this means that in a worst-case scenario it could kill all 68 of them at once. That's 1 person a day, 1 human sacrifice. An eerie silence falls over the ruins. The 68 surviving students begin to fight for attention. cold hunger and the risk of being chosen to be sacrificed to the monster. What's more, that cannibal flower, if we throw a corpse at it, it will eat and sleep, right? Of course it will. It said earlier that it eats both the living and the dead. So it doesn't just eat one person a day until everyone dies. No, if everyone's going to die, then all we can say is to die. Okay, that's it anyway. It also eat corpses, right? It will make things easier. I'm thinking the same thing, maybe even easier than the last stage. Some of the students cast dangerous glances at the others. The atmosphere in the ruins was getting increasingly out of control. Underground level 3, familiar ground 2. Only then were the 68 survivors gathered here able to fully understand their situation. Shit, we need to worry about food, warmth, and survival tomorrow. You all saw the video. It's impossible to fight back. Then we need to decide who will be our food tomorrow. Who are we going to sacrifice? Rather than looking for food and protection from the cold right now, they should quickly find a way to satisfy the cannibal flower's hunger tomorrow. The daylily of blood tree. It is said that this dangerous creature will only go to sleep if it can feed on one human per day. The more movement it takes to catch its prey, the more food it needs, so we had to make sure it could feed with minimal movement. That means one of us has to be sacrificed. Shit, you've just destroyed our unity and everything. This is a demon's ploy to separate us. So if it's a ploy, what are we supposed to do? Not go along with it? Who says that's just the way it is? No one disputed the idea that one person should be chosen from the herd to make a human sacrifice. The question then becomes who, how much, and how to organize the sacrifice. I don't suppose anyone would volunteer to be a sacrifice. How are we going to select the sacrifices in the first place? Are we going to nominate them, vote on them, or look for conditions that will benefit the community? Shouldn't we first decide how many people to select? Food and water are limited here. Even then, most of it is rotten or contaminated. They could probably survive for about 2 weeks if they persevered. In order to shorten 68 days to about 14 days, more than 50 people are needed. At most. Damn, 50 out of 68, that's almost it then. That's the bare minimum we might need to make more sacrifices. I can't go hungry for more than 3 days. What do you want me to do, you crazy person? Throw everyone but you into the feeding frenzy of that fucking flower. Who said that? I'm just saying that different people have different hunger tolerances. You fat bastard, you've been whining about being hungry since you were in school. The argument intensifies all around, and then one of them shouted in anger, "I'm going to eat you." Suddenly the atmosphere in the room turned cold. The student who spoke up also stuttered, clearly flustered. What's with the atmosphere? I'm just saying this, guys, of course. It's not my intention, just. But everyone had a hunch what they had to do to survive 2 months in this place. It's not just about deciding what to feed the daylily of blood. They also had to decide what they would eat. Cannibalism, an ancient taboo, but a way of survival once familiar enough to be taboo. The demon's message was simple. Eat each other. Being reduced to mere prey in the presence of the absolute was not the true bottom. What lies beneath is the underground, the chamber of horrific cannibalism. One by one, the students were realizing what the demon was up to. No one was saying anything, but the silence growing heavier and more murderous showed it. After a long silence, one man stepped forward. It was Arthur Gordon Pym, a third-year student who was the leader of the aristocratic faction. Gordon opened his mouth in a heavy tone. Boys, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. Everyone's heads snapped up at that. Gordon continued. Harsh decisions will continue to be required in the future, but for now, let's focus on the problem at hand. All the students nodded in agreement. Let's put aside the scary and horrifying thoughts of food-water feeding. Sacrifice cannibalism and kinsmen for a moment. What was urgent right now was the food that would calm the daylily tomorrow. Gordon swallowed hard and said, "We need to decide on a sacrifice for the cannibal flower tomorrow. Do you all agree?" Everyone nodded. Gordon spoke again. "Does anyone have any ideas on what criteria we should use to select the sacrifice? How about a vote on?" Someone raises their hand. A vote? Good, it's a good idea. After all, students have always decided many things in school this way. But voting is basically a process of saying yes or no to a specific agenda. In order to vote, the person or condition to be fed must first be presented, so that we can vote on whether or not to follow it. You could name a specific person and vote on whether or not to sacrifice them. But that's too direct and aggressive for the average mind. The students chose to turn around and point out the target as a way to avoid guilt as much as possible. Hey, how about this? The big man, his body packed with muscles, crossed his arms. Even in nature, the weak are eliminated and the strong survive, so would be sacrificed from weakest to strongest, and even if it was a dog fight, the weaker ones would most likely be sacrificed anyway, so that's ridiculous. The rebuttal came straight from the other side. A girl with neatly styled hair and glasses spoke up in a bubbly voice. We're human beings, we're civilized, we're intelligent, we're not like that. We're not like some wild animals with powers. Then by what criteria do you want to pick tomorrow's sacrifice? That I said before, we're civilized people, we're intelligent people. Right, so why don't we pick the sacrifices in order of stupidity or school grades? The idea of sacrificing them in order of weakness or lack of studying came up. The big boy who had shouted earlier, still with his arms crossed, shouted, "We should sacrifice the weaker ones first, like that brat." Where he looked, there was a small, timid-looking boy cowering. However, where he would have cowered at the shouts of the larger boys in school, he no longer did. You say I'm weak? Well, I don't know, I think I'm stronger than you are now. What? The big boy flinched for a moment. The timid-looking boy slowly stood up from his seat. He looked at the big boy with bloodshot eyes. Why don't you relax your arms? The big boy could only break out in a cold sweat, unable to say anything. Puck. The next moment, a timid-looking boy quickly charged at him. The big boy was stunned and his arms relaxed into a defensive stance. The big boy's arms are untied, revealing a severed wrist wrapped in a dirty cloth. His wrist had been eaten by a mimic from the random box given to him by the fairy earlier. The timid-looking boy grabbed the larger boy's wrist and shook it, grinding his teeth. What do you think? Maybe back in school, but here and now I'm stronger than you. Do you still want to do this in order of strength? Quaff, are you crazy? Don't you know that I'm a member of the aristocratic faction? If I say one word to my father, I can put you out of business. Try to fold it somewhere. To do that, you have to get out of this fucking tower, right? Try it, huh? With their usual tantrums, the two boys began to argue and fight. Actually, it wasn't really a fight, but more of a one-sided beating of the boy with the severed wrist. Was it because he picked up a few red candies? The timid-looking boy was throwing some serious punches. At that time, Gordon mediated between the two. Okay, that's enough now. Is not the time for us to fight if we don't stop. The atmosphere can get out of control. When Gordon, a senior member of the aristocratic faction, said this, the timid-looking student stepped back with a grunt. The big man with the severed wrist also hurriedly crawled back on three legs. His groin was already yellow and wet. There were many more to come. I think we should start with the weakest first. Send out the ones who can't study first. Are you going to waste their brains? Somewhere in the lower grades people are fooling around. We need to make sacrifices starting with the lower grades. It's not fair to pick by grade. I'm 3 years older than you. Do it by age. Shouldn't the elderly be favored? Damn it, age is a free pass. How do you expect me to treat you with it? I'm not kneeling down, but let's do it in order of class. Money, why don't we do it in order of money? It's simple. How about friends? Let's sacrifice the friendless first. Friendship vote. Friendship vote. Bah, you know we're a great family when we go outside, don't you? The world is all about connections. Let's think about it when we leave the tower. The guys who sacrifice for me, I'll make sure to remember their real faces so I don't forget them later. As the atmosphere heats up, the guilt evaporates faster and faster. The students who were initially glazed over with guilt were now glaring and drooling as if they were bargaining in a meat market. Do it like intelligent people. Vote. Fine, let's do it democratically. Majority rule. Yes, let's do this until there is unanimous agreement. Intellectually, democratically, and through discussion, like the students of the Colosio Academy, the most prestigious university in the empire. As a result, it was decided that one student would become daily food tomorrow. A first-year student whose face and name you can barely remember. He can't study, he can't play sports, he's not particularly good-looking, and he has no friends to protest on his behalf. He cried out a cry, or rather a protest, that was close to a scream. It's unfair that I was chosen. Shut up, it was a majority vote, you were unanimously chosen. You guys colluded amongst your friends, I'm an underdog and I don't have any friends to back me up. The faces of the other students stiffened as the would-be prey shouted desperately, "Hey, are you bragging about having no friends? Connections is a skill, don't you know? What's the point of being alive if you're useless? What good can you do to the community? Shut up if we trick you right here and now make a fool out of you and throw it to that flower tomorrow. What are you going to do? Just go quietly, since you were chosen, we can compensate your family later. When we leave the tower, I'll tell them you were a hero, huh?" Threats and appeasement follow at every turn. Those who weren't chosen desperately tried to build a wall to secure their safety. "Ugh, no, I have parents at home and siblings." The boy who was chosen to be fed began to sob, and everyone who saw his tears looked away, if only for a moment. They didn't want to admit it, that this boy reduced to a mere prey is also someone's precious child and brother. But what can they do if others don't die? I will die. This is a place like that. No, maybe the world outside the tower was actually like this too. Everyone was nauseated almost simultaneously. In the midst of the great contradictions and confusion, the atmosphere was becoming increasingly distorted. Just then, enough. The bubbling madness was instantly quelled. A hand grabbed the attention of all the students. "I will be the prey." The footsteps pushed their way through the crowd. Black hair, red eyes, expressionless expression that makes it impossible to read what he's thinking. It was Vakir. "I will be the prey." A hand grabbed everyone's attention. Vakir stepped to the front of the class. His nonchalant face looks like it belongs to someone who's volunteering to clean their room or wash the dishes for the day. The room fell silent. There was hardly anyone here who didn't recognize Vakir's face. The talk of the town, the first-year super rookie. Whether it's his sports, his grades, his skills, or his looks, he's quite a celebrity in many ways. The auction's simultaneous outbidding of the aristocrat faction and the baron faction was rumored among the professors. Gordon, a third-year student in the aristocratic faction, asked in a nervous voice, "Are you going to be the sacrifice of that cannibalistic flower?" "Yes." "Don't you know what a sacrifice is? I mean, aren't you a little out of it? Did you hit your head on something when you fell?" They didn't see Vakir hunting Cerberus with a pack of hellhounds. But they did know that Vakir was much stronger than most upperclassmen, so they found the situation puzzling. But Vakir merely repeated the same words in an indifferent tone. "I will be the prey. If you don't like it, find another volunteer." With that, Vakir turned his head to look at the students lined up on either side of Gordon. Although they were covered in blood and sweat, they were all expensive clothes that clearly looked like they were luxury goods. They were probably students of the aristocratic faction. Everyone who caught Vakir's gaze cowered and hid behind. "No members of this group, is that it?" At Vakir's question, Gordon and the other students from the aristocrats averted their gaze. Vakir continued nonchalantly, "You guys, weren't you planning to hunt down other students and use them as fertilizer for Daylily anyway?" The eyes of all the students widened to the point of tearing. Vakir was convinced that the aristocratic students were plotting an evil plan because of what he heard behind the scenes. "That cannibalistic flower, will it eat and sleep even if we throw a corpse at?" "I'm sure it will. It didn't say it only eats the living." "That's good, then it will make things easier." "I'm thinking the same thing, maybe even easier than the previous stage." However, the students of the Baron faction turn white when they hear Vakir's words. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? How could anyone think such a thing? Isn't it?" "Of course not. It's true, believe me," Gordon exclaimed in frustration. But it was too late. The other students who had heard Vakir's warning slowly began to distance themselves from the aristocrats. No longer could they dominate the atmosphere as they had before. Gordon scratched his head as he watched the students slowly avoid him. "Damn it, so what should I do? I came here because I wanted to say something. But you, I told you at the beginning I'm going to be the prey. Then just get eaten, do it. It will still be like that, but... Vikir paused and looked back at everyone. I'm just trying to tell you how no one will die after me. With those words, everyone's eyes locked on Vikir again. Every single one of them looked desperate. Gordon shuffled toward Vikir, ready to drop to his knees at any moment. What, well, is there a way to do that? What if you changed your mind and decided to lie? But Vikir didn't let Gordon finish his sentence. Get it? What? Gordon said, and then looked blank for a moment. Vikir spoke again. I will catch the daylily of blood tree. The faces of the students around him went blank. What the hell, crazy? Didn't you see the video the fairy showed us earlier? Oh no, we just wasted our time. Just when the complaints were about to explode. Boom! A terrifying blast of sound ripped through everyone's eardrums. Vikir raised his fist and slammed it into the wall of the clock tower. Crack, 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 rumble. The diagonal crack stretched out and completely collapsed one of the stone pillars of the clock tower, causing the bridge piers beyond it to collapse one after another. All the students' jaws dropped. Vikir spoke again. The daylily of blood tree will be caught by me alone tomorrow. There was nothing to say to that. The students just stood their mouths agape, listening to his words. Then Vikir crossed his arms. But there are some things that are essential to the process. What are they? Gordon asked, and Vikir answered him nonchalantly. Random boxes, candy. I need all of yours. At that, the students looked at each other's faces. Those who had opened their random boxes were looking at the candy and other assorted items inside, while the unopened ones hesitated, holding the random box itself. Gordon was no different as he held up the 15 strange candies from the random box. He thought to himself, if I had known, I would have eaten them all as soon as I got them. But Vikir knew what they were thinking. From now on, people who eat candy will be excluded from transactions, even people who have nothing to offer. What do you mean exclude? Think about it yourself. I have a plan. That made everyone bite their lips. In truth, there wasn't much to think about. In the first place, the random boxes and the items they contained were given to them in order to survive the daylily of blood tree. As long as they could save their lives by consuming them, they would stay in business. But the human heart is a tricky thing. It's not easy to give up what you have for the common good. Gordon, the leader, is hesitant, but the other students are not. Vikir turned to Gordon, who was hesitating, and to the aristocratic students beside him. Earlier you looked at me like you could never lose your people. Was it a relationship so cheap that you couldn't even pay for the random box? No, of course not. I'm not doing this because I feel like the random box is a waste. I'm doing this because I'm afraid you're going to run off with our random box and candy, and I'm wary of that. You might think so then, but don't give them to me yet and keep them. Tomorrow when the daylily wakes up, I will go and stand in front of it and stack them some distance away. You guys stand a little further away. It's a way for them to have a backup plan if it looks like the agreement is going to be broken. If Vikir betrays, the students can run forward and retrieve the random box. If they do, Vikir can use his quick feet and strength to run the other way. I will not betray you as long as the number of random boxes and candies are kept. But does it have to be random boxes and candy? Can it be something like money for leaving the tower or an unconditional offer of a good job? No, it has to be random boxes and candy, all other items as well. Even the students here know that the promises outside the tower are empty. Just when everyone was about to give up. Stay here, Vikir. Grenouille was the first to step forward. His eyes were sparkling for some reason. If you ask for it, I'll give it to you. We're friends, we trust each other. Vikir paused for a moment. Then he took the random box from Grenouille's hand. And when he opened it, snap! The random box didn't explode but instead bit into Vikir's wrist. Mimic Grenouille's random box was a flop, but that's to be expected when you can't tell anything by looking at it. The blood drained from Grenouille's face. Oh my god, are you okay, Vikir? Oh no, I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. No, that's not what's important right now. The medicine now. But Vikir just smirked. Calm down. Vikir squeezed the arm that had been bitten by Mimic. And then, pow! With his other hand he struck the Mimic's stomach and crushed it. When the box-shaped exoskeleton breaks, tongues, intestines, and teeth pour out together with blood. There was not a single wound on Vikir's wrist when he was taken out of the mimic. I guess you'll just have to take your heart. Granui gives him a blank look, then a sparkling gaze. As expected, my friend. All the students in the room stuck out their tongues in disbelief. They had just watched a pretty strong third-year student lose his wrist to mimic so futilely just moments ago. Besides, Vikir was still not finished with his demands. And one more thing, there's something I need you to hand over. What the hell is it? This is the most important thing. Vikir opened his mouth to make his final demand. I need one human body. Everyone's complexion changed drastically, including Gordon's. This wasn't like the random boxes and candy had been asked for earlier. What are you talking about? Why do you want a human body? You're the one who's going to make sure there's no body in the first place. The only time I need a human body is the beginning right now. The daylily of blood tree is overly skinny and has very hard skin. It's slowed down because of that, but it's also difficult for me to attack. Granui had seen Vikir cut through the flesh of the daylily of blood tree with painstaking precision. The other students had also seen hellhounds annihilated by the vines of the daylily of blood tree without leaving a single living soul, so they all had no choice but to agree with Vikir. Finally, Gordon said bluntly, "Shit, so whose body are you going to sacrifice?" In the end, it came down to the same old discussion. Who would die? The student who fails. The student who doesn't have enough money. The student who doesn't have many friends. Or those who are simply powerless. With all these questions in front of him, Vikir drew his sword once again. It's up to me to decide. At that moment, quack. The stone pillars that Vikir had just smashed with the force of his fist immediately collapsed. Seeing this, the students realized once again that Vikir was 100 times weaker inside the tower. Several times they denied the reality of the situation only to have the inevitable conclusion come out of their mouths. Are you a swordmaster? A sound unpleasant to hear as something hard and dry twisted. Exactly 24 hours later, the giant cannibal flower awoke. Daylily of blood tree. Danger rating S. Size. Found in deep in the polar hell inaccessible zone blood swamp flesh. Splattered zone of area 4. Also known as blood swamp daylily or blood swamp nightmare. A mysterious plant that floats on the churning waters of the blood swamp at the mouth of the blood lake in the depths of hell. Even in the blood swamp where everything sinks because there is no buoyancy, you can somehow see them floating. It is the strongest and most ferocious of all the creatures that inhabit the blood lake, and its endless appetite and gluttony make it an object of fear, even to fellow monsters. It is said that a single daylily sprouting from a single seed of this plant once grew so large that it brought humanity to the brink of destruction. A daylily of considerable size and weight, it would have to be at least several decades old to grow to this size. Oomph. The noise emanating from the daylily's mouth resembled the sound of a rusty clockwork being forced to turn, but it was a much louder and more unpleasant groan. Thud. The ruins around him crumbled as the creature rose to its feet and slammed down on the clock tower. All it took was for the sprawling vines and roots to shift slightly to the side. Jigigigig. Daylily moved the vines and roots around, hungrily groping for the ground. But there was nothing to touch. It must have intentionally raised its body temperature in the cold field to attract prey, but nothing was caught in its trap. Fumbling, the daylily stretched out its dried-up root tips and pawed at the ground. But the prey had already fled into the distance. They're probably hiding all over the ruins by now. Giggle. Daylily felt more and more hungry the more it moved. It couldn't wait to get into the warm waters of its hometown's lake to warm up and quench its thirst. It was so cold and thirsty here. Just then, pop, something touched the end of the dry root. It wasn't cold concrete or rebar or anything like that. Warm and soft leather, chewy and juicy meat inside and savory and crunchy. Bones inside. But most irresistible of all was the blood inside, blood, that sweet, refreshing nectar. Shaking. After so much cold and thirst, Daylily had found the perfect treat for its taste buds. It's a different texture than the cold, rotten food it had been reluctantly swallowing. The daylily groped for its prey by the tip of its roots, which trembled with excitement and thrill. It felt the tiny sphere that must be the head, the dense brow through the
delicate roodtip.
The roots trailed down the slender neckline that connected the head to the body, licking the smooth cleavage and the waist and hip lines next to it. It climbed back up the straight, outstretched legs and now came to the hands, the only part of the body that looked quite rugged compared to the rest of the smooth body. And down past the hands was a long hard this. Daylily was just about to decide what this was. TSK. The sensation was abruptly cut off. A searing pain shot through the tip of the root. Kigajigigigig. Daylily suddenly realized. The tip of the root had been cut off by a long hard sword. If you're awake, you should be moving, Vikir muttered in dry tones. The daylily of blood tree in front of him casts down a flower that resembles a face. The wrinkles of the flower were horribly distorted, and the gaping maw was filled with misshapen teeth that had sprouted out at will. Vikir already knew a bit about this grotesque creature. Daylily of blood tree, it's a plant-type monster that lives in the depths of the oil fields. During the age of destruction, the lakes were overgrown with them, and we had a hard time finding water. How many of his friends and men had lost their lives trying to exterminate them? So Vikir had a better sense of the situation. This is the degraded version. It wasn't just Vikir, but anyone who had lived through the age of destruction would have recognized it. Daylily of blood tree are basically aquatic plants. Aquatic plants don't thrive in places without water. Only a lake filled with nothing but blood deep in the depths of hell can sustain this terrifying plant to adulthood. If not that, at least a place full of water. When the war began, the demons brought the seeds of this plant into the human world and sowed them. There were no lakes filled with blood in the human world, but there were many lakes filled with clear, clean water. The daylily of blood tree drank from the waters of these lakes and thrived. Although they were smaller than the ones from the mainland of hell that had been fed on blood, they were still large and fierce. However, this one in front of me has been suffering from hunger for a long time. It's small and dwarfed for a daylily of blood tree. It looks slow and weak, like it hasn't had blood or water in a long time. Of course, this was not to be underestimated. Quack 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 quack. Just like in the video the fairy had shown earlier, this monstrous creature could collapse buildings in a radius of a dozen or so meters with a single swing of its vines like a whip. No amount of ducking and dodging will save you from being mortally wounded by that attack. It's much weaker now that it's out of the water, but it's still an impossible monster for students to deal with, which means that Vikir's eyes sparkled. I didn't place it there to be captured. As far as Cerberus was concerned, it had been placed there for entertainment purposes, perhaps in the slim hope that someone would show up to catch it. But this was no daylily of blood tree. The students who had just entered the tower, even if they were 1,000 strong, would be no match for this single degraded version. They have created an absolute being that cannot be caught at all and cannot be resisted, in order to destroy all ethics and laws outside the tower and create a state of enemy through antagonism and discord among colleagues and even cannibalism.
Boom quack quack quack.
A gust of wind whipped through Vikir's back hair. The vines of daylily whipped up again, making the surrounding ruins even more chaotic, destructive enough to warp the entire terrain. Admit it, give up, as you have deteriorated, so have I. Vikir held up his hands. Then he turned and started running. His destination, the meeting place with the randomized boxes of the 68 survivors. Anyone who isn't an idiot wouldn't break a promise. Vikir leapt over the rubble of the ruins, dodging the whipping vines. Now beneath the collapsed fountain he could see a black line. It was a long row of 67 random boxes. The survivors, including Gordon, had left them behind. Not including Grenouille's mimic. I'm glad there aren't any idiots. If there had been any, he would have turned on his heel and run for the hills. That way at least 30 people would have died and would have gotten through. The day and scathed. Gijig Gugia Jayagyag. Vikir doesn't have much time as the enraged daylily has already spread its roots and is moving toward him. Vikir hurriedly opened all 67 random boxes. Puff 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 puff. Random boxes spit out items with a loud explosion sound. Among them there were as many as 5 mimics. There are a total of 68 random boxes and only 7 mimics, so the demon are still in bad taste. Vikir quickly scanned the items. Most of them were junk, not even worth looking at. Polished bronze swords, shiny beads, fake potions, shoes with holes in the soles, stinking armor. Vikir sifted through the junk, quickly searching for anything worth taking. The first thing he picked up were red, green, and blue candies. Vikir. LV1. Title Gutter Rat Hunter Hell's Dog. Stats. Strength 230 30 260. Agility 219 10 229. Stamina 244 25 269. Physical resistance 1. Locked. By consuming 30 red candies, 10 green candies, and 25 blue candies. Vikir's strength, agility, and stamina stats have increased significantly. Definitely I feel lighter. The power of the stats was amazing. His body suddenly felt like it was boiling over with energy. After collecting all the candies, Vikir picked up the rest of the miscellaneous items. These two are useful. From the pile of junk, only 2 items stood out to Vikir. Sunflower seed, shrew's tooth, hoe, farming tools. D. A hoe made from the teeth of a large shrew. If nothing else, it's useful for digging up plant seeds. Oil paper pouch. D. A pouch that is quite tough and does not dissolve well in water. It's good for holding things because it keeps moisture out. Once Vikir had packed these, he looked into the pile one last time. At first glance, there was nothing left to carry. Vikir was just about to turn around. For a moment Vikir thought he must be looking at the wrong thing. However, the seasoned veteran knew well that if he ignored this type of sense, in an urgent situation he will end up hitting the ground and regretting it later. Vikir looked through the junk once more. Shiny. Something silvery and round was buried among the trash. A candy, silver, glowing candy. Vikir's fingertips trembled for a moment. Head quickly dismissed all the other colored items, expecting to find only red, green, and blue candy, but hadn't expected to find something like this. Even as the daylily, mad with hunger, rushed in from behind, destroying everything in its path, Vikir's gaze remained fixed on the silver candy in his palm. Hey, I guess I used up all my luck early on. Before regression, the great heroes from the tower reminisced about this silver candy, filled with great regret, longing, and yearning. A treasure that still captivates the hearts of so many heroes even after so much time has passed since they left the tower. Strange candy, reflexes, silver. A candy that increases the reflexes stat by 1. Tastes fishy. 1 reflexes. Vikir never thought he'd find this hidden piece in a random box on the 3rd floor of the tower, which was said not to fall out even after all the monsters in the depths of the tower were captured. Jigijikijik. Daylily's hunger had reached its limit. It was rampaging with its mouth so wide open that the flower's head looked like it had been snapped in half. In a mouth as deep as the abyss of hell, misshapen teeth were protruding and eating up rebar and asphalt. Quakwang Puziug. The attacks grew more furious and diverse. The focus on cutting and smashing vines of stems and roots has now changed. Tsutsutsu Paksak. The rocks where the roots touched shriveled and dried up, then turned to sand and crumbled. It sucks the moisture from where it touches, a troublesome ability. Of course, it's not a particularly moist environment, so it's more like it's twisting and squeezing water than sucking it up. It's an inefficient strategy because the amount of energy it expends is greater than the amount of water it gains. However, Swilalilig Kwang Passasag. The daylily continued to extend its roots toward Vikir. Snap. No blood flowed from the wound where the tip of its root sliced through. That's because a huge amount of blood was taken away in that short moment. Also, Pawang Puziug. Every time the daylily's leaves hit the ground, it made a sound like a giant balloon popping and a poisonous gas spewed out. The shriveled and spread-out leaves would burst open upon impact and the cloud of poisonous gas inside would rise up in the shape of a skull. On contact with this gas, the flesh would boil into bubbles and eventually melt away. As such, daylily was the worst biological weapon, armed with a variety of lethal functions. But no matter how powerful an attack is, if it doesn't hit, Vikir was retreating backwards, avoiding all the flying whips, dry energy, and poison gas clouds. A clearly different movement. This was not a matter of agility or stamina. Wang Quang Passasag, dodging sweeping roots with minimal effort and sweeping away flying debris. With a few shakes of the head. No need to move much, no need to move fast. Time seems to slow down. A realm where the time it takes for a small dot approaching from a distance to change into a large dot in front of you feels boring. Vikir. LV1. Titles: Gutter Rat Hunter Hell's Dog. Stats: Strength 260. Agility 229. Stamina 269. Physical Resistance 1. Locked. Reflexes 011. Reflexes, the most difficult of the big three stats to obtain outside of the base stats, has blossomed. It is a realm of innate talent that is impossible to obtain outside of the tower. Vikir had acquired it. With this I have collected 5 of the 6 major stats. This is already a feat. In the 3rd level of the underground, it can only be said that I was lucky. Even those with heroic potential and luck had already obtained 2 hidden pieces which were obtained much later in the tower deep down. Vikir's steps were getting stronger and stronger. Thud. Beelzebub, carrying a sticky liquid aura, cut off the dried leaves of the daylily. It's an air sac. What looked like a dried shriveled leaf was actually a gas sac. It was similar to the structure of a water plant, a species of daylily. The only difference is that the daylily of blood tree contains a lot of toxic gas in its air sacs. Puzyug. The amount of poisonous gas emitted was not very large because it was originally a shriveled air sac. The roots and stems that were swung like a whip were also tough enough to not even cut with an aura-coated sword, but since they were dried up and twisted, the range was narrow. It's a good thing it's a degraded version, because if ID encountered one that lived in the blood swamp where it originated, who knows, but it would have been just as grueling a fight as the one against Madame Eight-Legged in the past. What's more, the daylily of blood swamp tends to live in colonies, and each individual is capable of exterminating the human race. A lake of blood located deep in the abyss of polar hell. Vikir had no idea how big the unknown darkness would be where things like daylilies of blood tree lived together. Then, human, think about other things later. Decarabia's voice warned. Vikir snapped to attention and quickly reached out his left hand. Flick. The Madame Cub's web clung to the top of the collapsed tower. Vikir soared high on it, avoiding the daylily's roots. Gijig Kugijigig. The daylily was growing increasingly hungry and could barely hold its head up. However, Vikir was also unable to land any effective blows due to the daylily's dried and hardened skin. Just then, Gijig. Daylily began to react strangely. A delicious smell wafted in from somewhere. It smelled of blood and musty flesh. It wasn't a hellhound scent, but a soft, tender, savory scent. Yes, this is the smell of human blood and flesh. Jaya 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 Jaya. Daylily began to move hurriedly. The prey that had been annoying earlier also heads towards the place where the scent is emitting. Soon Daylily is standing in front of a large pit. The odor was coming from below. A freshly slaughtered piece of meat lay beneath Daylily. Daylily quickly stretched out a vine and probed at the bottom of the pit. Pungdiong Kunjiog. Something warm and thick is wrapped around the tip of the vine. Daylily thought it was right and quickly sucked them up. Moment. Jig. Daylily's head tilted greatly. The taste is somehow strange. Daylily had been expecting tender, flavorful blood and flesh, and the smell was similar, but the taste was bland. Daylily lifted the vine and examined its contents. It was a large leather sack. Expecting to find a human corpse inside, Daylily stopped dead in its tracks. The smell was unmistakable, human blood and flesh. The weight too was just about right, though slightly lighter. But The leather sack contained something other than a human corpse. Chwag hudug. Human blood, flesh, and bones spilled onto the floor. But there was no human body in it. What was spread on the floor was a considerable amount of blood as well as saliva, snot, tears, and urine. Also there was hair that had been shaved off, nails from the hands and feet, calluses and dead skin cells removed from the elbows and heels, dirt removed from the entire body, and a significant number of teeth. Is it good? Vikir appeared like a ghost behind Daylily. Quite a bit when all the byproducts of the human body are collected. Vikir opened his mouth to show the teeth head pulled from it. Of course it was growing quickly due to the basilisk's regenerative ability. Whenever you eat something your skin becomes softer. With that Vikir swung his sword at the Daylily as it sucked the blood from the floor. Quack. This time it struck. The sword pierced the surface of the tentacle and went right through Gaiawa. As Daylily lifted its heavy flower head and roared, a single bloodshot eyeball could be seen deep in its throat. It was blinded by extreme impatience, hunger, and anger. Has finally been revealed a vital point. Vikir dove into the Daylily's gaping mouth. At the same time the aura swelled by the increased stats stretched out to the end of Beelzebub, in order to inflict a fatal wound in one go, especially at the exact point. Stabbing is more effective than cutting. And because the magic sword Beelzebub had the shape of an awl, it was optimized to perform this role. Narrow but deep, Vikir intended to end the battle with a single fatal blow. And then the Daylily chewed him up and swallowed him whole. Quadak. Just before the upper and lower jaws forcefully engage, which cannot be the case in a plant. Phew! With all his might Vikir drove his magic sword Beelzebub deep into the Daylily's throat, right into the center of its eyeball. Pizizii. The sound of the membrane of the eyeball being torn away and the pupil inside being punctured. The long aura penetrated Daylily's throat and eyeballs and extended out of the back of her head. Udug. Plant dietary fibers, which are much stronger than animal muscle fibers, try to crush his entire body. Teeth harder than polymer alloys were somehow trying to squeeze the blood from Vikir's body. If you want blood, I'm willing. At the same time Vikir's aura thinned and his entire body spewed madam's poison. The venomous blood trickled down the inside of Daylily's throat through its scarred eyeballs. Only then did Daylily realize something was wrong. But it was too late. The awl and aura that pierced the core of life and madam's poison spreading to the veins of the entire body through the wound had already decided victory or defeat. Thud. The pressure on his body seemed to weaken and his vision tilted drastically. With a slight earthquake, the blood tree Daylily laid its massive body on the ground, dying. Level 1 warrior Vikir has successfully hunted the first ranked monster. Blood tree Daylily. Impossible achievements are rewarded. A loud notification ringing in his ears. A mere level 1 newbie had defeated an ranked monster. An achievement that even the tower system recognized as impossible. One by one, the students who had been watching Vikir's fight from afar peered. Wow, that's amazing. I can't believe this strategy actually works. Damn, my teeth are starting to hurt. I don't have nails, sheesh, I'm glad I'm still alive. They were talking about 60 kilograms worth of hair, eyebrows, beards, body. Hair of all kinds, blood, saliva, dead skin, grime, feces, nails, and teeth. Some of the senior students had even cut off their own flesh. Good job. Vikir recognized their hard work. Couldn't have been easy to give up 500 grams of flesh each. In the end, it was a combined effort. A grotesque fleshy creature appeared in front of Vikir. The creature twitched its swollen lips and made a fuss. Oh my god, a new BFROM, the third underground flow or is tech. NGDWN, the blood trees Daylily is th is my fur STTI me Ciangia SCNE. Liku th is. The fairy rolled the eyeball that protruded from the center of its lip and looked at Vikir. Wa'ald you li ku ruard to celebrate wow LDNTDH BGR eat wa'ald. You lo okay for ward to it wa'ald it be a re-ally gr eat ruard. With that the fairy closed its eyes, mumbled something and brought its hand forward from behind its back. In its hand was a large sack. Whoosh! The fairy flipped the sack over and spilled its contents onto the ground. It was a colorful array of glowing candies. 300 red candies. 150 blue candies. 75 green candies. That's a whopping 525 candies. There were also other colored candies among them. Strange candy levels golden. A candy that increases your level by 1. Tastes sweet. Level 1. A brilliant shine that has never been seen before and a sweet taste that can be perceived through the nose even without putting it in the mouth. There was a golden candy that could be exchanged for 300 regular red, blue, and green candies. There were 10 of them. 525 regular candies and 10 level candies. This was a reward so splendid that any survivor who had endured hardships so far would turn a blind eye. In fact, Vakir had a similar reaction. I can't believe I can get this here. The joy, the exultation, the exhilaration that would make even the most veteran of veterans tremble at the end of his voice. Vakir's face was even brighter than it had been when he'd gotten the silver candy, and it was clear what a tremendous sense of accomplishment he now felt. The fairy too responded to Vakir's emotion, spreading its arms wide. Komi on hurry do you want to ku ep all of th is it's all for you. With that, the fairy slowly stepped back, allowing Vakir to devour the pile of candy. As soon as Vakir had the candy in his hands, it looked like it would vanish. However, Kwasik. Vakir lunges forward and stomps on the pile of candy right in front of him. Hudug, degul. Red candies, green candies, blue candies, and golden candies scattered in all directions. Vakir walked over to the panicked fairy and grabbed onto its body as it tried to run away. The fairy struggled to escape, but to no avail. Vakir grabbed the pitifully shitty-looking creature by the hair and jerked it to the side. Where are you going? You have to give compensation. What caught Vakir's gaze sharply was the worn-out sack that was in the fairy's hand. It was the candy bag that had spilled out a large amount of candy just moments ago. Hikek, why are you doing this? The fairy shuffled about in a daze. Vakir looked down at the puzzled expression on its face as if it really didn't understand. It's disgusting. Fairy are basically scammers. Not only does it try to live off the achievements of the participants in the survival competition in the tower, but it also often tries to steal their rewards. The most common type is called pingtang. It means embezzlement. If you're a newbie and you're not getting the rewards you deserve for completing a tough mission, it's almost always because these scammers have done something along the way. It is common for them to steal more than 5 out of 10 under the pretext of commissions and other things, and sometimes they even boldly steal the entire reward. The main pattern is to appear in front of the challenger whose judgment is impaired immediately after clearing a difficult mission, lure them in with a appropriate reward, and then disguise the real reward as scraps by products or trash. Remove it from the reward list and retrieve it. By rule, the fairy must show the challenger all of the rewards they have earned in full view of the challenger so they can't hide them. Therefore, the challenger must carefully consider everything one by one. Any rewards that the challenger fails to pick out will naturally belong to the fairy. So if you see an ultra-rare item like this, you will naturally try to steal. Vakir grabbed the sack of candy from the fairy's hand and snatched it away. Ah! The fairy let out a frustrated whimper. It will be like that. For the sack Vakir now held in his hand was an extremely rare hidden piece. One that was rarely found in the tower, and even the fairies had no idea how to obtain it. Strange candy pouch conversion worm exchanges. Ultra-small bugs that live in the bodies of small creatures. Although it has the shape of a sack, it is actually the egg case of a parasite. It does no harm to its host and feeds primarily on strange candy. If it doesn't consume more than a certain amount of candy on a regular basis, it will die off naturally. The amount of excretion is as large as the amount of food consumed, and the excrement is said to have slightly different properties from the food consumed. Candy conversion special. This creature eats 100 candies of the same type and excretes 1 candy of a different color. The color of the excreted candy is random. Pull out Vikir ripped open the sack. Sure enough, there is a small parasite inside. A small creature infected with this parasite has no health problems, but it does have one unusual ability. It is the ability to eat candy and wrap candy. For example, if Vikir feeds the parasite 100 red candies that increase its strength stat, the parasite will spit out a randomly colored candy. It could be a golden candy that increases your level, a silver candy that increases your reflexes, a black candy that increases your physical resistance, a green candy that increases your agility, or a blue candy that increases your stamina. In the latter part of the tower, you'll find a lot of strange candies, and if you use the worm correctly, you can even turn the most common red candy into the most valuable golden candy. If you're lucky. Before the regression, Camus got this. Before the regression, Camus was obsessed with getting white candy, which boosted her magic resistance stat from all the candy she got from the conversion worms. As a result, she had a ridiculous magic resistance stat which allowed her to ignore mana surge and break through dangerous limits several times. But that was also obtained at the end of the journey on the lowest floor of the tower. Even Vikir himself hadn't realized had accomplished such a feat on the third floor. Vikir turned his head to look back at the little madam perched on his shoulder. It's hard enough to find a small animal you can trust, so I'm glad you're here. I would love to be the host, but my size makes it impossible, so do me a
Favor.
hack hack. As Vikir stroked her, the little madam rubbed her cheek against his hand to show that she was happy. Soon a harmless parasite clung to her body. It settled under her chin. She scratched at it for a while, but then forgot about it as if it hadn't happened. It seems to have no effect on the host, as the description says. It'll give you the stats I get in the future. The little madam who will eat the stat candy will also grow rapidly. Eating and excreting are two different things. Vikir turned his head just in case, but the pile of candies behind him had already been collected. When the fairy was deprived of the real reward, it seemed like it was in a hurry to retrieve the rest. Perhaps that was its entire fortune. Still, there were a few candies still scattered about, as if it had been done in a hurry. Vikir deliberately targeted them, kicking them as hard as he could. You should be grateful even if it's just a crumb. Vikir picked up the candies, which were embedded in various parts of the daylily's body. The fact that the daylily's mouth had oddly shaped jagged teeth was a great help in this case. Once he retrieved the candies that were stuck between his teeth, he had quite a collection. 15 red candies, 6 green candies, and 11 blue candies. There were no golden candies. Since they're so precious, it seems like they're the first to go. Poof! Vikir pierced the daylily's body with the sword of Beelzebub. After a long climb through the popped eyeballs, he could finally see out through the hole in the back of the daylily's flower. When Vikir emerged covered in all sorts of nectar, there were gasps all around. Oh my God, you were alive. We caught a cannibal flower, we caught an glass monster. And with a body weakened 100 times. What the hell is he doing, that guy? All the students of Colosio Academy were shouting with joy. However, none of them got close to Vikir. The Hound, who had just finished a bloody battle, hadn't quite gotten the hang of his vicious aura yet. Only one. Vikir used this ragged towel. I found it in the ruins. This is a scented oil, but you can use it to wash away dirt. Only Granui would come up to Vikir and tend to his needs. But Vikir didn't mind the stares. The first thing Vikir did when he stepped out of the daylily was to grab 2 items. Sunflower seed shrew's tooth hoe farming tools D. A hoe made from the teeth of a large shrew. If nothing else, it's useful for digging up plant seeds. Oil paper pouch D. A pouch that is quite tough and does not dissolve well in water. It's good for holding things because it keeps moisture out. Vikir picked up a hoe made from a shrew's teeth and climbed up to the flower. At the head of the daylily. Sure enough, the center of the flower, which was supposed to be just ordinary, was densely packed with sharp seeds. The seeds were incredibly tough and hard, and he dug them out one by one with his hoe. Thwack, 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 thwack. The seeds didn't fall apart under Vikir's aura and sword blows, but they came out with relative ease with the hoe made of the shrew's teeth. As soon as Vikir extracted the seeds, he stored them in an oil paper sack that did not dissolve well in water. The paper sack repels moisture so the seeds will not absorb moisture and germinate. Looking at the silent figure, the students felt a chill run down their spines. Is it really possible for a level 1 to capture an glass monster with a body weakened by 100 times? Then how strong were you before you entered the tower? Him saying he was at least a swordmaster, is that possible at his age? You know that with your own eyes. So you've been hiding your power all this time. Why? I don't know. How can we know what a master is really like? A group of chickens and a crane. Vikir didn't pay any attention to the clucking of the many chickens. Just then, the fairy they thought had disappeared reappeared. This time the fairy seemed to be angry. Is a miss ion control? Are the re-68 survivors are THY all go? Ing to STI olive for FRE. Perhaps it's embarrassed and annoyed that it was caught trying to scam Vikir. At the same time, a status window pops up to inform you that the mission is complete. Mission: survive 168 days in the ruins. Avoid the daylily of blood tree. Since the daylily of blood tree is dead, it's easy to survive for 68 days by gnawing on the corpse of this giant plant. Knowing this, the fairy simply forced the mission to end. When I get in troubli if I go on Lee Kuth is the re a slig HTLYMO. Rechalling ing miss ion wait ing for you on the next flow or. Having finished speaking, the fairy snapped its fingers in the air. Then a rope-like thing suddenly twitched down from the sky. Wa uldio you lee kami to he lp you get to the next flow or as quick ly as possible, or do you t and k we show uld let so me of the pople who don't deserve to survive the fi re do wn a little bit. The fairy tugs at the rope from the sky. Kulululig kiol seek. A strong current of water rushed down from the other side of the ruins as if a toilet lever had been pulled. Whoa whoa whoa, what is this? It's a tsunami, everyone run. Over there, the gate to the lower level is open over there. It's small, it's only for one person. Quick 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 quick. Students ran like crazy to avoid the approaching tsunami sweeping away everything in the distance. The students ran frantically to escape the oncoming tsunami that was sweeping everything away in the distance. Looks like everyone will be swept away when they get downstairs. So goodbye. With the fairy's voice ringing in their ears, all 68 survivors leapt through the gate. It was a leap to the 4th floor. Ding! You have left the 3rd underground level, familiar land. Entering the island in the Black Sea on the 4th underground level. The imperial capital area on the 3rd floor of the underground is getting darker and darker. Even the huge tsunami that had drenched them up to their toes could no longer follow. All 68 survivors scattered through the one-person gate. And Vikir opened his eyes to find himself on the 4th level of the underground world. An ocean. Vikir swept the dry sand from his face. A moist sea breeze blew in. He was on an island in the middle of a vast distant sea. It looked like an earthen mound rising out of the sea. Bare dead trees appear and disappear like bones in the gray fog. With a splash, Vikir went to the beach and dipped his hands in the water. The water was a murky color throughout. He submerges his hands up to his elbows and soon loses sight of the backs of his hands. The water had almost no buoyancy, so even hair and the hem of his clothes didn't float to the surface. Splash, splash, splash. He waves his hand around and his movements become extremely sluggish. The water itself also felt much heavier than normal water. Is this what you call black water? Vikir nods. An ocean somewhere at the end of the world, a very distant ocean. The waters there are said to be black and heavy and float nothing. Anything that falls into this black water, thick and heavy as molten lead, will not float and will sink. That's why it's a taboo area for sailors, a place they must never enter. Well, a ship that's sailing fine will suddenly sink for no reason. He looked up to see a fierce windstorm raging on the black horizon. A storm that seemed to circle the island and trap it. Vikir shook off the salt water and headed back to the beach. He walked through the black sand and back into the forest of old-growth trees, where he could now see white soil. This is mycelium. Between the grains and grains of dirt are white threads sticky as blue cheese. Half the island is black sand, the other half white. It was a strange ecosystem, as if it had been plucked from a different world and stitched together. The soil dries up, the trees die, the result of two different landscapes being forced together. It's obvious who created this bizarre world. Mdugia's is a worldview absorber. Decarabia on his chest opened his mouth. He wanders the world, plucking out bits and pieces of the world he likes and storing them in the abyss, which leads to a variety of different raggedy spaces, this one among them. It certainly made sense when I thought of the Colosio Academy or the Imperial capital from above. So what happens to the creatures that lived there when a part of the world is absorbed? They are dragged along with it to the position of challengers to the tower. This means that there may be previous guests who entered this tower before Vikir, whether they were human or monster. Then, Vikir spotted something strange near the center of the island. It was a large tree towering in the center of a black and white world where everything else had dried up. The roots of the hell tree, rising from the ground, it was a giant twisted thing with no branches, no trunk, no leaves. Perhaps it had sprouted from the main body of the hell tree, lost its way, and sprouted here. Vikir climbed up the roots of the tree. After climbing up the black hard bark for a while, he saw a hollow blood-red sap oozed from it, forming a puddle. Vikir dipped a finger into it and tasted it. This is edible. The taste was faintly sweet, though the sap was watery from the tip of the twig and the quantity was small. It was enough to sustain a man. In the memoirs of the great hero's head read before his regression, there were numerous references to survival by drinking the sap from the roots of the hell tree, so it was probably safe to consume. Vikir stuck his head in the hole and sucked the sap down. He felt like a bug. But that doesn't matter when it comes to survival. The liquid was just sweet and bland enough to moisten Vikir's parched throat. His guts, which had been parched, were now moist and taut. But is all I need. Vikir drank enough and pulled his mouth away from the sap. There was still quite a bit of fluid left in his muzzle dripping, but Vikir didn't touch it anymore. Decarabia said, "Well thought out, human, there is only a certain amount of sap that can be drunk from a hell tree at a time, and to exceed it is to be turned into a demon." "I know." Vikir was just coming down from the tree roots. "Hey, what are you?" A sharp cry came from below. A few students were casting wary glances in the direction of the hill in the distance. The faces he hadn't seen on the third floor of the underground. But they were all students of the same Colosio Academy, so they were all familiar. They continued to shout at Vikir. "You drank that sap on your own accord. This time it was our turn. He came from somewhere and stole ours." They seemed to have landed on this floor before Vikir. Normally Vikir should have landed here after spending more than 68 days, but the fairy's improvised end to the mission seemed to have blended in with the others. Humph, that means they cleared the mission on the third underground floor. Before me. I guess that's possible since the concept of time in the tower is different for each floor. Vikir glanced back at the students below. Of course they weren't the only ones. "What is it? What's going on? There's a new guy here." "Who's here? Are they from the barons or the aristocracy?" One by one the students appeared over the hill. All of them are skinny and have bloodshot eyes. They must have been poisoned by the daylily of blood tree on the third floor of the tower. Then one of the students, who seems to be the leader, steps forward. "I am Dogma, a third-year student in the Colosio Academy Hot Department. The vice president of the student council. I'm sure you recognize my face." It was a line that felt oddly flattering. Of course Vikir knew his face and name. Dogma, commoner from the underdog city, third year in the hot department. Top of his class, the one who lost to Dolores in the finals. Vikir is a male student who has a significant inferiority complex about his commoner origins and has a tremendous competitive spirit and admiration for Dolores, who is the student council president, class president, and comes from prestigious family. Dogma turned to Vikir and said, "I know who you are. You're Vikir, a first year in the cold department, and apparently you've joined our floor late." He continued in a high-pressure tone as if the entire floor belonged to them. There are rules here and they are to be followed in a fixed time frame as the sap in the gland is limited. You broke that rule. Who made that rule? Vikir asked, and Dogma spoke as if it were obvious. We the commoners.
The commoners.
Vikir cocked his head. There are 3 factions at Colosio Academy. The official one, the student council, and the unofficial ones, the aristocrats and barons. But there was no organization called the commoners. There's no way a faction could be formed on the subject of commoners in the first place. I see it's a new idea in the tower. The world outside is ruled by the rich and powerful, the aristocracy, the royalty, the elite. It's a system that has been in place for eons, and it's increasingly seen as impossible to move between classes. Although there have been extreme cases such as the 47 riots, all such attempts have been brutally and completely suppressed. In other words, beings from the lower tiers could never ascend to the upper tier. But this place is different. Dogma smirked. The logic of the forces that governed the rest of the world, the system that seemed eternal, had no power here. Nothing but zero base, a world where everything was perfectly fair. Rich, beautiful, handsome, high status, educated, strong, powerful, all the criteria that gave you an edge in the world revert to zero, a level starting point. Total equality of opportunity, a world where anyone can rise to the top if they try hard enough. The low status you've been carrying since birth, your ugly looks, your weak body, your lack of talent, your poor family, all of these things can be overturned in an instant. You have the first and last chance to rise above the things that have always looked down on you. We've been disadvantaged since birth by the original sin of having poor, powerless commoner parents, but what about now? It's all about levels and stats and honest rewards for hard work, and now we commoners have a chance. Dogma spread his arms around him. The 20 or so people gathered were all commoners. Dogma held out his hand to Vikir, his voice strangely eager. You're a commoner too, I know, and it's been a long time coming. So was I. Aristocrats and barons can't stand it when a commoner does something well, even though I never got to be the valedictorian because of that bitch Dolores. I have never missed out on being the runner-up, and by my 3rd year I was vice president of the student council, and I've endured countless stares and humiliations along the way. Yes, even if you don't say it, I know everything. Are you the one who ruined the aristocracy and the barons faction at the auction? I've been paying attention to you since then. I always thought it was a pity that these idiots, who only sat there because they had a good relationship with their parents, were slandering you. I wanted to help in my own way, but at that time it was too much for me to think about myself, but now it's different. I can help you, Vikir. Let's hold hands. How long will you continue to bleed under the exploitative structures created by those before you? All the students around him gnawed their eyes, moisturized by Dogma's speech. There was an unseasonably warm atmosphere on the island. What about the rest of the survivors? Until Vikir splashed me with cold water. At least 50 people must have survived the fall from the 2nd floor to the 3rd. Those lucky enough to escape the hellhounds would have been faced with a daylily of blood tree and forced to make a choice. And the 20 or so commoners gathered here are those who survived that choice. Vikir asked again. What did you do with your non-commoner classmates? Dogma replied. That's obvious. You two would have traveled through the 3rd level of the underground. They all became prey. Of whom? Dogma didn't answer Vikir's repeated questions but merely smirked. Don't be too hard on yourself. This is a land of reversed hierarchies, and it's fitting for the fate of nobles who are no better than dogs and pigs. Soon the students split into left and right following Dogma's gesture. Clink, clink, clink. Several students dragged chains they had apparently picked up from the ruins. Then several humans appeared from beyond the pile of dried black fire. Dog collars around their necks, long chain leashes, and signs of beatings and abuse all over their faces and bodies. Vikir squinted. The faces were all familiar. Dogma, a 3rd-year student at Colosio Academy, vice president of the student council. No, Dogma, now the leader of the commoner faction. He took the long stick he had gotten from the random box and climbed up the vine. He sucked out the sap accumulated deep inside with a straw and put it in the bottle he had brought with him. As he descended from the root of the hell tree, he was met with loud cheers from the other commoner students. Dogma poured the sap from the jar into a rain barrel. It's a little watery, but well, all have to share, right? Dogma smirked, and the other students all smiled and nodded in agreement. However, the warm atmosphere belongs to the commoners. It was completely. There's alone. Surplus humans who were right next to each other but not sharing any of the warmth. They had been nobles not so long ago. Chained like slaves, they crawled across the floor in chains, picking up scraps of wood, guarding the campfire and sweeping up the ashes around them. They were triplets.
Ik bro le Baskerville, mid bro le Baskerville, lo bro le Baskerville.
The trident of Baskerville's family was here. All three were badly beaten. Dogma's shadow loomed over the triplets as they labored in silence. Hey, you guys want some of this? Dogma waved a vial of watered-down sap at them. Then crawl over here like a dog. Dogma plopped down on a rotten log and snapped his fingers. Hybro was the first to drop to the ground. And then crawling to the feet of Dogma. Pew! Dogma kicks Hive in the face. Why does it hurt to be kicked in the face by a commoner you've been treating like a worm? You were lucky enough to be born into Baskerville, and you've had a nice, comfortable life of eating and wearing nice things, haven't you? But not me. I was born to penniless, powerless parents, and I've spent my entire life on the outside looking in. I've been unlucky. But since I've been in the tower, I've been able to use that luck to my advantage, and I can't believe you'd drop it after the guys next to you died. As he spoke, Dogma rolled a single round bead between his fingers. Red, it was a strange candy that boosted his strength stat. I got lucky in the tower that I wasn't born with. I grew stronger by consuming the candy that my friends dropped as they died. It was in this tower that I was reborn, and it taught me the hard way how important it is to start somewhere. Afterward, feeling just a little stronger than the students around him, Dogma worked frantically to keep that initial slight advantage. He snatched up any candy in sight. Later, he would spearhead conflicts with the commoners who resented the nobles in exchange for a small share of their candy. After creating and destroying a few groups, he became overwhelmingly powerful. You aristocrats and barons have always sucked our blood, so we should expect nothing less. Dogma continued to kick Hybro in the head and sighed with his foot. You told me to bring up water every time, didn't you? You told me to borrow your textbooks and gym clothes, didn't you? You copied my assignments every time, and you even turned them in before me. Accusing me of plagiarism my freshman year was the worst because no one sat next to me on school trips, no one showed me their genealogy during exams, and everyone around me just stared. It was a really bad, lonely time. Dogma is in third year. When he was a freshman, Hybro wasn't even at Colosio Academy, but no one made a big deal out of it because that's not who he is. Gordon, I should have met that bastard inside this tower. I mean, he's a douchebag who has nothing other than good parents, so I'm sure he's already been dumped by Hellhound or Daylily, haha. Suddenly Gordon's voice echoes in Dogma's head. Wow, Dogma, you're so good at drawing. Who is this? Oh, Dolores. Hey. Dolores, look, he drew you. He likes you. Attention classmates, our friend Dogma has a big announcement to make. Well, he drew Dolores, and it's wow, the face is similar, but the body is a bit different from the real thing. Isn't it a bit exaggerated in certain areas? It's a bit of a personal preference. Hey, what's the matter? Why are you mad? Why are you so upset? It's a joke. What are you going to do about the atmosphere? Why are you making a bad person out of a joke? A moment. Poof. Dogma's eyes lit up. He's capable, he's ambitious. He was capable and ambitious. But he's always been held back by bad luck. But not in this tower. Slaves, commoners, bastards, and illegitimate children, everyone is given equal opportunities. The poverty and incompetence of the hated parents no longer hold them back. You won't fail your exams because you studied hard, and the son of a rich family who gave a shit to the professor stabbed you in the back, and you won't get pushed down in the practical evaluation by the son of a nobleman whose body is filled with all kinds of nutrients every time. There is no longer any need for the achievements made through hard work to be treated as worthless just because the rankings were recorded low or just a few numbers were pushed out. Everything is in your power, and you are rewarded for your efforts, and you are rewarded fairly. We are moving away from a society where putting in even a little effort was a punishment to a world where even if you put in a little effort you can get a little reward. What a wonderful world. The world of demons is much more fair, it's the right one for me. Dogma shuddered, slightly delighted by the reality of now. Then, a gurgle. A sound from his stomach caught his attention. Of course it wasn't Dogma's stomach. It was coming from Highbrow's stomach, no wonder he hadn't had a sip of water in over 3 days. Dogma smirked. Dude, if you want this you're gonna have to beg flatter. Highbrow banged his head on the floor without another word. More. At Dogma's words Highbrow sank deeper and deeper, until his forehead was buried beneath the sand. And then, TSK. Dogma spat into the sap in the jar. He looked back and smiled. Friends, my friends here are hungry too, so let's all chip in and help them. Oh great. Then the commoner students gathered around. More than 20 of them spit into the jar. They'll give you my good stuff, Kakwi. Kugkwa. You're giving too much, there won't be any left, hahatkue. Kwakwa. As dozens of saliva are added to the jarred sap from the roots of the hell tree, bubbles bubble up. If you want to eat, eat scum. Dogma set it on the ground and walked away smirking. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow huddled around the jar. Damn it, do we have to do this? Eat this, I'd rather be dead and ill. Give my stats to my brothers, at least then we can cut off one of his wrists. A boiling sound came from lowbrow's mouth. Midbrow was silent but seemed to agree with his brother. But Highbrow simply gripped the spout of the jar wordlessly. And then, gulp, 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 gulp. Highbrow drank exactly 1/3 of the bottle and set it down. Midbrow and lowbrow stared at him wide-eyed and Highbrow replied nonchalantly. What do you think I hit you in the head for? His voice chillingly cold. Highbrow's eyes flicked to his siblings. If you die, it's over. The idea that heroes risk their lives for their pride is an illusion created by the lesser beings. The real heroes who have made their mark on history have laughed off the humiliation of the present for the sake of the opportunity. The Warring States period. Before the continent was united in the maelstrom of warfare that saw hundreds of countries rise and fall in a single day, many great men and women made their mark on history. Among them were those whose personal lives were less than honorable. They sold their bodies to old sodomites to raise money for the military, crawled under the crotches of tramps to catch their enemies off guard, changed fathers 3 times, boiled their sons to satisfy the tastes of their monarchs, ate their enemies' feces as physicians tended to their health, and sought out assassination opportunities. These men willingly endured humiliation to become the great heroes of history. They say revenge is a fruit best eaten cold, better late than never. Midbrow and lowbrow nodded at Highbrow's words. I wish we hadn't discriminated against or harassed the commoners in the first place. Well, we didn't, the others did, and we had a pretty harsh childhood too, with some of our brothers dying. Midbrow and lowbrow swallowed the sap, which was even more phlegmatic. They had to eat something like this to survive. I suppose this is better than the haggis we used to eat back home. I'd have to agree with you on that. Me too. And then, well, maybe not. An eerie voice came from right behind them. The triplets turned to see the underdog they'd thought was gone staring down at them with bloodshot eyes. I came by just in case, but I didn't think you'd actually eat it. You're a dangerous bunch, you know how to endure the now for the future. The underdog is also a smart guy. He came from a humble background and served as the vice president of the student council. That's why he knows better. Some people with good origins have venom as well. That can't be possible. Venom is the exclusive preserve of underdogs like me. Why do you guys even have this? You already have it all. At least get fat and be stupid, only then can I despise you and be mentally superior to you. Several thoughts raced through Dogma's mind. A moment, Dogma's eyes met Highbrow, but Highbrow's gaze was not on Dogma. His eyes were on something farther away, something much higher. What could it be? The great work, a great destiny, something sublime born of nobility. Something he, a commoner, could not even know existed. The eye of dreams, the dimensions of virtue, the strength of guts, different levels of looking at the present and envisioning the future. Dogma felt it in Highbrow's dying gaze. and he struggled once more. Trash who has nothing but luck. But Dogma himself knew better. He saw himself looking down on the achievements of people from noble families, treating them as nothing more than luck and even viewing them in a reverse, discriminatory way. He also realized that the character grit, guts, discernment, pride and other intangible assets that some of the noble factions in the tower had displayed could not be replaced by stats. From here on out we the aristocrats and barons will take over. Stay out of the way, the stronger ones will lead the way. Run you weaklings, you're dead, I'll show you what noblesse oblige is. Everyone avoid me while I become a prey. Several familiar voices rang in Dogma's ears as he fled from hellhounds and the daylily of blood tree their backs glimpsed in his frantic flight. No, it can't be, this world is perfectly fair, I will be compensated for everything. Dogma drew a well-honed long sword from his waistband. He was ready to cut the triplets down at a moment's notice. Seeing the fleshy tip of the sword, Highbrow shrugged as if he had no choice. There is no choice, the only way is for two of us to die and have our stats go to one person. There is no choice. There is no choice. Finally the triplets agreed for the first time in a long time. Just then, "Hey, what are you?" The shrill cry came from beyond the pile of rotting bushes. It came from the guys who had gone to scoop up the sap. Who the hell drank that sap? This time it was our turn. Wherever he came from he stole ours. The sap is the only food and resource on the island, touching it is the biggest taboo. Even Dogma turned and ran in panic. And then, the Baskerville triplets' eyes widened. A familiar face, a lord they would follow for the rest of their lives, even if he was their half-brother, a man who, despite his level stats and anything else, was strong in his own right. Where are the rest of the survivors? Vikir had appeared. Bang! Vikir ripped the chains around the necks of Highbrow, Midbrow and Lowbrow with his bare hands. The commoner students who had been pushed in the chest looked dumbfounded. Dogma, the leader of the commoners, asked, "What are you doing?" But Vikir didn't answer, only, "If you despise the powerful, why do you copy their behavior? What? Isn't it true that you didn't despise them but rather admired them?" Dogma's brow furrowed. His gaze remained glued to the chains in Vikir's hands even as his words hit home. "You must have a pretty high strength stat to be able to rip through that thick chain with your bare hands. What's it, 4 or 5? No, I'd say 10. Judging by the way you're acting. With a strength stat of 10, it would be difficult to subdue him even within the lines of Dogma. Moreover, there are more than 20 commoner faction students on this side. Don't be stubborn. If you refuse to join hands, I'll have to cut off your hands." Dogma's words changed the mood of the commoner students. Unlike the aristocrats and baron student who were only looking to take advantage of each other, the commoner students were quite quick and united. It's like the grass roots of a weed are intricately intertwined. Seeing this, Vikir's thoughts were subtle. It's all in your power and you're rewarded fairly for your efforts. You can get things you weren't born with, a land of reversal, a land of opportunity, a new world. Vikir gave a small sigh. What are they thinking? He wasn't quite wrong, at least on the surface. In fact, Vikir had met quite a few humans who had changed because they liked the world the demons had created before regression. Surprisingly, quite a few people with great talent and potential for great heroics joined the demon army during the War of Destruction. However, of the humans who eventually joined the demon side, there was not a single one who was okay with it. The new world, the land of opportunity, the land of reversal, was hell. Most of their bodies had been demonized and they had lost their minds. Those who managed to retain their human memories and reason were forced to spend a horrifying amount of time in loneliness, solitude, and pain. Demons are monolithic creatures devoid of any sense of homogeneity or kinship between individuals. Humans can never understand the culture and way of thinking of this creature, which exists only as an individual before God. Demons basically live alone, no parents, no children, no friends. If they do, they're just mimicking them for obvious reasons. In other words, from the time they are born into the world, demons are monospecies and they do not have intimate relationships with anyone else. Diaspora. As a tribal and social creature, humans can neither understand nor be understood by demons. And a human being who becomes a demon with human memories, reason, and thinking is bound to spend the rest of his life in solitude and loneliness, belonging nowhere, without purpose and without hope, drowning in his own life. I've seen a lot of great heroes on the demonized or demonized human side take their own lives in their later years, regretting their choices. There's a short period of time when you can hold on to what you've never had and rejoice. After that, there's an eternity of nothingness, anguish, regret, and longing. This is why Vakir is forced to take a complex look at dogma, a short-sighted hegemony of opportunity and reversal. Soon Dogma and the commoners under his command surround Vakir. All of them were armed with low-grade weapons that could have been picked out of a random box. Hey, you're Vakir, I recognize you, you're a commoner, join our side. I don't care how great you are, you can't take on all of us. How many stats do you have? I'll eat the candy that drops when I kill you. Bullshit, the guy who kills him gets to eat it. When they're casually confident of victory. Raise your hand. Vakir said briefly. All eyes turned to Vakir's half-raised hand. I am a third-generation reader. There is a single mother, a single father to take care of. I have an old lover, or am getting married soon, or am already a newlywed. Everyone looked puzzled at Vakir's continued words. Finally Vakir said something short. If you want to do it, leave it to one side. Then laughter erupted from the crowd of commoners. Dogma chuckled and opened his mouth. Where have you been reading so many fantasy novels that you think you're cool? Now, are you a high level? Do you have a big stat, or do you have some rare items? Just looking at your arm, it looks like you're just bluffing. What do you have the nerve to believe? At that moment, one of the commoner students, who was wearing special glasses, spoke up. He's level 1, I can see it through these level-peaking glasses. I can't see his stats, but... Dogma burst out laughing. Vakir silently raised his fist, but no one paid it any mind. Oh, you're going to use your fist? Akamashara, Hey little guy, my strength stat is over 5, won't your fist just break for nothing? Forget it, I know you were quite famous outside the tower, but not here. Just then. Boom!
A loud explosion erupted.
It was heard not from the ground but from the roots of the hell tree. What? All the students looked up in unison. There was an incredible sight. Sap, the island's only food, a cloud of dirt was rising from the hole where it was coming from, and emerging from the dust was a large creature, its entire body coated in a black exoskeleton. Oh, that's the ship's owner Decarabia was talking about. Vakir stared at the creature, which was sticking its head into the pool of sap and sucking up everything inside. It had the appearance of a human being covered entirely in the shell of a rhinoceros beetle. Insect King, a legendary race that once existed in the distant past. However, due to their voracious appetite and warlike nature, they are said to be extinct now. To think that such an ancient creature could be found here. Meanwhile, there was a stir among the commoner students. Hey, that guy is over level 10, I don't know his stats, but if he's over level 10, that means he's got a ton of stats, oh my god. Ouch, that guy is draining all our sap. Well, more than that, that is trying to rip us apart, right? Then Dogma, the leader, drew his sword. Let's defend our pool, follow me, I'll lead the charge. He was quite impatient, it was the sap pool that allowed him to rule like a king on this tiny island. With that, Dogma drew his sword and charged at Insect King. Boom! A sharp swinging slash. But, tong. The sword broke too easily against Insect King's back armor. Pajik. A vein appeared on Insect King's forehead. Pew! A heavy black fist flew out, knocking Dogma to the ground. Ugh, what kind of strength! How the sword won't penetrate the skin is so hard. Help him, dying. All of the commoner students who rushed in after them were cut down by the Insect King, an out-of-size monster suddenly appearing from above the roots of the tree. Insect King beat the entire group of 20 students to a bloody pulp. It was as if he wanted to remind them of the true owner of this sap pool. Just then, step aside, let's talk. One man stepped forward. It was Vakir. Dogma gritted his teeth and shouted. You're crazy, you can't talk to a monster like that, you won't understand a word. I know the common language. Vikir's answer gave Dogma a blank look. Common language, is there such a thing? Was he good at foreign languages? No, there's no way he could talk to a humanoid monster in the first place. When all the students were looking at him in disbelief. TSK. Vikir stood in front of the Insect King. Let me ask you something. But the king has no answer. He just stretched out his giant arms and tried to blow Vikir away. Look, it's just a dog's death. Dogma bit his lip tightly, knowing that he would soon see Vikir's limbs disintegrate before his eyes. However, I guess he'll need a translator after all. Vikir muttered something short, then pulled a great translator out of his pocket. It was his fist. Boom! A single short punch. The effect it created was quite shocking. Wudoo-doo-doo-duck. The black armor that had casually deflected the attacks of the commoner. Students crumbled like a soggy cookie. The king's eyes widened, but he was unable to scream. He fell upside down on the floor, spitting out everything in his stomach. Now do you feel like talking? Yes. Insect King replies in a very humble voice. Did you know how to speak human? That works. No, but you caught that monster with a single punch. The commoner students all have a blank look on their faces. Then they remembered what Vikir had said earlier. If you want to do it, leave it to one side. What would have happened if they had ignored him and charged in? Creepy. An unseasonable chill runs down everyone's spine. Just then. You idiots, what are you freezing? That's the last hit. Dogma incited the other students. That bastard must have caught something we let slip, otherwise it doesn't make sense. One by one the students nod in agreement. Yeah, right, we're in the same level one. Even if you ate a bunch of strange candies, it wouldn't make much of a difference. You cowardly bastard, stealing the last hit. We're not too late, let's get it. At this point all the students from the commoner faction were in motion. Insect King, who had fallen to the ground, was crouching on the floor, trembling and being hit by numerous kicks. Dogma stepped in front of Vikir and said, Humph, this must have been the boss monster guarding the sap gland, and I suppose you're not unhappy with the way things turned out since you stole the last hit from us too. The reply came from Vikir's side. You shameless bastard, you are trying to steal the last hit. It is. High bro, mid bro, and low bro, they stood guard by Vikir's side, glaring at Dogma. But I have no complaints, Vikir said briefly, dismissing the triplets. Then he turned his gaze upward. Dogma looked up to where Vikir was staring. His complexion quickly turned pale. And so did the other commoner students who were assaulting the king on Dogma's orders. Bung 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 bung. A loud flapping of wings. It was the sound of countless armies of Insect King race descending from the roots of the hell tree. It wasn't a boss mob. The blood drained from Dogma's face like a tide. The commoner students began to tremble, not even daring to resist. And, raise your hand. Vikir's voice came again. I am a third-generation reader. There is a single mother, a single father to take care of. I have an old lover, or am getting married soon, or am already a newlywed. Otherwise, there's a humanly reason why people should not be killed in this place. Outside to one side. No one snickered this time. All of the commoner students began to slip away, looking away. Is gone. Eventually everyone left to one side and Vikir ended briefly. Then let's begin. Whoosh. The joints snapped. One of the creatures sprawled across the floor. Vikir grabbed the horns of the lunging beetle-type king by the horns and put the joint back on. Crunch. Even the toughest armor has weak joints. A few taps revealed that the exoskeletons of the kings were quite strong, and, realizing this, Vikir stopped using the old exhausting method of striking, and instead conserved his strength and used articulation. The result. More than 50 insect kings lay groaning on the sandy ground. After pinning down a stag beetle-type insect king with a long white beard by the middle arm, Vikir asked with a hint of irritation. Do you guys feel like having a conversation now? Yes, please, just look at the middle arm, it's a valuable part of the human body too, please. The elderly rhinoceros beetle-type insect king, who appears to be some sort of elder, bends down and begs the question. When the old graybeard insect king bowed their heads, eventually all the insect kings knelt before Vikir. Vikir stared at them all. Black exoskeletons, muscular bodies, subtly different faces depending on their gender. Overall they all looked similar, but there was a crucial difference. It was the appearance of their horns. Some had a single thick horn that towered over them while others had two horns that sprouted like pincers. So to speak, it's the difference between a rhinoceros beetle and a stag beetle. Apparently these insect kings didn't get along very well among themselves. They didn't work as a team when attacking. That made it easy to overpower them. Vikir sat down on a rotting log. In front of him, stag beetle type and rhinoceros beetle type insect king were sitting on their knees. Naturally, the students of the commoners group were kneeling down with pale complexions and voluntarily paying their taxes. Did you see 50 beetles that all of us couldn't do anything about? We couldn't even handle one of them, but 50 of them. He's a monster, what the hell is he? Maybe he ate hundreds of candies from upstairs, but that doesn't explain it. Vikir can hear them all chattering away. And to those guys, why don't you shut up, you're making noise to my lord. Noisy. Noisy. The triplets highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow now made no attempt to hide their
reverence for Vikir.
Meanwhile, Vikir turned to the insect kings. How did you guys end up here? Then Insect King, a rhinoceros beetle type with long white eyebrows and beards. And Insect King, a stag beetle type, bowed their heads and opened their mouths. We were living a very long time ago on an island called Giant Beetle Island, beyond the harsh sea. Then we were fighting a demon that attacked us out of nowhere, and we ended up trapped inside this strange tree. Amdusias had apparently carved off a portion of the island and turned it into a world within a tree. However, by forcibly stitching the disparate terrain together, all of the island's vegetation dried up, leaving only a single root of the hell tree. Since then we have fought a long battle for the sap of the hell tree. There were other ship owners, but as time passed they all died and we were the only ones left. I see. Vikir nodded. The Insect King explanation was that the demon Amdusias was mimicking a god. Decarabia interjected. I assume you are aware that Lewin, whom you consider your creator, is also a worldview collector who likes to squeeze many worlds into one place. I didn't know that. What is that? It's nothing. A sheep has its own world and a wolf has its own world, but sheep and wolves obviously coexist in reality, don't they? That's the work of Lewin. The beginning in the great world that originally existed, sheep, wolves, and humans lived together. But a being called Lewin took some from the world of the sheep, some from the world of the wolves, and some from the world of the humans, and put them together, and that is the real world. You call the needle that stitched those worlds together the ecological pyramid, and the thread the food chain. Wasn't that just an old Bible verse, something that was real? Well, I don't know, not even I can figure that out. What I do know is that Amdusias has been gathering worlds in his hell tree to mimic Lewin. It's been a long-standing hobby of his. Of course, the worlds in the hell tree that Amdusias has created and the real worlds that the Lewin gods have created are far different in their
sophistication.
It's like comparing rags to riches. I'm not interested in complicated theological theories. I need to get out of here and go to the bottom floor. Vikir tucked Decarabia into his chest pocket and turned back to the Insect King. There will be no more arguing over sap. I will get you out of here. What is that even possible? All the Insect King, including the elders, opened their eyes wide. Vikir nodded and asserted, of course it is possible, but I need your help. Whether it is possible, anything, as long as I can clear the mission on this floor and get out. But the elders didn't finish their sentence. We need a ship. If it's you guys, you'll be able to get it right. At that, the complexions of all the Insect Kings stiffened. Silence, the awkward silence, continued for a while. Eventually, the Insect King race, who did not know lies, brought out their inner thoughts. In fact, the reason why the rhinoceros beetle tribe and the stag beetle tribe have been at odds for a long time is because of ships. Why? Because, well, there's a ship that's a bit of a problem. When Vikir and the Insect King were in the middle of a conversation, my lord over there, Highbrow exclaims in a panicked tone. Vikir turns his head to see what it is, and his eyes catch an unexpected sight. Dogma, the leader of the commoners' faction, was climbing the roots of the hell tree at breakneck speed. Ha 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 ha, you stupid bastards, do you think I'm going to hand out sap to you? His bloodshot eyes told them that he had already lost his mind. With a plop, gulp, 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 Dogma dropped his head into the puddle of sap and began to gulp it down. Despite his already bloated belly, Dogma sucked down the sap with all the strength he could muster. He was desperate, as if he couldn't give another drop. Do Dogma give us some too? You're the only one who drinks it, you disgusting bastard. The sap is for us. Several of Dogma's followers followed at his heels. They too were just about to dunk their heads in the puddle. Pow! One student's head was crushed. Dogma's hand, it had grown many times larger and thicker, and now it squeezed the man's skull and crushed it. Gulp, 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 gulp. Despite the blood-brain fluid and strange candies dropped by the dying man into a puddle of sap, Dogma did not remove its head from the sap gland. Seeing it, Vikir hissed low. You shouldn't drink that much. The sap of the hell tree belongs only to demons. No human could drink too much of it. And Dogma was a case in point that proved it to be true. Caillou. He grabbed at his face with his hands, his stomach bulging from the amount of sap he had consumed. But it was too late. The sap of the hell tree had spread through his veins and seeped into his marrow, and it had begun to transform Dogma's entire body. Pudududug, kududug, padug, ujijig. The students following Dogma cowered in fear. But they couldn't escape under the roots. Quack. Dogma opened his mouth wide and chewed through their entire upper bodies with his razor-sharp teeth, swallowing them whole. Gahaha. Dogma chewing on flesh and candy. His appearance was already no longer that of a human. Magian. A creature classified as a demon, but neither demon nor monster. A wandering diaspora between the human and demon worlds for all eternity. As soon as Vikir saw it, he sighed once more. It's not going to be easy for someone that size. Just then, surprise, Miss Ion. A grotesque fleshy fairy appeared above everyone's heads. It wiggled its obnoxiously fat ass from side to side and chirped excitedly. Wow, is the Re and Excel and Chal Anger, who has already become a Magian. Is it a hap py akashown th and of course I show ldgiv you a Miss Ion. Rig ht. With that, the fairy dangled the mission in front of everyone's eyes except for the Insect Kings. Ring. Mission: let's kill a Magian. Magian 01. Your precious friend has lost his temper. Oh no, let's quickly put him at ease. The only way is, you know. The problem is. Ring. Mission: let's kill all the living things. Survivor 077. Even though you've become Magian, it's meaningless if you don't run wild. Right, let me prove how strong you've become by the way the rewards will be. Quite generous, right? Dogma got a mission too. Fucking world. Dogma, a freshman, he was on his way out of the professor's office after receiving a D grade on the assignment he had spent 3 nights working on. Explaining that someone else had plagiarized his work didn't work. Instead, despite being the victim of plagiarism, Dogma received the lowest grade and failed the class. Is this what life is like for commoners, to be trampled underfoot by nobles? Fuck this world. On a deserted road, a few stray dogs run away from human footsteps. Dogma curses at the sky in the pouring rain. Suddenly the rain stops. He turns around and sees a white umbrella wrapped around his head. A female student with a bag of dog food in her hand was putting the umbrella on Dogma. Dolores, the nameplate on her chest patch read. That's not true. Dolores opened her mouth with a smile that felt somewhat sad. Everyone is the hero of their own life, and the hero is often burdened with troubles, worries, guilt, and burdens. It's the same for everyone in the world, noble or commoner. Dogma was stunned. Is that true? Is that really true? No, I've been fooled by that sort of thing before. I'm not falling for it anymore. You can say that because you have everything. You're pretty, you're fit. You're young, you're well educated, you have money, you come from a good family. I'm sure you'll graduate with flying colors and go back to your family and make it big, and you'll meet someone equally handsome, tall, fit, good natured, rich, and from a good family, and you'll live happily ever after. Dogma's rant echoing through the rain shower was like a scream, a sharp hatred that shot out like an arrow without a target. But Dolores only smiled bitterly. No. A short answer. Dogma couldn't help but go blank again at the sight of Dolores' smile. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine whenever he saw that look on her face. Don't smile like that. For the next 3 years Dogma tried his hardest to keep a straight face, always hovering around Dolores, desperately trying to stand in the same place, at the same eye level. Second in class student council vice president. He rose to a remarkable position from a commoner background. But inside him 1,000 fires of unknown origin simmered never extinguished. Why? After pondering for a while Dogma soon realized the reason. The reason was, what was that? Dogma's mouth opened and a grotesquely distorted voice spilled out. The pronunciation from the mouth, which was no longer human, was similar to that of a grotesque flesh fairy. Why was I getting angry? Dogma, who had become a Magian, seemed to have lost much of his vaunted intelligence. You're getting quite a bit bigger. Vikir lifted his head, resting his chin. Dogma's body had become quite grotesque. 2 of its limbs had grown longer than its legs, and a whip-like tail had grown from its buttocks. Its entire body is covered with large shark scales. Its forehead has a large single horn, and underneath it is a feast of teeth sticking out of its lipless mouth. Most impressive of all was the massive mane of flames that burned Dogma's entire body. Magian inferiority complex like deterioration. Danger rating A. Size 8 meters. Found in Helltree Underground Level 4 Black Sea Island. Also known as inferiority complex or underdogma. The perverse form of a student who has always been at a disadvantage in school. They harbor a hatred so powerful that they want to set the world on fire. There seems to be no possibility of ever becoming human again. This is how they would be described if they were in a book. Information on humans who have been transformed into monsters is so fragmented and varies greatly from person to person that it is not included in the Monster Encyclopedia, but Vikir was able to infer enough information on his Guya Jujijig. Meanwhile Dogma, who had become a Magian, stood on the sandbank spewing out terrifying killing intent. Kielsieg Puswying. A large wave crashed into Dogma's body, vaporizing it into black water vapor. In an instant, you've become a nuisance. Vikir pressed his temples. He had defeated the Daylily of Blood in the previous stage, but it was only a degradation version, and the Cerberus he had defeated in the stage before that had been aided by ginkgo and perfume. There isn't much manpower available. The students of the commoner faction were too low in level and stats to be of any help, and the Insect King were shivering in the distance as if they were afraid of fire. Ha 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 ha, the Insect King are basically insect and afraid of fire. Moreover, it is more vulnerable to fire due to the wax component coated on the surface of the exoskeleton. Not very useful information. Vikir held Decarabia in one hand and the Beelzebub in the other. Well, fire can be put out with water. Fortunately, isn't this a beach? Then, whoosh, there was the sound of something moving next to him. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow, the 3 of them were running backwards away from Vikir's side. What are they running away? You say, Lord, Lord, but you have no faith. This is what humans are. Probably not running away. What then? What? Decarabia is about to express disbelief. Behind him he hears Highbrow shouting, "You worthless bastards, get out all the candy you've got." The 3 Baskerville brothers regained their strength after drinking from the blood fountain. However, they themselves knew well that their weakened bodies were of little help to Vikir. A person who understands a topic well can be of great help in solving problems regardless of their level of power. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow created an atmosphere of fear and tore up all the extra strange candies the commoner students had in their possession. The Insect King were happy to oblige. "My lord, we've got candy, come on." Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow placed the candy at the mouth of the sandbar and quickly retreated. "Those guys, they're good for something. So you reaped." Vikir nodded toward the triplets. He could see their faces light up. Quack, quack, quack. The flames of inferiority spewed by Dogma began to burn the entire sandbar. The grains of sand melt into a sticky substance emitting a glittering light. You're quite strong for a Magian who appeared so early in the game. I hope we don't have to face you again. If it's bad enough that a mere dogma-level human was demonized, what if a human with hero-level power and potential was demonized? It was horrifying to think about. Soakduck. Vikir unleashed an aura and severed one of Dogma's ankles. Grumble. As soon as he felt his body was on fire, he jumped into the shallow water and took a dip. The water of the Black Sea was cold and heavy enough to chill even Dogma's hot. Inferiority complex. Boom! Waves bursting with explosions and a huge amount of water vapor. Vikir ran across the sandbar to avoid it. Grabbing the candy the triplets had thrown at him, Vikir swallowed it whole. The status bar immediately changed. Vikir. LV1. Title Gutter Rat Hunter Hell Dog Daylily Lumberjack New. Stats. Strength 260 40 300. Agility 229 31 260. Stamina 269 31 300. Physical resistance 1. Unlocked. Reflexes 1. For now he has his strength and stamina at 300 and his agility stats up as high as they can go. He'll save the rest of the candy and use it to get the big 3 stats. The little remaining candy was stocked up for now. For now it was enough to raise his strength and stamina to 300. Wiggle. His strength was much stronger than before and he was ready for the day of Beelzebub. Even though he hasn't leveled up, his stats have risen considerably, making him more powerful. This was enough to inflict a fatal wound. Flash. 4th Baskerville form compared to the 8th, it's child's play, but Vikir's 4th is different. Even King Corso, a master of the 9th form, recognized the 4th form of Vikir. His skill was unrivaled. Puff puff puck. For teeth ferociously ripped at Dogma's throat. GGQ. Dogma vomited up a huge amount of blood. The bubbling blood immediately sank to the bottom as it hit the surface of the Black Sea. Heghe. Enraged Dogma relentlessly chased after Vikir. Vikir calmly entered the sea and lured the Dogma away. Wake whack. Dogma, whose wrists and ankles were cut off by Vikir spinning around his body, fell into the water of the Black Sea. Cool off there. Vikir cut off the rest of Dogma's limbs so that he could not escape. Struggling. Dogma struggled with tremendous force, but with only his head, body, and tail left, he was unable to pull himself up. The water was just deep enough to completely submerge Dogma's body, so he continued to sink until he was less than half a foot from the tip of his nose. They say the water in the Black Sea is not buoyant. Vikir swam up onto the sandy shore. He could see the water bubbling in the distance, indicating that Dogma was struggling. But the water is just deep enough that Dogma can't keep his head above water. Black water that must sink once it falls into it. Vikir stood on the beach, keeping a close eye on Dogma. Finally, how much time has passed? Bubble bubble bubble, pusswine. The water stopped boiling. The erupting steam was gone. The water was once again calm. The thing struggling inside was dead. Drowned. Vikir muttered in a hushed voice. Ding. The sound of mission completion was heard. Ding. Level 1 warrior Vikir has successfully hunted the first A-ranked Magian. Inferiority like deterioration. Awesome achievement, reward granted. Mission end, let's kill a Magian. Magian 11. How did you really catch this one? Next a fairy appeared, its complexion hardened. It lifted Dogma's cold body from the black water and stuck out its tongue. The fairy swooped down to Vikir and offered him his reward for capturing the demon. You did it all by yourself. It was 10 level candies. A strange golden glowing candy fell into Vikir's hand. Tach Otsit. Wait. Vikir called out to the disappearing fairy. Do you have access to a candy store? WH at Y. I want to sell level candy with normal stats. The fairy scratched its head. A normal challenger would collect 300 normal stat candies to buy 1 level candy. But for Vikir it was the other way around. At most Vikir would trade 10 level candies for 3,000 regular candies. For the fairy it was a transaction that had no reason to refuse since it was a surplus business. Soon Vikir had over 3,000 regular candies in his hand. Most of them were red strength candies, as candies are traded at random. Including the ones from the commoner students and the insect king, there were just over 3,100. It's gotcha time. Vikir continued to feed the little madam on his shoulder with stat candies.
Niam ni niang hack hack hack.
The little madam ate the candies, excited to see if it tasted good. Eventually she ate all 3,000 candies and pooped out 30 candies. Vikir was disappointed when he saw the colors of the candies coming out of the little madams, but mostly red strength candies, blue stamina candies, and the occasional green agility candy. But it's obviously better to increase strength by 100 than to increase agility by 1, so Vikir's gotcha continues to take a heavy toll. By this point Vikir had burned through all 3,000 candies. The harvest is about 10 agility candies. The rest were all power and stamina candies that were no better than crap. There are only 90 candies left, so he can't run the gotcha anymore. No luck this time. No, this is how it's supposed to be. Vikir decided to give up cleanly. He knew his expectations were too high in the first place, so he shouldn't be too disappointed with the outcome. Just then, Lord, I still have 12 candies left. Hybro grabbed a blood-stained candy from somewhere and held it out. What's this? These are the students on Dogma's side that he killed when he was demonized. Earlier I dug them out from under a pool of sap. Vikir nodded. He hadn't realized it, but this would allow him to spin the gotcha one more time. I hope it's not strength or stamina again. If it's any of the 3 stats, it'll be great, and if it's not, it should at least be agility. Vikir fed the little madam another 100 candies. Then, kyung, the little madam began to twitch. And then, pop, a candy dropped onto Vikir's palm. It was the purest, whitest candy head ever seen. Strange candy, magic resistance white. A candy that increases your magic resistance stat by 1. Tastes sour. 1 to magic resistance. Eventually Vikir's mouth drew a line, even if only slightly, when he saw the Candace explanation window.
Lucky.
Good, but not just good. Vikir. LV1. Title: Gutter Rat Hunter Hell's Dog Daylily Lumberjack Magen Executioner. New stats: Strength 300, Agility 270, 10 280, Stamina 300, Physical Resistance 1, Magic Resistance 011, Reflexes 1. Vikir's status bar has changed once more. The title Magen Executioner adds a deep karma to Vikir's soul. Vikir's body will be faster and his sword will be a sharper when dealing with Magen in the future. After feeding the little madam, I ate all the remaining agility candies. It's the most difficult of the 3 primary stats to get, so you have to be diligent about eating it whenever you get a chance. But that's not the point right now. No matter how valuable the agility stat is that all there is to it. Vikir took note of a new stat, magic resistance. This is in line with the physical resistance stat, which bends the laws of reality to create unusual force distortions. In the case of mana resistance, it makes you more aware of the flow of mana in the real world and resists mana flowing in the opposite direction. In other words, it rejects aggressive mana that flies at you from an opponent, and forces mana that flows backwards through your body to be repelled in its original direction. To put it simply, it halves the enemy's magic attacks and suppresses the mana surge that occurs within my body. This is the ultimate stat for anyone practicing mana, especially mages. It halved your opponent's magical attacks, but being able to control the mana surges within your own body was an incredible perk. Mana surges are usually the last thing a swordsman or mage wants to see when they step up to a higher level. Just as a worm emerging from its cocoon or a crustacean breaking out of its shell is at its weakest, those who practice mana also become weakest at the very moment they transcend their limits. Having a high mana resistance stat will help protect you from one of the worst dangers of all mana surge. Before regression, Camus invested everything in her magic resistance stat in the tower and used that overwhelming resistance to learn all of the high risk spells that would definitely result in mana surge if practiced. In high risk, high return, she's cramming all of her risk into her stats and then taking all of her return. It's a very ignorant thing to do, but it's something you can't do without absolute confidence in your skills, talent, and future. Alright, now I have all 6 stats. The stats you'll never get in the early stages or even see until the end of the tower. In the later stages are physical resistance, magic resistance, and reflexes. These 3 special stats are the tower's most secret hidden prizes and are progressive perks that grow with their owner, and now that Vakir has succeeded in flowering all of them, he just needs to level them up. As you level up, all of your stats will naturally increase, so you don't need to get any weird candy to grow all 3 base stats and 3 special stats. When Vakir was lost in thought, "My lord, with all due respect, I have a question." "Hi bro," spoke up from beside him. "When you got 10 level candies earlier, why didn't you use them to level up? At level 10, wouldn't you be able to find 10 of your power outside the tower? It seems like that would be much more beneficial than just raising your stats a bit right now." It's to bloom all 6 stats. Vakir explained the stats to the Baskerville triplets. When the triplets realized that in addition to the 3 primary stats of strength, agility, and stamina, there were 3 special stats, they were motivated. "Well, try to find them too then, my lord. You have collected all 6 major stats, so you can now level up. You're going to get a huge level. You're going to get a huge level." But Vakir shook his head. "I won't be leveling up as much as I can for a while. If you get level candy, sell it to the candy store and exchange it for stat candy, and when you get to the second half of the game, don't use the level candy but save it in your pockets." The Baskerville triplets look puzzled at this. Vakir explains the reward structure inside the tower. As you level up, you regain some of your power outside the tower, which allows you to grow quickly in the beginning. However, the increasing difficulty of the tower's missions and the decreasingly small rewards in the later stages of the tower can put people off. While newcomers to the tower may be Alan on collecting stat candy and converting it to level candy, experienced players don't do that. The rule of the tower is that the lower the level, the better the rewards. Great feats by the strong are rewarded with mediocre rewards. Even when the weak achieve minor achievements, they also receive modest rewards. When the strong perform a small feat, they receive almost no reward. But when a weak person does something great, in these cases the rewards are vastly different from what you'd expect. That's why Vakir in his level 1 existence has slain a gutter rat hellhound, Cerberus a daylily of blood tree, a number of insect king, and the Magian from earlier. The rewards of these missions have been labeled rare, difficult, epic, and awesome. But even with all these missions and rewards, Vakir is still treated as an underdog. That's because of the system in the tower, which uses level as a measure of strength. "I've grown tired of playing weak." He sighs. All the time he had spent in Colosio Academy as a nerd who hid his strength had been a long wait for this day. "Anyway, this is why you don't need to level up at the beginning." The triplets nodded eagerly at Vakir's words. To the triplets, who gave him a look of blind loyalty, Vakir added another word. "And one more thing, leveling up is a waste because..." Hearing Vakir's whispered words, highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow's eyes widened for a moment before returning to their normal size. "Humph, so all those fairy things that keep encouraging us to eat level candy are a scam. Indeed, I guess I should never eat level candy at the beginning then. I guess I should just focus on increasing my stats for now." There was no reason to rush to level up, as the stat candies that were collected without eating them could be exchanged for level candies at the candy store later. Vakir repeated the advice to the triplets one more time. Then, a small anomaly occurred at the spot where Dogma, who had become a Magian, had died. A single flame, black and glowing, danced across the surface of the water. Vakir leapt to his feet and grasped the flame in his hand. It was hot enough to boil the water around it, but surprisingly Vakir's hand didn't feel the slightest bit hot. Fire of inferiority, fire flint, a stone that allows you to get hot embers anytime, anywhere. It burns with the inferiority complex deep within you as firewood. Hotness 1000. Temperature may be higher or lower depending on the level of inferiority complex. So you use inferiority complexes as firewood, then am not going anywhere. Vikir too was once a victim of inferiority complexes. His lowly origins, his family's alienation, his deformed appearance, his former life filled with nothing but shame and hatred. With such bitter memories, Vikir has virtually unlimited power. Crunch. Vikir carefully tucked the flames of inferiority burning within his grasp into his arms. No longer would he freeze to death or be unable to cook his food no matter where he was. Then, or Savior, get us off this island. Vikir had to listen to the shouts of the Insect King again. It was annoying, but it served their purpose. Vikir needed to get off the island and down to the deeper levels, so it couldn't hurt to play along. Right, you said you had a ship, right? It was said that a ship was the reason why the two races of Insect King, rhinoceros beetles and stag beetles, have been at odds for so long is because of one ship. Apparently it was a dispute over which of the two races would take possession of the ship. They nodded in a sullen tone. Yes, there is one ship. Where is it? Vikir asked, and the two elders stretched out their index fingers and pointed. In unison. It's anchored over there. Vikir scratched his head. There was nothing where the two elders pointed. Nothing but a distant horizon. What? Vikir turned his head, and the two elders nodded with a heavy expression. Yes, it is sinking. The ship, the only means of escape from this island. It is sunk at the bottom of the Black Sea right now. Doesn't that mean you don't actually have a ship? Hybro asked in disbelief. The Insect King flinched slightly, then retorted. Of course there is, because it's sunk beneath the sea. It seems like they have decided to go out shamelessly. No, what do you think you're doing with a sunken ship, you beetles, trying to scam me? Hybro snarled, and the beetles glanced over at Vikir. Then, enough. Vikir interrupted them all. That wasn't what mattered now. Did you know that the Black Sea has no buoyancy, so everything sinks? That's right, that's why very few creatures can survive in the Black Sea. Hearing the Insect King words, Vikir turned his head and looked at the black horizon. The bottom of that vast sea must be utterly empty. Even if unique creatures occasionally live, the distance between each individual is probably very long. A dark sea of emptiness down there. The ships of the Insect King are sunk. If it's sunk, isn't it a ship that can't sail in the Black Sea? No, our ships float on the surface of the Black Sea. The Insect King unfolded their black armor and the thin wings beneath it. They were light and strong, with a waxy coating on the outside that helped them float. The long-standing conflict between the stag beetle tribe and the rhinoceros beetle tribe resulted in numerous casualties. We collected the remains of the fallen and built a ship which was light and strong enough to sail even on the surface of the Black Sea. It sank after a dispute over ownership. Why exactly did it sink? Well, that's because one day a group of Insect King ambushed the ship, seized it, and set sail, only to stop after crossing the center of the Black Sea. The story of the Insect King that followed was unbelievable. Now I know what's been happening. He could see why the elders looked troubled. Vikir sprang into action. First, we will raise the sunken ship. Tell me exactly where the ship sank. The Black Sea was calm. But off in the distance on the horizon, a fierce gale is raging. It's like a wall that keeps challengers out of the area. But Vikir did not cross the sea with a plop. He simply sank deeper into it. Gurgling, foam and bubbles crashed before his eyes, and within seconds his vision went black. But it didn't matter. Vikir could see dozens of meters in the dark. It was a secondary ability head acquired after 2 years of honing his archery and hunting skills in the jungles of the Red and Black Mountains. The further down he went, the more the pressure on his body. The heavy space seemed to want to crush him. He felt like he was falling into a pool of ice-cold water. There is almost no buoyancy, so even if he stays still he sinks. Hook. The oxygen was getting low due to the high water pressure on his lungs. His oxygen consumption was much faster than normal water. At least it's not as bad as the Styx where I almost drowned. Vikir searched his arms, thinking about various things in his mind. Then in his hand he felt a bulging pouch. Oil-blotting paper pouch that does not dissolve well in water. Pouch D. A pouch that is quite tough and does not dissolve well in water. It repels moisture, so it's good for holding things. The bag was full of air. Vikir sucked on it with a straw and then put it back in his arms. He didn't float even with the air-filled pouch because it wasn't buoyant. Often when he couldn't breathe, Vikir sank deeper and deeper into the sea, sucking in the air in his pouch. Then, Decarabia, clinging around his chest pocket, called out to him, "Hey human, what? You didn't really need to join hands with the Insect King, did you?" Decarabia pointed to the mission status window floating in the corner of Vikir's vision. Mission: capture the sap pool. Steal the sap pool from the scary ship owners and survive. It was a struggle to steal the sap fountain from the previous guests who had arrived inside the tower first. That is the Insect King race. That's actually the mission on this floor. But Vikir had a different interpretation. I think it means something different. Perhaps it refers to the ship's owner, the master of the ship. In that case, the completion of the mission would definitely depend on the presence or absence of a ship. Right, I'm sure there are other ways to clear this floor, like I did with the daylily of blood tree on the 3rd floor. As he continued the conversation, he suddenly saw the floor. A forest of dead trees, formerly otherworldly terrain, sunk beneath the waters of the Black Sea. It was like looking at a forest of skewered trees rising above the dead coral reefs. It was a grim scene that seemed to symbolize the evil intent in the demon's mental world. As he descended to a certain depth, Decarabia on his chest responded. Human looked down the hill. There in the deep valley beneath the towering trench was something. It was the ship that emerged from the darkness of the deep sea. A black glossy ship, its sails woven from insect wings still flapping in the current. The black ship, still and submerged, looked quite sleek and sturdy. Vikir pushed through the heavy current and approached the stern. The bow began to reveal its overall outline, starting with its massive, pointed tip. There were some pretty nasty scratches here and there, including on the deck and hull, but the keel, the ship's spine, was still intact. Despite being in the water for so long, there was very little seaweed or sphagnum moss. The only serious problem is the large hole in the hold and lower part of the ship wall. Water must have gotten in through those holes and sunk the ship. Vikir glad it didn't sink due to lack of buoyancy. It's a hole, it can be salvaged and filled. Then Decarabia asked, "But how are you going to get that huge ship up there?" Decarabia didn't seem to understand Vikir's plan. It would be impossible with human strength, even with all the 20 men on the island and the 30 Insect King. They wouldn't even be able to get down here in the first place. I've thought about that. Vikir swam a little faster. There wasn't much air left, so he had to hurry. And there's one other thing we need to watch out for. Soon Vikir was standing in front of a huge sailing ship. A ship that sank at the bottom of darkness in a vast void. The creaking planks and ominously fluttering sails beneath the quiet seabed make this ship look like a ghost ship. Okay, then let's carry out the salvage work as soon as possible. Vikir throws up his arms. Higajijigig. An unpleasant noise came from somewhere. A mysterious sound from the other side of the ship. Vikir looks up and sees something emerge from the darkness in front of him. Shark scales covering its entire body, a horn sprouting from its forehead, a gaping mouth full of teeth. This was Dogma, who had been transformed into a Magian. The flames that wrapped around his body like a mane had already been extinguished, but his hideous appearance remained. No wonder it sank to this place. Vikir clicked his tongue and readied himself for battle. This thud 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 thud. Something was strange. Dogma appeared through the darkness, trembling slightly with only his upper body sticking out, but other than that he showed no movement. And then, thud. Soon Dogma's head, buried in the darkness, fell to the bottom of the sea. The upper body disappears in an instant, buried in darkness, and only the head, with only the horns and teeth remaining, rolls down the trench and disappears from view. Vikir tore his gaze away from Dogma's head and stared into the darkness again. SSSSSS. Upon closer inspection, the darkness in which Dogma's body was buried seemed to be moving slowly. It wasn't a shape, but the darkness itself rising up from the bottom. Now that I think about it, strangely, that part is particularly dark. There is a faint light on the other side, but the enormous darkness approaching this direction is pitch black with nothing visible. and Vikir recognized it immediately. The darkness that was now overtaking them was an absolute terror that could not even be compared to Hellhound's Cerberus or Daylily from the previous stages. I see, so this one was living here. Danger level S rank, a real threat that has not been affected by deterioration or anything like that. This was the moment when the core of darkness was revealed. The long-standing conflict between the stag beetle tribe and the rhinoceros beetle tribe resulted in numerous casualties. We collected the remains of the fallen and built a ship which was light and strong enough to sail even on the surface of the Black Sea. It sank after a dispute over ownership. Why exactly did it sink? Well, that's because one day a group of Insect King ambushed the ship, seized it, and set sail only to stop after crossing the center of the Black Sea. Vikir remembered the conversation Head had with the Insect King. Before diving into the depths of the Black Sea, the Insect King had made him a few promises that a lesser challenger would not have believed. I met a monster. You're a monster too. It was more than that, it was a primordial creature that had been dragged here from a very, very long time ago, and as long as it remained at the bottom of the sea, it would be impossible to cross the Black Sea even with the best ships. From the sound of it, it seemed that the Insect King were trapped in the Black Sea 4 levels underground, and it wasn't just because of the winds that swirled around the area. And now Vikir was seeing with his own eyes that it was true. Suts. A great darkness loomed before Vikir's eyes. It looks like a part of the abyss has broken away like a mass and is swimming on its own. But closer inspection reveals it to be a translucent mass that penetrates the darkness on the other side. A hemispherical mass with an unimaginably large diameter. It had a translucent shapeless body and was approaching with countless tentacles dangling from the base of the mass. A being that floats aimlessly in a dark void that cannot see an inch ahead. With its body stained by the darkness of the deep, deep sea. Shadowless King of the Black Sea. Danger rating S. Size. Found in polar hell, the 5 oceans Black Sea, the ultra-deep part of the Great Heart Sea, aka Shadowless King of the Black Sea. A large jellyfish that inhabits the Black Sea, one of the 5 oceans in the polar hell. It is a primordial creature that lives in the Great Heart Sea, an area that even high-ranking demons are reluctant to enter, and its ecology is completely shrouded in mystery. It is also unknown where it came from, where it is going, and why it is floating in the void of nothingness. The Shadowless King of the Black Sea. This massive jellyfish exudes an aura of menace that is almost as intimidating as that of the Madame of the 8 Legs, a foe he once faced in the Red Black Mountain. I don't think this one can be controlled even with the power of Amdusias. Vikir thought for a moment. The daylily of blood tree that he had faced in the previous stage had been degraded by prolonged starvation. Also, since the demon Amdusias itself is naturally friendly to plants, it would not have been too much of a problem to catch and control the daylily of blood tree. However, the Shadowless King of the Black Sea in front of him was different. It was an absolute power on the same level as the Madame 8 Legs had fought before, and even if it was an unintelligent monster, it wouldn't be able to be controlled by a demon at this point. In other words, the giant jellyfish in front of him is not under the control of Amdusias, but is a pioneer creature that lives here on its own. As such, it was unlikely that there would be any reward for capturing it. Then, Shiriririk. Suddenly Vikir felt a tickling sensation on his cheek. Instinctively Vikir jerked his head back, and a translucent tentacle fluttered past his eyes. Crunch. The tentacle clung to a boulder for a moment, then shattered it with tremendous force. This won't be fun if I get caught. Vikir quickly stepped back and drew his magic sword Beelzebub. Thwack. He swung the sword randomly, and it hit in several places. 3 tentacles were cut off and fell to the ground. They were wrapped around me without a sound. They were translucent and hard to see. Vikir strained his eyes. Then he saw 3 tentacles with severed ends stealthily drawing back. Cumul. New tentacles sprouted from the severed ends. Apparently it has the ability to regenerate. If so, Vikir pushed on the end of Beelzebub's tentacle. Snap! One of the tentacles that had been sneaking up on his back was sliced off. Again by Vikir's blow. However, this time the severed tentacle did not regenerate. The end of the tentacle dried up and curled into a ball. Seeing this, Vikir flicked the edge of his magic sword Beelzebub once. That's good enough for now. The ability to dry up a jellyfish's tentacles was a relatively recent skill. Binge fly Beelzebub all. 1 slot deadly venom Madam 8 legs S.
2 slot unkillable basilisk S.
3 slot starvation drought blood daylily S. The starvation drought ability is obtained by capturing a daylily of blood. Beelzebub's sword, which grants dryness through its drought and starvation. Abilities was evaporating a large amount of moisture every time it grazed the jellyfish's tentacles. The jellyfish's hydrated tentacles curled up as if they were about to be roasted. Puff puff puff. The shadowless king of Black Sea stopped trying to get closer to Vikir and began to whip its tentacles, creating a giant windstorm. The waves on the surface are being created by this thing. The giant jellyfish's turbulent currents spewed out of its twisting tentacles, creating a whirlpool. The current as heavy as molten iron spun around, creating an effect like a saw blade. Pupug ujijijig. Vikir's flesh bursts open. His entire body was torn apart as if he had been sliced open by countless blades. However, Vikir was able to recover most of his body thanks to the unkillable ability he extracted from the basilisk's corpse. In addition, the large amount of blood that Vikir spilled immediately turned black and flowed into the waters of the Black Sea. Even the shadowless king of the Black Sea couldn't help but be stunned as the venomous blood of Madame 8 legs spread around it. Meanwhile, Vikir took out Dekrabira's shield and used it like a surfboard. Vikir blazed through the raging water currents. Vikir swam toward the sunken ship on the ocean floor with his momentum. Dekarabia looked puzzled. Human, you don't stand a chance against that jellyfish, not in your current form. I know. If you knew, you'd run away, but why are you going towards that ship? You can't even salvage it with your current strength. Literally. A giant ghost ship in front of him and the shadowless king of the Black Sea. Behind him, neither of them are within Vikir's power. The ship is too heavy for him to lift alone, and the shadowless king of the Black Sea is too powerful for him to face alone. But Vikir was nonchalant. We still have a little time. Pulling the pouch of air from his arms, Vikir inhaled the last of it. Cookies. And with that, the pouch was empty. Oil-blotting paper pouch that does not dissolve easily in water. Pouch D. A pouch that is quite tough and does not dissolve well in water. It has the power to block moisture, so it is good for storing things. Vikir crumpled it in his hands and tossed it into the hole in the sunken ship's hull. Shhhhhhh. Even at that moment, the Black Sea shadowless king was casting countless tentacles toward Vikir. Dekarabia spoke a little more urgently. Human, they're coming from all directions. I don't want to be buried in a place like this. Neither do I. What are you going to do then? Escape is out of the question. We have no choice but to salvage that ship, but you are powerless. However, Dekarabia could not persuade Vikir to stay. Kukung. With a heavy noise, the ship sunk in the depths of the ocean, began to shake. As Dekarabia rolled its eyes in bewilderment, the ship slowly began to rise. From the bottom. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Rocks and mud rained down from the bottom of the ship. The ghost ship, which had been sunk for a long time at the bottom of the deep sea, floated on its own, heading for the surface of the Black Sea without any buoyancy. It's about time. As if he had been waiting, Vikir grabbed the anchor line hanging from under the ghost ship's dock. And then it began to rise toward the surface, following the ship at an incredible speed. The tentacles that had been curling toward Vikir flailed about, lost and disoriented. What's going on, human? Why is this ship floating on its own? Dekarabia squinted its single eye at Vikir for an answer. But soon Vikir didn't need to answer. The answer was right there in front of him. Pow! Something jutted out of the hole in the ghost ship's hull. It was like a giant balloon. It was filling up the inside of the ship, pushing it upward. It didn't take Decarabia long to realize the identity of the balloons filling the ship's interior. Air sacs. That's right. They were air sacs that aquatic plants such as water hyacinth built into their bodies to create buoyancy. Daylily of blood tree. Its seeds were now germinating in the belly of the ghost ship. Oil blotting paper pouch that does not dissolve easily in water. Pouch D. A pouch that is quite tough and does not dissolve well in water. The phrase does not dissolve well in water can also mean dissolves in water. Vikir sucked air into this pouch and waited for it to dissolve. Slowly, like a lump of starch thrown into water, the sachet dissolves. Slightly sticky. Time after time it was unraveling, crushed by the heavy water pressure of the black water. And when the air had been sucked out of it, Vikir crumpled it up and tossed it into the ghost ship, which was actually loaded with one more item besides air. Seeds from the remains of the daylily of blood. The pouch was filled with daylily seeds that had been plucked out with a hoe, made from a shrew's teeth. The pouch was a grade D miscellaneous item, so it didn't last long in the harsh environment of the Black Sea. And when the pouch was released into the grass, the seeds inside met the waters of the Black Sea. For an item from a rarity box, it was useful. Vikir thought to himself as he watched the daylily seeds grow in the hold of the floating ship, sucking up water at an alarming rate. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, the daylily seeds stretched out their stems and roots, creating a series of plump balloons. The daylily of blood tree that Vikir had dealt with hadn't been able to grow their air sacs properly due to the extreme dryness, but the daylily that bloomed in the Black Sea was different. Once it had absorbed the water, the daylily inflated its air sacs at a tremendous rate, and they were filled with light gases that gave it enough buoyancy to float even in the Black Sea water. It's salt water, so it won't grow much, but it'll grow enough to make an air sac. Yes, indeed, this is the Black Sea heavy, cold, briny water. The daylily will not grow to a dangerous size, they'll grow just enough to be useful. Good choice of location. While Decarabia admired in a rather chatty tone, Vikir was already soaring into the heart of the sea. And then, thunk, the ship suddenly tilted sideways. Vikir, who was hanging on the anchor line hanging below the dock, also almost fell to the bottom. Kigigigigigig. An uncomfortable sound is heard throughout the ship's body. It tipped sideways, its contents raining down on them. The heavy cargo of crates and oak barrels, swords and halberds sank over Vikir's head. Vikir charged his sword with aura and swung, clearing away the debris that fell like snow. There's something up there, Decarabia shouted. Vikir nodded in agreement. It's the shadowless king of the Black Sea. It must have come up and blocked the ship. The rising ship was halted by a giant jellyfish blocking its path. But it didn't matter, it was just what Vikir had hoped for. Grabbing the anchor line, Vikir scrambled up the ship's mast and jumped onto the watchtower. Pew-pug-pug. He landed dozens of blows on the jellyfish's body, which appeared to be a dark mass. The Black Sea shadowless king jerked back in surprise at the stinging sensation. But it was too late. I'm glad I kept some spare. Vikir's all-like strike burrows deep into the jellyfish's slimy body, planting the daylily's seeds deep within. Soon the moisture-sucked seed began to germinate. Sololululug. The roots that grew inside the body pierced through the flimsy flesh of the jellyfish and took root firmly. And the stem that grew out of the jellyfish's body formed a cluster of air sacs with extremely strong buoyancy.
Tsuts.
Shadowless king of the Black Sea was the first to show signs of panic. The air sacs that had grown outside its body were buoyant and soaring upward. Firmly embedded in its body, the roots were connected to the air sacs by tough stems. The Black Sea king struggled to control its body as it was forced upward, flailing its tentacles. However, it was unable to stop the upward flow as the jellyfish's body does not allow it to swim fast and strong. It was also useless to use its translucent body to hide in the darkness. The daylily's air sacs and roots revealed the location of its body. After a brief pause, the ship began to rise again. This time Shadowless King of the Black Sea was also there. Vikir, which pulls the entire ship and the king of the Black Sea to the surface. However, the king of the Black Sea would not be deterred. Shururuk. It extended its tentacles in a much more vicious and aggressive manner than before. It seemed like it was going to wrap around Vikir's body and crush it at any moment. However, poof! The tentacle in front of Vikir's eyes was instantly torn apart by an unidentified force. The other tentacles did the same. Poof poof bang. The Black Sea shadowless king floundered like a marionette with a broken string as explosions ripped through its body. Decarabia was stunned and asked, "Human, did you do this?" "No." Vikir shook his head. What was now breaking down the giant jellyfish's body was hydrostatic pressure, the difference in pressure as it floated from the depths to the surface. When you go from deep to shallow so quickly, the difference in pressure causes all sorts of bizarre things to happen. This is why deep-sea fish caught by fishermen and dragged to the surface are often oddly bloated. In addition, the diving disease that kills divers is also a phenomenon that occurs due to this pressure difference. Vikir barely suppressed the dizziness in his head. The protection of the Styx River, his management of his mana, and the regenerative powers of the basilisk protected him from the pressure. But the mollusk's sensitivity to water and air pressure hadn't adjusted well to the sudden change. The shadowless king of the Black Sea tried to return to the trench in the deepest part of the ocean, but the daylily that had already bloomed all over his body made it impossible. In the end, boom! The ship and shadowless king of the Black Sea broke the surface of the water. Almost simultaneously, up in the breezy air they could see the island in the distance where the three Baskerville brothers and the insect king were waiting. "Hooray, the Lord has saved the ship. He has. We see the triplets waving their hands. Oh, the ship is finally back. Finally, we can finally get out of here. Our mission, escape the island by boat, is no longer a dream." The insect king are overjoyed too. However, the appearance of a jellyfish so gigantic that it filled the entire surface of the water turned everyone's cheers into shock and silence. The shadowless king of the Black Sea. It dragged itself to the surface, spreading its enormous body across the surface, just as jellyfish usually spread out like pancakes when they come out of the water. The same was true for this one. If anything is different, Shururuk. Unlike normal jellyfish, which become lethargic as soon as they are dragged out of the water, the Black Sea shadowless king began to extend its tentacles in a much more aggressive manner. Parts of its body exploded and became tattered, embedded with daylily seeds and roots, but it didn't seem to mind as it attacked Vikir. Hultiog. The Black Sea shadowless king chased after Vikir with the covers pulled back over its body. Hundreds of gigantic slitted eyeballs like the eyes of a corpse stared at Vikir in unison. Decarabia asked, "What are we going to do now, human? I think it's best to run away now, right? If we fight this way, we will surely lose. The size difference is too great, and this is not a good place. If he was outside the tower, he could have fought across the sea using his master solid aura, but that's not possible now. Besides, he already has the ship, so there's no need to gamble with his life. But I don't do things without certainty." Vikir didn't seem the least bit willing to back down. "Drive the ship." The Insect King were there when Vikir barked the order. They flew through the air and approached the ship, clinging to the masts and sails one by one. "We will push the ship as it is. To the island, to the island. The storm is passing, ride the wind." The Insect King followed Vikir's orders and pushed the ship toward the island. They were quite desperate, as their mission on the 4th floor was to escape the island by boat. Shururuk, the shadowless king of the Black Sea who interfered with the mission, stretched out its tentacles and tried to catch the Insect King race this time, as it did in the past.
Sautu, sautu, sautu.
Vikir struck a blow, slicing off all of its tentacles. His graduator-class aura was a bit too weak to cut off the shadowless king's tentacles, but it was strengthened by the starvation drought ability he had stolen from the daylily of the blood tree. Swoosh! The blurry eyeballs beneath the jellyfish's lampshade erupted in blood. shadowless king of the Black Sea, was peering in their direction with roots and air sacs scattered all over its body. The far-off killing intent it exuded was enough to make even the Insect King race flying away with their ship faint for a moment, and Vikir's response to that fierce gaze was just as fierce. Hiss! A single flame rises from Vikir's fingers. Fire of inferiority, fire flint, a stone that allows you to get hot embers anytime, anywhere. It burns with the inferiority complex deep within you as firewood. Hotness 1000. Temperature may be higher or lower depending on the extent of your inferiority complex. The last spark of Dogma's life before he became a Magian. Vikir was holding it in his hand and digging towards the Black Sea shadowless king. Let's see how well it burns. Toward the air sacs of the daylily that had taken root in its body. The trident of Baskerville. The triplets highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow who had sworn allegiance to their half-brother Vikir now stood dazed on the beach, while holding the baby madam who was whimpering while looking for Vikir. Master's level 1, right? That's right, he's 100 times weaker. And he can fight like that. Vikir is a god of battle, his feet moving over the bodies of ghost ships and jellyfish, sometimes even breaking the surface of the water. It was like watching a fighting dog born solely for battle. An aura that was at least a graduator intermediate or higher, and a sword skill that was clearly Baskerville but whose level of mastery was unknown. Those who don't know Vikir would be puzzled if they saw him. Why is Vikir not weaker than he was outside the tower but stronger? But the three Baskerville brothers knew. Vikir had already reached that level 4 years ago. He'll buy you some time, you go. The Hound was left alone to face the nightmare of the depth medium of the 8 legs. How could they forget the sun-like aura that rose from the tip of the hero's sword at that time? That light changed everything, the triplets' way of thinking, their behavior, and their fate. From that night on, the triplets became tridents moving solely at Vikir's command. Highbrow spoke with conviction. Indeed, my lord, he was a master. He was a master. He was a master. What is a swordmaster? According to official records, there are fewer than 10 of them in the entire empire. In iron-blooded swordsman Baskerville, it is assumed that Hugo Lou Baskerville, King Corso, one of the 7 counts who disappeared a long time ago, and Osiris, the young patriarch of the family, will soon become masters, but it is not yet certain. In such a situation, the fact that Vikir was promoted to swordmaster was a fact that would have shocked the entire empire. Not to mention he's not even 20 yet. The triplets' gaze shifted to the side. There they saw a group of commoner students gathered together, shivering. Their stats were pretty low from all the stats they'd been feeding Dogma, and none of them dared to look the triplets in the eye, especially since they'd just been feeding Vikir candy. Highbrow spoke up. They'll see you guys later. The commoner students began to tremble. They had a history of treating triplets like dogs and mistreating them. But that didn't mean they couldn't do something about it. For the commoner students, even if Vikir wins the fight against that giant jellyfish, it is despair, and even if he loses, it is despair. No matter what Vikir win. The commoner students remembered what Vikir had said when he first appeared. Raise your hand. I am the 3rd generation reader. I have a single mother and a single father to support. You have an old lover or are about to get married. Or are you already newlyweds? There is a humanly reason why people should not be killed in this place outside to one side. The fact that he said this means that he at least has warmth. Now that things are like this, I have no choice but to beg for my life from Vikir. There's no way the highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow will forgive us. They'll kill us, and even if they make 1,000 concessions and let us live, they'll cripple us. Let's go to Vikir and beg as much as we can. While the commoner students were thinking about this and that, quack-quack-quang, a pillar of fire of immense height and thickness rose from the sea surface. It signaled the end of the battle and the victory. The Black Sea shadowless king was still as large and powerful as ever when it rose to the surface. Biodung bidung. Its tentacles flailed, churning the water. It looked like it wanted to go back down to the heart of the sea again. Kuguk kujijik. It was impossible, as a powerful buoyancy enveloped its body, the opposite of anything it had ever experienced since its birth in the black water. Shurorok. It stretched out its tentacles and tried to cut the air sacs and stems, but even the daylily of blood tree is not as easily broken as a dangerous strength. Monster. The roots which had already burrowed deep into the jellyfish's shapeless body were impossible to pull out without tearing off flesh. It may be a freshly germinated seed, but its durability cannot be ignored. Vikir sliced off a few of the lunging tentacles and dried them, then stepped onto the king's lampshade. The body was so soft that it sunk into your thighs when you stepped on it, but Vikir managed to maintain his balance even on top of it. Snap. Vikir pulled at the daylily stem with a strong grip. The blossoms all over Shadowless King body were pulled down like balloons on a string. Snap, snap, snap. Vikir tied the daylily's tough stems together. In an instant, a knot the size of a human head appeared. The knotting techniques head learned in the field could be used to bind even the strongest ropes tightly in an instant. Vikir stepped on the knot, jumped to the other side of the trunk, and used his weight to pull it across the slick ground. He then gathers up the thicker stems on the other side, ties them together, and knots them. Soon the stems were tightly tied together, and it looked as if Shadowless King of the Black Sea had been bound with rope. That's it at this point. If one explodes, the others won't be blown away. Vikir zigzagged to avoid the flying tentacles. The many stalks tangled and knotted together like a honeycomb, so the tentacles could not reach him if he slid under them. Thwack whir. A flying tentacle is caught in a web of shaped daylily stems. Due to its mushy nature, the tentacle is unable to untangle itself. From then on, Vikir didn't cut off the flying tentacles. Instead, they were caught in the netting made from the daylily stems, causing them to tangle even more. Eventually, Vikir arrived at the end of the cap and jumped onto the surface of the water, holding a small air sac in his hand. Blast. At the same time, Vikir kicked as hard as he could against the jellyfish's body wall. Splash, splash, splash. He must get as far away from the Black Sea Shadowless King as possible. Let's pull ugh. The highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow catch Vikir's call just in time to tug on the threads extending from the Madame Cub's tail. It had been attached to Vikir's waist all along. Chwag. Vikir cuts through the water, putting distance between him and the Black Sea King. Soon the embers that Vikir had placed in the center of the Black Sea Shadowless King's body have finally caught fire in the far end of the air sac. Crackle. The flames that had been sizzling on the surface of the air sac soon engulfed the entire air sac. Pow, 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 pow. Eventually the air sacs swallowed by the fire shrunk and began to react. Kaboom! The daylily's air sacs were filled with toxic gas, a dangerous gas that exploded uncontrollably when ignited. When the first air sac explodes, the other air sacs all flutter around in the strong wind in the aftermath. However, because the stems were already tightly knotted, the air sacs did not fly away. The air sacs that moved for a moment are soon dragged by the knotted stem and cling to Shadowless King of the Black Sea. Once again, they became the fuel for the gas and firestorms in the atmosphere. Boom, 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 boom. A chain of explosions and flames, it followed the knotted air sacs and began to burn the Shadowless King of the Black Sea in earnest. A red-hot flower burning on the Black Sea surface. The Shadowless King of the Black Sea wants to go down to the bottom of the sea, but it is impossible to do so because of the air sacs that still remain. As a result, it's a fate that leaves itself open to the poisonous gases and flames that float to the surface, where it will slowly cook to death. And Vikir watches from a little distance away on the surface of the water in a small airbag. The scale is different from the daylily I met on the previous stage. The daylily we met on the 3-stage floor had been starved to death and hadn't been able to grow its air sacs properly. So instead of looking like a balloon, its stamens were spread out like leaves. And no one realized that it contained a deadly poisonous gas. But of course Vikir had already realized this. There was a person who organized the daylily of blood tree like this before. My regression. Vikir once worked as a special task force member of the Demon Subjugation Task Force. There had been a time when a group of soldiers in danger had been forced to flee in secret from a demon army, and these daylily happened to be blocking their escape route. Leading the group was Bianca, the eldest daughter of the Usher family. Using her archery skills, she unleashed a powerful bolt of flame that exploded all of the monstrous plants. This cleared the way, saving Vikir's life and the lives of many others. "I owe you, Bianca." Vikir nodded, watching the tidal wave of flame swirl around it. And then, ding! A loud notification sounded in his ears. Level 1 warrior Vikir has successfully hunted an A-ranked magen for the first time. Awesome achievement reward will be distributed. Level 1 warrior Vikir has successfully hunted the first ranked monster, Black Sea Shadowless King. The reward for the impossible achievement will be distributed.
Imdona.
Vikir breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, boom! A chunk of rotting flesh appeared in front of Vikir's eyes. The fairy, who was always characterized by splitting with a bizarre smile. But for some reason this time was different. It looked at Vikir, almost sobbing. "Wh at RUY are you doing is to me." High bro, mid bro, and low bro looked at the fairy and sneered flirtatiously. "Fairy Shesh, you always show up at the most amazing timing. Look at you crying, it seems like everything that has accumulated so far is being released. Dumbass." True to the triplets' words, the fairy was now howling ugly. "Wh at RUY are you doing is to me, do you th ink yo your goenji. To get rid of me by eat and me all over the PLAs. Vikir rested his chin for a moment. Before his regression, he had read in the memoirs of great heroes that the relationship between Amdusias and the Fairy of the Abyss was as follows. The relationship between a department store and the brand name stores within Amdusias expands and enlarges the interior space, drawing many people into the Hell Tree, and the fairies take charge of managing sections within the tower and conduct various sales against challengers. However, having been inside the tower myself, Vikir has a slightly different interpretation. The relationship between the casino and the gamblers who work in it. In other words, the Tower of Amdusias is a giant casino and the fairies are professional gamblers who gamble inside it. Like gamblers, fairies have to win every time they play. Just as no casino in the world is designed to ensure that the customer ultimately wins money, the same is true for the stages and missions within the tower. The fairy is usually betting that the challenger will fail to complete the mission and die a miserable death. This takes away the candy they have had since they were born. To keep the game from being completely unbalanced, they set up cleverly designed traps so that the process of steadily and diligently growing and killing challengers doesn't feel unreasonable. For example, things like perfume and cosmetics are intentionally left in ruins. Random boxes are mixed with mimics. The Black Sea is non-buoyant, and drinking too much Hell Tree sap can lead to demonization. As challengers struggle and die in these traps, their reputation grows. Occasionally, when compensation was given, they did not hesitate to steal a portion of it and embezzle it, thereby accumulating it illegally. But Vikir's suspicions and judgment saw through most of their traps. This was partly due to the information he'd been hearing before his regression, but mostly due to his seasoned instincts and intuition. Therefore, the fairy was now wailing in frustration like a casino dealer who had lost a series of bad bets.
Amiko ing toko pangrupt if ike epko ing liket is.
One more challenger like Vikir and the fairy will probably go bankrupt. Judging by the number of candies the fairy was spewing out of its mouth, anyone would have thought that. Strange candy level golden. A candy that raises your level by 1. Tastes sweet. Level 1. A golden candy that increases your level by 1. It is worth 300 regular candies. Over 2 dozen such golden candies fell from the sky. Vikir collected them all. I need to collect 100 golden candies before going to a certain stage. Section. The goal is to reach level 100 in one go. Until then, stay at level 1 and maximize the rewards. With all 6 stats in bloom, it wasn't necessary to spin the candy gacha anymore. Now I need to collect golden candies and continue to improve my 3 primary stats. By doing so, Vikir would be able to make up for his lack of battle experience once and for all, an experience that could only be gained by crossing countless lines. Only those who, having stepped into the realm of the Supreme, continue to struggle with the same spirit as when they first grasped the sword have anything to gain. These are the 8 formulas of Baskerville, as King Corso called it. A desperate need to survive, a lust for life, and extreme practical experience. Vikir was on the 7th before entering the Abyss Tower and was able to forge a small 8th tooth. Technically, it would be 75 form. In fact, if it is 7, it is 7, and if it is 8, it is 8. It is a little strange that there is an intermediate stage. There should be a 725 or a 775 if you want to go that route. It's just a shame that there's no way to express this subtle lack of a number. If I were to max out my stats and levels and then leave the tower, I could probably get to a full 8th form without the saint's buffs. After speaking with King Corso, he could definitely make the faint clue's head been able to pick up his own. Perhaps then he could one day reach the unattainable 9th form. Right then, ding. A now familiar notification sound struck everyone's ears. Mission end, number of survivors 76. As soon as the latecomer clears the mission, the first comers will be reverse summoned out of the tower. Ship owners eligible for reverse summons are limited to those who have cleared the mission. There's a subtle additional explanation that's a bit different from the previous one. At the same time, a window popped up in front of everyone announcing the completion of the mission. Mission complete: capture the sap pool. Steal the sap gland from the scary ship owners and survive. Mission end: build a ship and cross the Black Sea. Avoid the Black Sea shadowless king. Mission failure: kill all the living things. Survivor 077. What's the point of being a Magian if you don't go on a rampage? Let's prove how strong you've become. Oh, and the rewards are pretty good, right? The mission window above is obviously for students of Colossio Academy, but the ones below are a little different. It seemed to be a mix of those of the Insect King race and those of Dogma who had become a Magian. The Insect King race wept tears of gratitude and turned to Vikir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now we can go back to where we came from. They had been brought here for a very long time. Their suffering was so great that all 50 Insect King fell to the ground and kissed the backs of Vikir's hands and feet. The ship owners will be recalled. Do you agree to the reverse summons? Then a message flashed before the Insect King eyes. Finally, we're finally leaving this damn tower. Oh, it's all thanks to the Savior. We will definitely repay this favor when we leave. Thank you. All the Insect King race chose to leave the tower. And then, Paseg. A pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped the more than 50 Insect King. They literally disappeared in an instant. The triplets' mouths watered at the sight. Damn, I don't know if I envy them or not. Yes, after all, this tower is the land of opportunity. Still, I feel for those guys. It looks like they've been stuck here for a long time. Then Vikir walked forward. Vikir began to stare at the ground where the Insect King had disappeared. Then Vikir picked something up off the sandbar. It was a long strand of white hair. It was probably a beard that had fallen off the bodies of the elders. The tip of the strand was burnt black. Did they really leave the tower? Vikir's quiet muttering sends a chill down everyone's spine. The pillar of light and noise that had just fallen were clearly far from the sound of moving through space. Of course, it could be some other unknown type of teleportation magic, but temptation is everywhere, and unless it's earned with your own blood, it's best to be suspicious. Vikir also spoke with an uneasy feeling. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow who stood behind him nodded with heavy expressions. Then, over there, a creeping voice came from behind them. Vikir turned to see a group of 20 or so commoner students standing there, looking pale. Oh, we just wanted to apologize for what happened earlier. We were just doing what Dogma told us to do. We didn't mean any harm, really, we're sorry. Everyone looks at Vikir. It's only natural. Head single-handedly defeated over 50 Insect King, slain a Magian, and even overturned and shranked jellyfish monster. Even the fairies had to admit it. If they were to go up against Vikir, they would be bankrupt. There was no way anyone could go against Vikir under these circumstances. So the commoner students humbled themselves as if they were worms and begged for forgiveness. However, Vikir's response was short and dry. "Why are you apologizing to me? I think the street number is wrong." Vikir shrugged and turned away. There stood the triplets highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. Hic. The blood drained from the commoner students' faces. Forgiveness is reserved for the offended party. Criminals usually apologize and show remorse only to those who have the power to decide their punishment, such as guards and judges. But they never apologize to their victims, a contradiction in terms. The students who had never understood why criminals would grovel and repeat their apologies only in front of a judge understood why when they found themselves in such a situation. At this point we have no choice but to beg for our lives from Vikir. There's no way the highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow will ever forgive us. They'll kill us, and even if they make 1,000 concessions and let us live, they'll cripple us. Let's go to Vikir and beg as much as we can. This is because they do not truly reflect and only worry about their own disadvantages. Feelings of shame and self-loathing appeared on the faces of all the students, who were newly aware of this fact. They spoke to highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow in a croaking voice. "I am sorry, guys. I will gladly accept any retaliation. Sorry. In begging you, please end it with me. As for the family outside the tower." The commoner students knelt down on the sandbar and buried their heads in their hands. Then highbrow stepped forward. Everyone flinched with each step highbrow took. Then as highbrow stepped in front of the commoners, he did something completely unexpected. Shuffle. Highbrow bent down to one knee and stood at eye level with the commoners. "So far I have a good understanding of what you have been subjected to by the aristocracy. Our brothers too would have made you feel unknowingly wronged until they were trapped inside the tower." At highbrow's words, the commoner students' faces relaxed into a blank stare. Next to him, midbrow and lowbrow walked over and dropped to one knee. "But inside the tower we must stand together. The opponent is a demon, and the distinction between aristocracy barons and commoners is irrelevant. There are only humans left." At the words of midbrow and lowbrow, the commoner students stared blankly. The highbrow finally concluded, "I forgive you all for what you have done to us. Forgive us for what we did to you before you were locked in the tower." At this point several students burst into tears. The others who were not weeping fell silent, shook their heads, and were speechless. So this is it. This is what dogma couldn't get to the end. Everyone seemed to feel the same way, though they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. Meanwhile Vikir, who had been listening to the triplets in silence, nodded. The mindset is in the right place. It wasn't some noble phrase like "forgive the offender and be merciful." In an age of destruction, the distinction between noble and noble, commoner and commoner, is meaningless. Only demons and humans, only two black and white logics remain. The only way to survive against the demons is for humans to unite and work together. The triplets had already realized this, if only vaguely. It looked quite different from before Vikir's regression. At that very moment, Chal Enger, the fairy who had disappeared, had suddenly sneaked up beside Vikir. It began to make a strange suggestion. "You have been rak ing up an impress eve list of accomplishments since yo you are la stga me, and you are so prodigy usly talent ed that yo you are mundane. Missions are no longer fun." Vikir listened, wondering if it was some kind of trick. Sure enough, the fairy began to make a strange, unheard-of deal. "Wh me and can't you justdr all the next flow ors bef for us. Wh me and can't you justdr all the next flow ors bef for us." The fairy's suggestion was outrageous. Vikir is currently on the 4th floor on an island in the Black Sea. The next level he would encounter would be the 5th and then the 6th. But the fairy wants to make all of these levels a draw. Wh me, and the point is this. As Vikir goes down the floor, he will clear all the hidden stages, and there is a high possibility that he will monopolize all the monsters placed so that he cannot be caught, and the hidden pieces that are placed not to be obtained. After receiving the continuous special rewards, it is clear that he will become a power beyond the standard. So the fairies were willing to let him skip a good portion of the floors under their jurisdiction in exchange for an average stage-clearing reward. So as long as I play nice, you'll let me get to a certain section quickly, without wasting any time. Is that right? Is that what it is? What are you going to give me? At those words, the fairy folded 2 of its 12 fingers and extended the other 10. Vikir understood immediately. 10 golden candies. Yes. The fairy nodded nervously, then it added one more comment. Plese justi ta ku alo ok if ths continues yll I re ally go bank. Rupt. Then highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow shouted out. You bastard, where are you coming from? Our lord does not compromise with such an easy path. He does not compromise. He does not compromise. But the triplets' determined cries fell on deaf ears. Use more. Vikir was intrigued by the fairy's deal. How many floors do you think you're sending me to, and you're only giving me 10 golden candies? That can it be a little bit more? Vikir added to the stuttering fairy. I've had enough of the candy. I have an item I want. Can you get me one? Up until now, Vikir had always said candy was the best, but he had never needed an item. Items that he couldn't take out of the tower had always been low on his reward priority list. It was a bit unusual that Vikir was now asking for items. Added do you any ed? The fairy asked in a questioning tone, and Vikir answered firmly. A scale of forced equality. Vikir says the exact name of the item he wants. Hearing that, the fairy looked puzzled. Is that a hidden pi ce that can on ly be fo nd on the 3rd floor or of the underground? Oops. For a moment the fairy closed its mouth, not wanting to speak. But Vikir had already gotten the information from the fairy's stutter. I see the item can be found on the 3rd floor of the underground in the area. With the daylily of blood. Haha, but that's already the 3rd floor, right? The fairy was relieved that Vikir had already passed the 3rd underground level. The scales of forced equality is a hidden piece that drops only on the 3rd underground level, guarded by the daylily of blood, so if you don't get it early on, you're done for. However, in case you forgot, this is given to all who challenge the tower. Vikir pulled out a piece of paper. Return scroll rank. A scroll that allows you to return to the tutorial zone for one time only. The answer to the question, Lord, where are you going, is written. Using it will reset your level. It was a scroll to return to the tutorial zone. A one-time use item that allows you to start over from the 1st floor of the underground. Vikir's level is 1 anyway, so it's not a big deal. The scroll doesn't reset his stats. Vikir spoke in a menacing tone. Thanks for the information. I'll use this scroll to return to the tutorial floor, and once again I'll devour all the tricks and hidden pieces I came this far to find. Of course, I'll have to stop by the 3rd floor as well, because I need to find the scales of forced equality. Hick. The fairy realized that it had been tricked and sulked. Finally, with a sullen expression, the fairy dug into its bosom and pulled out a thick booklet. Item Catalog Hidden Piece Edition. 1 Demon Calling Flute Stock 8 500 red candies. 2 Retribution Iron Armor Stock 3 250 green candies. 3 Super Regeneration Potion Stock 15 400 blue candies. For Sneaky Pickpockets Gloves Stock 550 green candies 50 blue candies. 5 Sword of 10,000 Swings Two-Handed Stock 2 1000 red candies. 800 blue candies. 6 Hourglass of Lust Stock 1 golden candy. A paperback booklet containing a number of rare items. In between was a description of the item Vikir had mentioned. Item Catalog Hidden Piece Edition. 203 Scales of Forced Equality Stock 0 20 golden candies. An item with an incredibly high price tag. The number of golden candies required is 20. Moreover, thr are 0 items in stock. The fairy looked very disappointed, but Vikir was adamant. I'm sure there's more than enough. At no way. I'm not asking for it, I'm paying for it. Vikir held out all 20 of the golden candies had gotten earlier, plus a few extra candies from the commoner students. The fairy began to look troubled. Vikir added a threat in a low voice. I'll use a return scroll and devour all the hidden pieces on every floor and then I'll complain to the higher-ups later. I think the person in charge of the fourth floor embezzled the hidden pieces, so please conduct an inventory. Investigation. Do I understand? Do you wa nt me to sell it I just ne ed to sell. It rig ht. The fairy cried and took the candies from Vikir. And soon the pages of the catalogue slowly turn. What he thought was a single page was actually 2 pages cleverly stuck together. With a murderous look on its face, the fairy tore off one of the catalogue pages and handed it to Vikir. Item Catalog Hidden Piece Edition. 203 Scale of Forced Equality Stock 020 Golden Candies. Vendor comment: a hidden piece that can only be obtained on the 3rd floor of the tower. It has a pretty good ability but is rarely used due to its poor price. Performance ratio. Is pretty much useless in the early game and only comes into its own in the late game, but it's safe to say that no one will survive the latter half of the game with this item in their possession. Okay. Pyong. With a loud sound, the page in Vikir's hand is transformed into an item. Scale of Forced Equality Scales S. Your stats change according to the value of your highest stat. The values of all stats gradually and slowly increase according to the value of the highest stat, and this change continues until the values of all stats become the same. The scale looks quite ominous at first glance with its skull-shaped weights and embossed scale plates. However, the description reveals that it's actually a pretty good stats item. For example, if your strength stat is 10 and all other stats are 1, if you possess this scale, all of your stats will gradually increase over time along with the strength stats 10. After a very long time, when all stats reach 10, the scale will be destroyed. However, the time it took for the stats to increase was so long that the item was ultimately useless unless you were willing to spend years in the tower. Knowing this, the fairy hesitated before accepting Vikir's offer. Then, this. As Vikir placed the item in his hand, he noticed a small note enclosed. It was about the proper way to obtain this item. Item Catalog Hidden Piece Edition. 203 Scales of Forced Equality Stock 020 Golden Candies. Item Requirements: challengers who have encountered the Daylily of Blood must vote to sacrifice 1 person per day. However, the order in which sacrifices are selected is not from week to week, but from strong to strong. Unintentionally, I even learned how to obtain the items. So this is how it drops. Before his regression, Vikir had learned of the item's existence from the memoirs of the tower's former heroes. There was a villain who had been disrupting order in the tower, a villain who had been unnoticed in the early days of the tower but who had risen to prominence later in the tower. The heroes of the time investigated how the villain had gained such power and soon discovered the existence of this item. But no matter how much they researched, they couldn't figure out how to get it, and now Vikir understood why. The method of acquisition must be so gruesome that no one could have gotten. It was amazing that, before the regression, there had been just 1 person who had gotten this item. And now, the fairy grumbled and said, "Are you afraid you're going to be taken to the 5th floor of the underground? Different fairies from the next floor, so more vicious upper managers have emerged. It's scary, isn't it? Do you know that you have been fortunate enough to have met me until now?" The fairy opened its mouth and a gate to the 5th floor appeared before everyone's eyes. Only 1 person could enter at a time, and it was clear that they would all end up in different places. Go in one by one. The fairy looked at all the challengers but only focused on Vikir. Then it spoke almost inaudibly. "It was dirty because we were together. Let's not see each other again." With the sound of waves hitting the sandbar and breaking into foam. "It was dirty because we were together. Let's not see each other again." The fairy's voice echoes in my ears. Ding. You have left the underground 4th floor island in the Black Sea. You have left the underground 5th floor Martyr Desert. You have left the underground 6th floor Flooded Forest Submerged Zone. You have left the underground 7th floor Snail Slime Ruins. You have left the underground 8th floor Remains of the Headhunters. Entered the underground 9th floor Ryu Majin Demonic Dragon's Laboratory. At the same time, Vikir felt his body slide downward. Is this what it feels like to skip 4 floors at once? A chill ran down his spine from the bottom of his groin to the top of his head, the kind of sensation you get when you go down an elevator in a tall castle or on a ride that drops you from the top down, or when you train to jump off a cliff. Vikir's vision in front of him changed rapidly, and several bloody scenes passed by like a panorama. A desert where the temperature is so high and dry that nothing remains except sand and burned trees. Tall trees rising in dense clusters, and swamps that were waist-deep. Ruined cities covered in grotesque slime. Ancient civilizations overrun by savage cannibals. After passing through them, Vikir finally fell through a gate into the 9th level of the underground. From here on out, the area would be controlled not by fairies but by their superiors. Thud. As soon as Vikir hit the ground, he rolled on the floor to minimize the impact. When he looked up, he saw something strange. A rectangular room surrounded by translucent walls. The large interior space was half filled with fluffy sawdust. The wood chips that had been cut to the size of a fingernail were as thin as pieces of paper. There were so many of them piled up that it felt cozy and fluffy. There was a large bowl in the corner with several red, green, and blue candies rolling around. Across from it was a pipe dripping with water, and off to the side was a large hamster wheel that you could run around in. It looks like a hamster farm. Hack hack. Decarabia and the Madame Cub said a word each. Vikir could only nod. If it's narrow, it's narrow. If it's wide, it's wide. Sawdust piled up quite high. Water in feed trough, even treadmills. No matter where you look, it is a hamster breeding farm. Papa papa pack. Just as a hamster digs sawdust and builds a den, Vikir did the same. A den on a sawdust hill ramp made by instinct. When he went inside and laid down, he felt cozy and warm. By the way, the floor is called laboratory. An aviary set up by a Ryumajan for experiments. Presumably a place to grow and breed things for experiments. Vikir quickly recalled the description of this floor from the records of the heroes he had read before his regression. The home of the Ryumajan, the descendants of the dragon kin who joined forces with the demon, an existence that even the lowest levels dare not confront. This place is basically a research lab, a laboratory run by an absolute being. Just as humans keep lab rats in cages, there is always a cage in a lab or laboratory. I've heard it before, a place where all challengers will randomly encounter at some point in time, a place where research is conducted using the precursor creatures that exist on every floor of the tower, a laboratory where boss and normal monsters are bred and breed to create subspecies, subraces, and variants for the stages. This floor doesn't have to be the 9th floor. Someone might enter from the 2nd floor, someone might enter from the 13th floor, and someone might enter from a floor even further down. But one thing is for sure, the difficulty of the missions on this floor is all or nothing. It's either extremely easy or extremely difficult. Vikir flexed his hands and slammed them against the translucent wall in front of him. Boom! As expected, the wall was solid. It would be impossible to break it unless you were a master. Also, there was a part of me that believed in fairies. They seemed to have thought that sending us right here would put the brakes on us. Decarabia was right. If Vikir had just taken his time and broken through the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, he would have gotten a much larger reward, and the fairies would have gone bankrupt. The gamblers who were frightened by the newbie's undefeated streak invited him to a game where they would win. If that's not it, then I don't know what is. They've laid out the deck very well. Within, this biker was perfectly trapped. He was like a rat in a poisonous trap or a hamster in a cage.
No, Jerry.
You can't break down this wall even if you go on a rampage. Vikir, who already knew this from the memoirs of heroes, began to stroll leisurely around the cage. Over a knee-deep mound of sawdust, past feeders, waterers, and wheelbarrows, he came upon a high wall. Vikir pressed his face against it. Then beyond the translucent wall, the scenery outside the aviary began to be vaguely visible. Is it an ancient language? There were signs in the language of the long-extinct magic kingdom. Vikir stumbled over the words on the signs using what little knowledge he had from his liberal arts classes. incubation room, gathering room, spawn room, blood collection room, fighting room, and behind the signs were rows of cages each with translucent walls. They looked similar to the place where Vikir was currently being held. In what was labeled an incubation room, numerous unidentified eggs lay. Under the gloomy lighting, the veins on the outside of the eggshell are pulsing and pulsating as if they are about to hatch at any moment. In what was labeled the gathering room, creatures that had apparently been captured from each floor scurried about. Bugs, wild beasts, flying beasts, fish, crustaceans, and more. There were a few insect king among them, but judging from the fact that they were all sitting in the corner of the gathering room with blank expressions, they seemed to have already lost their minds. In the area labeled as the spawn room, a number of seemingly pregnant creatures were taking a breather and preparing to give birth. Everyone's stomachs were grotesquely swollen, probably because they had been injected with some kind of strange drug. In a place marked as a blood collection room, numerous monsters were being desiccated like mummies, and their blood was being drawn. They are all subjects who long for death at any moment and are in a situation worse than death. But it was the room opposite that caught Vikir's attention the most. In a place marked as a fighting room, numerous monsters were fighting with their teeth, claws, and horns as if they were going to kill each other. Kwakwang Yulyulung. Judging by the amount of echoes generated, it seems that they are not all normal. They were fighting so desperately as if they believed that only the last one standing could escape this indestructible space. Beyond that, there are various other cages with unreadable inscriptions on them. Vikir's current cell was just one of them. So what is this room for? Vikir lifted his head and looked up. Sure enough, there was a sign above the cage. Vikir stammered over the vague words. Mating room. Mating, the sexual act of a male and female for the purpose of reproduction. I see a laboratory where monsters captured from the world outside the tower were mated and bred to produce various subspecies, subraces, and variant second generations. Humans run these kinds of facilities for their domesticated animals too, but it was still a thrill to be dropped into it. In the other mating room next to his, a few creatures were wandering around nervously. But there was one difference between the mating room with the other creatures and the one with Vikir. Why am I here alone? Vikir thought for a moment. Of course he couldn't mate alone, there must be a female individual here to mate with. But Vikir is the only human in this aviary. Surely there must be a passenger who was trapped here before me. If there is a woman who came here before Vikir, he may be able to get information from her about what they need to get out of here. But that's a best-case scenario. Worst-case scenario, the woman here is already insane or full of malice. Who knows what horrible experiences she may have had on her way here. It is highly likely that his normal personality and values have already collapsed. It would be impossible to stay sane in this tower without a heroic mindset. So Vikir kept a close eye on his surroundings. You never know when a sword might come out of hiding. But Vikir soon realized that he was wrong. Seeing a gate suddenly opened down the hill from where Vikir stood, and a person jumps out of it rolling on the ground. Ouch, where am I? Rubbing her head, the person getting up was clearly a cloaked female student from Colosio Academy. Vikir couldn't help but sigh a little as he saw that familiar face looking around with an anxious expression. Was I the passenger? Ding. 9th Underground Floor, Dragon Magent's Laboratory, Mating Place. Object Code 12BS 730621990. Human Classification 1 pair. Conditions for 2 people have been met. Creating a mating environment. First time limit 100000. Unidentified notification sounds rang out loudly. However, the girl in the center of the warren didn't seem to understand the situation. Humans mating, what does this mean? There are no fairies here. She brushes the sawdust out of her white hair with her hands. Eyes as big as a deer, face as gentle as a puppy. The cloak she wears, symbolizing the first year of Colosio Academy, is torn and stained with blood. Sinclair, Bourgeois J. Sinclair. She stood on the sawdust of the warrens here. Vikir hunkered down on the hill and thought for a moment. But there was no way to hide all the way in the barely spacious warren. What's more, Sinclair would soon realize that there was a two-person limit to the warren. We'll have to hold hands. After assessing the situation, Vikir turned to Sinclair. Hey here. Hearing Vikir's voice, Sinclair instantly crouched down and assumed an alert stance. Her face was as rigid as ever, a sign of the trouble she'd been through in the tower. But Sinclair's expression quickly softened when she realized it was Vikir's voice calling her. She broke into a wide smile and started to run. Brother, my brother fell here too. Isn't this something, Yule? Like, I guess I was so excited for a moment because I saw a familiar face. Did you also go through hellhounds and blood, Daylily? Yes, you too. Sinclair was happy to see Vikir, but regardless of her expression, signs of hardship were evident all over her body. Her clothes were stained with blood and she had lost a lot of weight. She seemed to have suffered more in her mind than in her body. Vikir wondered how many levels Sinclair had warped from. Did you meet with the shadowless king of the Black Sea? No, what level of mission is that? I came over from the 5th floor. Apparently Sinclair had done a different mission on the same floor as Vikir. What was the mission on the 5th floor? Vikir asks, and Sinclair suddenly pauses. She hesitated and then looked at Vikir. It was just as she was about to open her mouth. A loud bang. Suddenly the cage shook once. Vikir quickly jumped up and ran down the hill. He looked around to find the source of this sudden earthquake. Thump, rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. The loud noises and vibrations were definitely coming from the mating room next door. What is that? Sinclair came to stand beside Vikir, his expression a mixture of wariness and wonder. They peered over the translucent wall into the other kennel. Their two enormous mantises stood in sharp confrontation. Giant mantis.
Tanger ratsing a.
Size 8 to 16 meters. Found in Red and Black Mountains Ridge 4. Nicknamed Giant Mantis or Life Harvester. Using its giant scythe-like forelimbs, the mantis is capable of slashing at anything larger than itself. At full-grown size, the mantis scythe is a formidable weapon against even a graduator-class swordsman, and the female's is more than twice as large and sturdy as the male's. After mating, the female will eat the male. A huge female mantis and a small male mantis. As if they had just been dragged into the enclosure, these two creatures brandish the scythes of their forelegs to keep each other in check. Sinclair cocked her head. What is that, and why are two mantises fighting over there? Vikir thought about telling Sinclair the purpose of the warren but decided against it. In the meantime, the two mantis were still spewing flesh at each other. Neither the female nor the male seemed to like the other. But then, poof, something happened. Ding. Creating a mating environment. Second time limit 0000000. A warning sound indicates that the time limit has expired, and a blue mist emanates from every corner of the warren. Swayig. The blue mist swirled around the bodies of the two mantis who were locked in. A tense struggle. And then something amazing happened. Shhhhhhh. The smaller male was rapidly approaching the larger female. The odds of them mating were close to 0 based on their previous hostility. It was clear that the male would soon be torn to shreds by the flesh-spewing scythe of the female. But, for some reason, she didn't block his approach. In fact, she even turned her body halfway around so that her back and buttocks would be more comfortable for him to ride behind her. Is that blue mist an aphrodisiac? Vikir set his chin in thought. Apparently the mist was meant to spray when the time limit was up. Ding. Underground Level 9 Dragon Magent's Laboratory Mating Site Object Code 010mm9902 Giant Mantis Classification 1 pair. Biorhythm unbalanced. Physical condition active. Mating status possible. Another flurry of beeps. The two mantis began to breathe harsh, unsteady breaths, and soon they were tangled in each other's arms violently. Two giant worms indulging each other with bloodshot eyes. But, shhhhh. The smaller male was more susceptible to the effects of the aphrodisiac mist. But the larger female seemed to resist it fairly well. Pudududug. The female shook her head to clear it and then slapped the male on her back, with her wings knocking him off. The male sprawled on the ground and tried to get back up, but she was having none of it and stabbed him with her scythe.
Ko.
Giant mantis are enemies in their own right and top predators in the Black Mountains. Their physical prowess rivals that of a graduator-class knight, and they are comparable to masters in terms of strength and the sharpness of their scythes. Their mental prowess is so great that countless mages of the mental realm have attempted to tame them and failed. Is that why fully grown the massive female spreads her wings clearing away all the blue mist and lunges at the male? She would not mate with such an inferior individual, not even in death. Just then, ding, entering mating environment. Begins third attempt. Another external intervention has begun. Swoosh. The ceiling, which was filled with darkness, opened and two giant hands shot up. The backs of the hands covered in blue scales, fingers with sharp nails at the ends. They grabbed the two struggling mantis, one each, and began to squeeze them down. They grabbed the hips of the female mantis as she struggled, swinging her scythe, and then grabbed the hips of the male mantis as he struggled to escape. Like a violent trainer forcing a dog to mate, the female is held down and the male is squeezed in front of a huge, irresistible force. And with that, the mating of the two mantis is over. The blue hand slipped back through the darkness of the ceiling as if it had no regrets. The overwhelmed male fell to the floor and began to shiver while the female, who had been stressed to the breaking point, slit his throat with her scythe. Ugiogiagugiak. The female mantis then proceeded to chew on the severed head of the male mantis, and then the severed neck, chest, stomach, intestines, and toes. Shhhhhhhhh. The blue mist was completely gone. When the female mantis had finished eating the male mantis, she wandered around the enclosure on her own until she was picked up by the blue hand that reappeared and carried to the other side of the room. It was a room that had been labeled spawning room on a sign earlier. Next to the spawning room where the forcibly impregnated female mantis had been transferred, another spawning room was already piled high with monster eggs that had undergone a similar process. A truly horrifying sight. This is a scary place, Vikir muttered in a low voice. Now he understood why the fairies had sent him down here. A place to fight to the death, to mate to the death, to give birth to the death, to be bled to the death, to be caged to the death. It was a terrifying place where all animals and plants, including humans, were reduced to experimental livestock. Vikir recalled what he had known about this floor before his regression. Doesn't look easy at all or nothing, this one. Turning his head to look up, he sees the same kind of status window floating above the warrens on this side of the room. Enters, creating mating environment. First timeout 095459. Even as this happens, that euphemism timeout is getting shorter and shorter. Apparently the time limit is only 10 hours. If something is not done within that time, there is a high possibility that forced intervention will occur from outside. You know, like the blue hand that was forcibly snapping the mantis earlier. Well, what was that? Is this some kind of cage match where monsters kill each other? Meanwhile, at the clear voice of Sinclair, who seemed to not yet fully understand the situation, Vicar had no choice but to place his hand on his head for a moment. How do I explain this? Darkness has fallen in the mating room. Judging by the lack of light beyond the translucent walls, it was either night, or the lights had been turned off. As a result, the temperature inside the cage began to drop rapidly. White frost formed on the walls. Furthermore, enters mating environment. First timeout 000000. Second timeout 100,000. A light rain began to fall from the darkness of the ceiling. It was just enough to moisten the surface of the sawdust, but with the freezing cold around them, it was quite threatening. Vikir ducked out of the pouring rain and into the sawdust at the bottom of the hill. I wonder if this is primary. The blue mist that had brought the giant mantis to heat earlier was definitely round 2. Apparently it happens when the time limit for the first round is up. It was hot and sweaty earlier, but now it's raining and frosty. What a crazy day. As Vikir was thinking to himself, Sinclair, who was squatting next to him, spoke up. Do they want us to freeze to death out here? They're gonna make us sweat. And then leave us out in the rain. It had been hot in the kennel just moments before, and Sinclair was wearing only a black sleeveless t-shirt on his upper body. But even if it had gotten colder, she couldn't bring herself to put the cloak back on. It was already damp from sweat and drizzle. Fut-fut. When Vikir turned around after vigorously shaking off the water from his clothes, Sinclair was just breathing quietly with her head buried between her knees. As her breathing gradually became quieter, her physical condition seemed to be not that good. She's hypothermic and she's going to die if I don't keep her awake. Vikir moved to Sinclair's side and sat down. He spoke to her to keep her awake. What were the missions on the previous floor? Sinclair, what were the missions on the previous floor? Vikir asked, shaking her shoulder, and Sinclair snapped out of it. She shuddered once, then opened her mouth to speak. On the magic train to fight each other. Sinclair said she survived a swarm of hellhounds on the 3rd floor and made it to the 5th floor after experiencing a daylily attack on the 4th floor. The intervening time was a long one, but it wasn't particularly odd, as different floors had different notions of time inside the tower. Hellhound and Blood Daylily, I went through those too. Really, how many days did you endure them? I caught the Daylily. What you caught, it was that something you could catch. Sinclair looked genuinely surprised. Then she spoke in a hushed voice. We fought it, actually. We couldn't make the sacrifice, and then the Daylily ate most of the survivors, so the mission was automatically cleared. Maybe that was the best thing that could have happened realistically. The chances of the Colosio Academy students catching a Daylily of blood are slim to none. It's just that Vikir was off the charts strong. Sinclair then turned to the next floor, the 5th. The 5th floor was hell much worse than the 3rd and 4th. What was it? Sinclair paused for a long moment before answering in a low voice. A killing spree. Sinclair's next words were quite shocking. The location was a compartment of the magic train. When I came to, everyone was in their seats on the train. And then, in front of everyone's eyes, the mission. Mission, a group task of strong friendship. Let's make our group the best group. From now on, the 5 closest people will form one group. If any of the 5 people in a group die, the group will be automatically eliminated and everyone will die. If you have a weaker friend, be sure to help and protect him or her. The outcome is important, but the process is also important. Cooperation is also a criterion for evaluation. The stats of the dead are automatically absorbed into the stats of the killer. Try to eliminate all other groups and be the last one standing. PSI intentionally formed groups with people who seemed close to each other. It was a struggle of all against all between the survivors. 5 people in a group, and if you lose even one of them, everyone dies. Also, if you kill a member of another group, you can take away all their stats. As soon as the mission was announced, several students sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, a female student swung an awl and pierced the neck of a large burly male student next to her. He died without so much as a scream, and all of his stats went to her. She began attacking other students, using her stats to become as strong as one of the muscular men. The train compartment quickly turned into chaos. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair, who happened to be in a group, worked together to deflect all the incoming attacks. Once they'd managed to fend off everyone, another mission popped up. Special mission. Even the best groups have their best members, but who is the MVP player? It's a bit futile to win by holding out, right? Don't make the game too boring. Congratulations to the 5 challengers who seem to be getting along so well. But unfortunately, only one of you can make it through this stage. From now on, we'll be sending all but one of you to the Daylily colony on the 4th floor. It was the fairy stench that made the 5 close friends into a group in the first place. The 5 survivors had already bonded over the hellish chatter. What's more, not only were they close to begin with, but they had saved each other's lives many times over. Of the 5 of them, only one can survive. The remaining 4 will descend into a hell of off-size monsters. Sinclair smiled bitterly, avoiding Vikir's gaze. I was the one who made the first move. I understand. You find that contemptible, don't you? No, no one can blame you. Vikir spoke in a dry voice. Then he spoke. In that situation it's right to let the one most capable of surviving live. That's what I would have done. In reality Vikir had been in situations like this countless times. Had been on the losing end and had survived. Sinclair stared at Vikir with a puzzled expression on her face. Then in a small voice she asked, "If my brother joined, would you have done the same?" "Of course." "Then you would have survived. You are stronger and wiser than me." "That is also true." Vikir nodded nonchalantly and Sinclair could only smile in response. It's a strange feeling, like being comforted and a little bit hurt. Sinclair hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I guess he'll never be as strong-minded as my brother no matter how hard I try." Sinclair finished telling the rest of the story. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair. Of the 5 only one would survive. And it was Sinclair who made the first move. Sinclair had been working hard to distance herself from her friends in anticipation of dropping out of the academy. So once again she closed her eyes tightly and cast a powerful spell. No, she tried. But Sinclair couldn't make it work. Guilt, friendship, a tidal wave of unspeakable emotions washed over her, sapping her mana. So what happened? Vikir continued. He couldn't stay still or he'd fall asleep and then he'd really freeze to death. Sinclair answered with a half-open, half-dazed gaze. Then Tutor spoke. In Sinclair's recollection, Tutor had said exactly what Vikir had expected. In a situation like this, I think it's only right to let the one with the best chance of survival live. Suddenly the eyes of Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca all turned to Sinclair. "You're the most brilliant of us all, Sinclair, so I think you should go. You will get revenge on those demons with your skills and talent. You can do." "I thought of course I should get out, make sure you survive to get my share." "Hey, you realize how you've been treating me lately? Really reflect on yourself. Where can I find such a good friend?" Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca unanimously voted to save Sinclair. Hearing this, Vikir nodded. "Of course you're right. My thoughts are also influenced by the tutors before the regression. Tutor, the great hero of the Age of Destruction, always made rational choices. However, he sometimes acted irrationally, always sacrificing himself to save others if it involved himself. Vikir's life was once saved by Tutor's sacrifice in a life-or-death situation. Tutor was dying for the first time. Bianca cried out the warriors of the Humanity Alliance who had survived but had been grieving for a long time. Afterward, Vikir wondered over and over again why the great hero Tutor had sacrificed himself for the sake of a lowly warrior. And then, in the present day, Vikir heard the answer. He said, "'Cause that's what heroes do, that idiot." Sinclair's eyes narrowed. Tutor gave Sinclair a thumbs up with a smirk as he stood there trying not to leave. "Don't worry, if any circumstances arise, we will use a return scroll. The penalty for which, instead of returning to the tutorial safe zone, all levels would be reset to 1. At that, Vikir nodded. Good thing they all have their scrolls. Scrolls can save your life once in a crisis. Resetting your level to 1 is a pain in the ass, but there's nothing more precious than a life. Yeah, using a return scroll is a wise choice. Instead of resetting your level, you'll have the foundation to become stronger. Your stats will remain the same, and you'll have information about the missions you'll face, which will make it much easier to become stronger. Of course, once you've used the scroll, you'll be classified as the tower's pre-existing creature, so you'll be destined to create many more victims." Vikir had to stop mid-sentence. He turned to the side and saw Sinclair curled up in a ball, head bowed, saying nothing. Apparently she had fallen asleep from her tears. Ishik. Her breathing has become so soft that it is barely audible anymore. Thud. Sinclair's head rests on Vikir's shoulder. Her breath, faintly warm, tickled the nape of Vikir's neck. "But wake up, if you sleep you die." Vikir slapped Sinclair across the cheeks relentlessly. Sinclair jerked awake and sat up. "Thanks, brother, I could have frozen to death if I'd messed up. I've been feeling warm and sleepy for a while now, but why does my cheek hurt like this?" "It's your mood." Sinclair nodded at Vikir's words. But once the temperature dropped, there was nothing she could do about it. Mentally, Next Sinclair leaned in and whispered in Vikir's ear.
I'm sorry brother, I think that's it.
There was no more mana to draw. Her body and mind were already exhausted. If only one of us can get out, it'll be fine, I can count on you. But Vikir had already stopped listening to Sinclair. What should I do? Vikir decided to look at the other room on the other side of the wall. It was drizzling and frosty in the other room too. Vikir looked over to see what the creatures in the other room were doing. They were burrowing deep into the wet sawdust on the outside, then burrowing into the dry sawdust on the inside and sticking together. The creatures who were basking in each other's warmth also huddled together to share their body heat in the face of the cold. I wonder if this was the intention of the watering. It's extremely dark and damp. I could see what the owner of the room was expecting. Stripped of rain and sweat-soaked clothing, Vikir made his way to Sinclair's side. As he approached, Sinclair's eyes narrowed and her voice trembled. Brother, what are you going to do? Vikir answered briefly. I guess he'll have to live up to expectations. Sinclair J. Bourgeois. She was still a child, long hair flowing like the Milky Way down to her waist. She looked up at the tall man in front of her and asked, Father, why do I have to go out? The little girl asked while hugging her teddy bear. But the tall man didn't answer. Instead, it was the old butler standing next to him who answered, When you grow up and come back, everything will be yours. With those words, the little girl left the family home. After cutting her long flowing hair short, she looked back at the back door of the house. Everything was still in its place. Nothing would change even if she left. Then a small shadow flickered high above the family's building. Was it an illusion or just a shadow, the hem of a curtain that swayed in the wind? No, it wasn't. It was a tall man. He's standing there to look down on her. Final journey. That's what the girl thought. Why did you abandon me? Did you love me? Is that why you abandoned me? Can I go back to you? Then can you love me again? So many questions, so many footprints in the snow, so many doubts. And at the end of it all, the answer was not a pleasant one. It wouldn't be a bad idea to weed out useless relationships at this point, as of this time all plays have ended. The tall man's face as an adult was much different from what she remembered as a child. He was so tall it was hard to see, but still the glimpses of gentleness in the center of his bluntness were gone. A hideously contorted expression, the bloodshot eyes, and that fierce demon. Like rampage, the grown child reverted to the child she had been. The child who had been forced to leave her family on the day of the heavy snowfall. I understand. I know you did it because you loved me. And the truth is you never abandoned me. I'm back. Please love me again. The answer the little girl had been preparing for so long boiled down to one. I wanted to see you. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. The demon kills. A hound tore through the nightmare, leaping from the depths of the underworld. Its gaping mouth and sharp teeth tore at everything before the girl's eyes. It's over, you worthless one. That was the last of the tall man. The girl had lost her only family. And with that, the only source of record of her existence in the world was completely lost. She was left alone in the world without any ties. Now who will testify to her existence? By what means should a person who has lost her source reveal herself to the world? Esse non videre, to exist but not to be seen. From that day forward the girl became one who exists but is not seen. King of the bourgeois. The girl made up her mind. She was determined to see that vicious hound from that day, that nightmare. Like mouth and teeth and those eyes that shined with ominousness. Sinclair gasped, her body jerking awake. She must have had a terrible nightmare, but she couldn't quite remember her. Mind and body were dazed. The next thing she knew, she realized she was completely naked. Kaya. She quickly covered her hands up and down. Then a nonchalant voice came from the back of her neck. You're awake. Sinclair turned her head quickly. Vikir, also shirtless, was hugging her from behind. Brother, WHWH, what is this? Maintaining body temperature. The voice still flat. Sinclair could finally take in her surroundings. There was sawdust all around Vikir and Sinclair, who were naked and close together. A burrow dug so deep that the sawdust around them hadn't been soaked by the rain at all. They weren't cold because they were buried in the dry sawdust. The moisture that had soaked their bodies was long gone. Vikir had spread Cerberus hide across the center of the wide den and built a small fire. Firewood turned to sawdust and smoke escaped through a vent dug into the den's ceiling. Cerberus hide was fireproof so the fire didn't spread to the sawdust. Vikir had made a small fire in a pouch of Cerberus hide and was tossing dry sawdust into it little by little. He made sure to spread the damp sawdust around to prevent sparks from flying. Sinclair suddenly realized what had kept her awake. Vikir had done the best he could. A cold dark world yet so bright and warm even with only a single matchstick. A fire. So was Vikir's hard body against his back and his tickling breath. Did you have a nightmare? Somehow the voice that usually sounded so hard and dry in his voice now sounded so soft and sweet. Vikir's words brought Sinclair to tears. Night Hound killed my father. The more time that passes the more clearly she remembers the details of the nightmare. No, she couldn't forget it because it had happened to her in the first place. I woke up and my father was there. He was turned into a demon. He used a strange power. I wanted to stop him, but I couldn't because I didn't have the strength, so the Night Hounds killed him. Why did this happen? Why? Sinclair is still babbling, having just woken up. But Vikir could make out everything she wanted to say. I don't know how to explain it. The families of the demon-possessed are always difficult to deal with. A dead man, just a shell of a demon. That would only confuse Sinclair. Maybe it's better to hate me to loathe me. It might give her a little more motivation to live. After all, revenge is a good motivator for humans. Wordlessly, Vikir strengthened his arms and pulled Sinclair into a tight embrace. Bare skin rubbed against bare skin, warmth rising from the friction. Sinclair shivered and cried. A moment. A whimper. She turned her head to the side. Sinclair's lips touched Vikir's neck. Vikir quickly turned his head to the side to avoid it. But Sinclair didn't let go and she began to run her tongue along his neck. It was creeping up. Holy shit, is it time already? Vikir was momentarily distracted by the status bar. Vikir quickly opened the status window in the corner of his vision. Creating mating environment. Second timeout 000321. The air entering his nostrils had become quite sweet for some reason. A blue mist that permeates every inch of the sawdust den. The time between tending to the fire and pumping mana into Sinclair's body had already passed like this. Vikir began to hold his breath. It's like a fog that can't hurt to breathe in. There was nothing particularly harmful about the mist. The problem was that it stimulated various bodily functions too vigorously. No wonder it was used as an estrus fog to promote mating between males and females. Ding. Human 2 is ready to mate. Human 1 is still not ready to mate. The sound of humans being treated strictly as livestock. This is exactly what happens in a Ryumajan's mating room. Sinclair turned towards Vikir. Then blowing out a breath of hot air she said, "Brother, I have no family anymore. I'm all alone in the world. So I want to make a family if it's you. The world is cold and dark. It is inherently lonely and solitary. But just like in this sawdust hole, if you have a little bit of warmth, even if it's just a single match, it can give you the strength and warmth to get through the world." Sinclair buried her face in Vikir's chest as if she could stand it no longer. But even then Vikir's gaze remained cold. Of course, there's no way to be a family with Sinclair. It was Vikir himself who had destroyed Sinclair's only family. I have to admit it. When dealing with Bartolomeo, he didn't risk his life like he did with Camus. He avoided risk as much as possible and took the safest route to kill Belial. No regrets. If he had it to do over again, he would make the same choice. But guilt and innocence are two different things. To kill Sinclair's only family, to be her only family, was a deception within a deception. Vikir grabbed both of Sinclair's shoulders as she burrowed deeper into his arms and lifted her up. Sinclair's head bowed, deeply lifted to meet his eyes, which were already dazed. "Listen, Sinclair, Just when Vikir was about to open his mouth to say something. Ding. Entering mating environment. Begins third attempt. The time limit was up. As soon as Vikir stopped talking and gritted his teeth, he began to show signs. Thump. The entire room shook once and loudly. External intervention, a biofactor-style forced breeding. The same evil hands that had forced the giant mantis creatures to mate in the past had entered the mating room to do the same thing this time. Vikir pushed Sinclair back. How much of the mist did you drink? Sinclair was too disoriented to answer even the most basic of questions. Anyway, your body temperature has recovered reasonably well if I leave her alone. She'll wake up. Vikir laid Sinclair on the ground, turned off the lights, and walked out of the den. As he stepped out of the sawdust den, he saw two giant grasping hands piercing the darkness of the ceiling. Hands covered in blue scales. They must belong to the owner of this mating room. Ding. The owner of the farm would like to check the condition of the collected items. Target human 1. Target human 2. Simultaneously with an unpleasant beeping sound.
Ko.
The shadow cast by a blue hand looms over Vikir. The other hand was merely hovering over the sawdust, presumably searching for Sinclair, who was probably hiding somewhere beneath the layer of sawdust. I can't let that happen. Vikir drew his sword. A crimson aura dripped from the surface of the magic sword Beelzebub's hilt. Sticky and dripping. Flash. A sharp stab flew out like an arrow and struck the blue hand. Thud. The aura on the blue scales produced countless sparks as if iron and steel had collided. However, as expected, the blue hand only flinched slightly and didn't seem to have suffered any fatal wounds.
Ko.
Now even the hands that were looking for Sinclair have joined in capturing Vikir. The two hands were quickly surrounding Vikir and pulling him to one side. At this point, Vikir pulled out all the candy in his pockets. Vikir. LV1. Title: Gutter Rat Hunter Hell's Dog Daylily Lumberjack Magen Executioner Black Sea King Slayer. New stats: Strength 300, Agility 284, 16 300, Stamina 300, Physical Resistance 1, Magic Resistance 1, Reflexes 1. Having eaten all of the agility candies he had been saving up for, he now has all three stats at 300. Boom. Vikir moves much faster than before. There was a moment of confusion between the two hands that had anticipated Vikir's speed, and Vikir was taking advantage of the gap. Now it's your turn. Hack. Vikir stretched out his left hand, and the madam cub that had been waiting on his wrist spewed out a web from its mouth. It shot out quickly and clung to the back of the approaching blue grasp. Flick. Vikir pulled on the web and soared into the air. The giant hovering hand was getting closer and closer. Then Decarabia, clinging to his chest, spoke with concern. Human, are you sure you'll be okay? The scales of a Ryumagen are thick and hard. It's most likely too much for you with your current strength. Didn't you fail to slash it before? It's fine. I'm not after the hand. Vikir pulled on the web and climbed up. He stepped on the back of its hand as it panicked and tried to pull back. Tuck. Landing on the blue scales, Vikir tapped them lightly with his hand. As a result of slightly injecting mana, the blue scales covering the back of the Ryumagen's hand were not only much lighter and harder than ordinary metal, but also had good elasticity. Clearly, any attack, whether sword or magic, won't be able to make a scratch on it. Not even with a graduator's level of skill. Head-to-head combat is a losing proposition. Vikir made his decision in a split second. Flash. The blow erupted once more. The crimson aura coursed through the blue scales, traveling down the back of the hand, up the forearm, and into the darkness beyond. Cuckoo. Then a loud vibration began. The two grasping hands disappeared through the ceiling at breakneck speed. By now Vikir's web had been severed. Decarabia said urgently, "Oh no, we lost them. The web is broken. This is bad news. How are we going to escape this cage?" "Wait and see." "What do you mean wait for? You'll die and that's it." "But I might have to spend the rest of my life in Amdusia's tower." "Ugh, and it's a Ryumagen's laboratory." Decarabia bustles about in all sorts of fussiness. But Vikir remains nonchalant. Despite losing his grip on the Ryumagen and having his webs cut, he doesn't show the slightest sign of agitation. Vikir's eyes are fixed on the ceiling where the Ryumagen's grip appeared and disappeared. Human, it's too late. Staring at the arm won't change anything. While Decarabia is showing a puzzled expression. Click. The ceiling soon responded. Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle. Raindrops falling little by little. It was like the drizzle that had been falling before to take away the body. Heat. Except this time it was different. Swawa. It was suddenly pouring like crazy. Why is the water suddenly like this? Decarabia looked at him in disbelief. But Vikir nodded as if he'd seen it all coming. That was not an attack on the Ryumagen. Then, it was an attack on the precipitation device above. Vikir could clearly see the grip coming in and out. A sight that was revealed whenever the darkness lifted. It was an odd-looking device apparently serving as an intake for rain from above. I don't know if it is a device that extinguishes fires inside the mating room, or if it is simply a device that makes it rain to lower body temperature. But Vikir looked around as the rain fell like mad. It's the only way we can get out of here, that's for sure. The sawdust swells as it absorbs the water. But there was far more water pouring down than the sawdust could absorb. Naturally, the room gradually began to fill with water. The chat wheel, water bucket, rice bowl, etc. were also gradually floating on. The water. Now that our grip is gone, it's time to get Sinclair out. Vikir launched himself toward the sawdust hole he had dug in the high ground. At that moment, thud, Vikir felt a terrifying impact that crushed his entire body. From above, pressing down with a weight that seemed to crush his entire body, was a blue hand. It was the fist of the Ryumagen who was thought to have disappeared. It was a fist, not a grasp, and it was clear that it no longer had any affection for the collected items. Well, I've wounded you, albeit stingingly, so you won't see it. Vikir gritted his teeth and pushed himself to his feet. Kagugugugug. The Ryumagen's fist slid upward inch by inch. But, bang. A second hand appeared and grabbed his wrist just above his fist. This time even Vikir doesn't last long. Ujijijiji. A loud cracking and breaking sound erupted from Vikir's knees. Fortunately, the floor was made up of water and sawdust, so he was able to avoid becoming a blood clot. Human, what would you have done if it weren't for me? Decarabia, who is blocking the fist, boasts in an arrogant tone. But Vikir had no time to respond. Every muscle fiber and blood vessel in his lower body is popping and breaking, then joining and rejoining under the basilisk's power over and over again. And since it was Decarabia which consumed a lot of mana, he wasn't sure how long he could maintain this inverted pentagram shield. Maybe I should have invested the rest of my stats into strength instead of agility. But then he wouldn't have had this chance in the first place. He wouldn't have been able to dodge the double grasp in the first place. So Vikir gritted his teeth and pushed up against Decarabia's shield with all his might. The Ryumagen in turn was pressing down on Vikir with both hands, intent on killing him. I have no choice. Vikir decided to use his last resort. A picaresque mask, using it he transforms into a dog and runs back to the den to retrieve Sinclair from the Ryumagen. He uses the water to escape from the cage. To do so, he must first dodge the Ryumagen's fists, which threaten to crush his entire body. He also has to save Sinclair, who might be drowning in the burrow. Vikir was just about to slip the mask over his face. A voice that shouldn't have been heard at this moment. Sinclair poked her head out of the sawdust den in front of her, her eyes wide. Not archery but swordsmanship. A red-hot aura that seems to be on fire. A plague doctor's mask covering his face. A spider on his shoulder, a shield shaped like an inverted star. The unique black energy of the river Styx rising from the body. Sinclair's body began to tremble again. This was not a phenomenon caused by body temperature. No, brother, no. Sinclair desperately denies reality, but Vikir doesn't answer. Cuckoo. Pouring rain, flooding waters, and the Ryumagen's fists crushing his body. Vikir has a choice to make. To tell the truth or not to tell the truth. And in the face of such crossroads, Vikir has always pursued only a single-minded answer. Yes. Vikir's dry voice echoes in the damp air. A word that made Sinclair's pupils tremble mercilessly finally came out of Vikir's mouth. I am Night Hound. Swea. The rain was pouring down like a torrent, a raging flood that seemed intent on destroying the world with water. Sawdust bowls, wheels, and buckets of water were swept away in the torrent. Everything in the kennel began to swirl violently, and in the middle of it all stood Vikir. Truth and lies, revelation and silence. At the crossroads Vikir made his usual dry judgment. I am Hound. Those words were the beginning of everything. It was a statement that would change many things. The first change was the look on Sinclair's face. Horror, disbelief, confusion, doubt. All of these complex emotions stormed across her otherwise lake-clear retinas. And then, quack. Vikir flipped his picaresque mask completely over, transforming into a dog, and used the difference in size to escape the Ryumagin's fist. Wuryuk. The madam cub riding on Vikir's back spewed out a spider web and snatched. Decarabia. Pa. Back in his human form, Vikir wrapped his arms around Sinclair's waist in the blink of an eye and leaped into the air, just like before against Belial. Hanging from Vikir's waist, Sinclair mumbled through empty pupils. Why, brother, why? Then why did you save me then and now? Sinclair's voice began to tremble more and more. All alone in the world, the one person she desperately wanted to get rid of, but couldn't. Why were you so good to me? Drops of water finally fall from Sinclair's eyes, which are filled with rainwater. But Vikir can't stand to watch Sinclair's condition. The rain is pouring down, the rapids are rushing, and everything is being swept away. One last chance to escape. Soon the rising waters were overflowing the middle of the kennel. With a splash pause, Vikir jumped onto the floating wheel. With all his might he slammed down on the wheel and yanked at the spider web around his left wrist. With a plop, kalululug, the wheel that had served as Vikir's foothold shattered and sank to the bottom of the water. A high wave rose up and swallowed the pile of sawdust completely. Narrowly avoiding the wave, Vikir tugged with all his might at the spiderwebs, tied to his wrists, and ran vertically up the translucent wall. And then he jumped again. Bang! His knee slammed into the corner of the cage, but it was only enough to shatter his kneecap. Feeling the searing pain and the sensation of it healing, Vikir did a backflip and landed on the outside of the cage. Thud! Vikir landed on the ground with Sinclair in his arms. At the same time, a status window popped up in front of him. Mission complete: escape from the Ryumagin's kennel. It's surprisingly comfortable inside the Ryumagin's kennel. Water, food, and a partner to love are provided. Is there any reason to get out of here and return to the harsh world? A world with everything but freedom, or a world with freedom and nothing? It's up to the challenger to decide which one to choose. Finally, the mission is complete, and it's been a harrowing escape. Vikir dropped Sinclair from his waist onto the black stone floor. Vikir and Sinclair's gazes met. After a moment of silence, Sinclair spoke first. That's a familiar gaze. You have a goal, and you'll do whatever it takes to get there. For a moment, Vikir paused. Had this conversation with Sinclair once before. I've only ever seen one person with eyes like yours, and that's my father. He's the kind of man who pushes forward with goals that ordinary people like me can't even fathom. I can see it in your eyes, brother. You're the same kind of man my father is. Rainwater from Sinclair's eyes trickles down her cheeks. Vikir didn't know whether to wipe the tears away or let them fall. But a status window popped up in front of Vikir's eyes, putting all of that to rest. Special mission: pursuit of the angry Ryumagin. If you think that escaping is the end of the story, you're looking at the world from the wrong angle. If a bug you usually keep escapes, you try to catch it again, right? If the bug manages to hide in a crevice somewhere, ugh. Now let's run and run until the gate opens. Good luck. At the same time, something huge fell down from above. Rumble. The fist of a Ryumagin falling like a bolt of blue lightning. There was no way he was going to let the forage head fed to them escape with a sting in his hand. Quack Ujijig. He had to use his bare hands to deflect the heavy lightning strike. Kug. An overwhelming weight, an unimaginable shock. The fist of a dragon, once the most powerful ruling species with demonic power in its body. It was definitely too much for Vikir, who was unable to unleash his original strength.
Udoik.
Hides burst, muscles tear, and bones break. Every hair on his body seemed to be on fire, and every internal organ seemed to be melting away. The pressure inside his body was exploding. The veins of mana that connected his body to the rest of his body were broken, and the lost mana stretched out in all directions. If it weren't for the basilisk's regenerative powers, the mana surge would have come sooner. Then, Vikir's eyes narrowed.
Tsuts.
Behind Sinclair he could see the gate to the lower level opening. A black oval-shaped gate. Judging by its size, it was a one-person gate that led to different places. Ding! You found the 10th floor of Lost Paradise. An escape route to the lower level. It told Vikir and Sinclair that the plateau was close, that it was right in front of them, that they were only one step away. However, Vikir was unable to enter the gate because he was currently holding up Ryumagin's fist. Brother. Sinclair scrambled to her feet. Sinclair grabbed her last bit of mana and drew a magic circle. Flash Q-do-do-do-do-do-ig. A golden hand protruded from Sinclair's hat and began to support the ground. And the Ryumagin's fist. The pressure on Vikir's entire body decreased ever so slightly. As the veins in his eyes subsided, Vikir's vision also returned to some extent. The moment Vikir and Sinclair's gazes met again. For a split second Sinclair saw Vikir's eyes were shaking, and those eyes are soon obscured by the large soles of the feet. Sinclair's head spun as the mysterious soul filled her vision for a moment. Pew! The next moment Vikir's soul was in Sinclair's face. Sinclair threw her head back with a lone scream, but there was nothing Vikir could do about it. With both hands cradling the Ryumagin's fist, there wasn't much Vikir could do. He could only kick, sending Sinclair flying through the gate on the other side. Sinclair was sent flying backwards and landed in the gate at the bottom. The darkness inside the gate gradually engulfed Sinclair's body. But all the while Sinclair desperately struggled and flailed her hands. Once again Vikir's gaze met Sinclair's. It was only for a fraction of a second, a split second, but the conversation between the two eyes was much faster than that. The demon is an absolute evil. You can't be too stupid to know that, can you? You're treating me like a child. There's not much difference in our ages. Being the opposite of absolute evil doesn't necessarily make you good, but at least you know which side you'll be on when it comes down to it. What you choose to see, what you choose to believe, and what you choose to do is entirely a matter of personal choice. These words were spoken by Knight Hound on the night of Bartolomeo's death. The conversation of that day becomes complicated in Sinclair's mind. And then there was Vikir's last words, which summarized it all loud and clear. Decide for yourself what you will see, what you will hear, what you will believe. You decide what you believe. It was Vikir's advice to Sinclair as much as it was to himself. The fist of a Ryumagin.
An irresistible force.
And Vikir's choice to risk his life at the last moment to keep Sinclair alive. And the responsibility that came with it. No. Sinclair squirms as she tries to force her way through the neck. Thud. In front of her, the Ryumagin's fist slammed into the ground. Of course, everything that was underneath didn't even leave a proper shape. Peace. This happened almost at the same time that Sinclair's vision went black after she fell through the gate. When you look into it, it looks into you. Those who hunt it must be careful not to become it themselves. Beyond the veil of good and evil, on the fringes far beyond the bounds of human thought, the its are sprouting up toward this side. Notes of an old nameless demon hunter. This is the last record found in his corpse's arms. Vikir opened his eyes in the darkness. There was no body, only the severed head remains floating in the air. Vikir smiled bitterly. So it is, was I dreaming? A brief dream, the moment his head was cut off. Everything was just a momentary dream. In the dream Vikir had accomplished so much. Vikir had gained all the things that had been taken from him since his infancy. He uncovered the dark side of death, took revenge on his family's brothers, and entered the academy where he became friends with future great heroes. He also hunted down and killed countless large-scale demons. But all of this was a dream. It was nothing more than an illusion. Now Vikir was facing reality again. A burning land, a mountain river of corpses and blood, a flock of crows swarming in the sky. An age of destruction. The battle between the human and demon worlds had ended in victory for the humans. But it was a hollow victory. 99% of humanity was wiped out, and the bloodlines of countless great heroes were cut off. Once opened, the gate of destruction would never be closed, and there was no telling when a second or third wave of demons would arrive from within. For this reason, Vikir could not close his eyes even in death. His bloodshot eyes remained open despite the fact that his throat had been cut by the thoughts of his comrades who had died and those who were still alive. Then, Vikir, a voice called out. Vikir tried to turn his head, but with only his neck remaining on the pole he couldn't see behind him. Vikir. But the voice was coming toward him first. Then a warm hand on his cheek. He turned his head to see a soldier looking down at him. A woman with a long scar on her cheek. She had vague blurry features. But Vikir recognized her at a glance. Sergeant Janet, 1st Platoon, 4th Company, 207th Regiment. You're alive. But she wasn't the only one. Many more faces followed. Vikir knew each and every one of them. Captain Kirk, Ensign White, Sergeant Kuberin, Corporal Saladin, Private Miriamu, all alive. I thought you were dead. I thought you were dead. What could be more joyful than the return of a comrade you thought was dead? Vikir cried out at the top of his lungs. The sight of his comrades in arms before him was a little strange. Had blood dried on their corneas? The red and blurred appearance of his comrades was quite different from the last time he remembered them. Sergeant Janet, come to think of it, the stab wounds and burn marks that covered your entire face have completely disappeared. Your face is so fine. You looks like a well-groomed beast. Captain Kirk, didn't you lose your left leg in the last battle? I believe I even made you a prosthetic. Ensign White, you've got your ear back, haven't you? Sergeant Kuberin, you lost my sight in one eye. That wasn't all. There were junior officers, junior non-commissioned officers and soldiers who had spent their entire lives in poverty and hardship only to be dragged into the war. Every single one of them looked healthy and happy. Those who were missing limbs, eyes, ears, and other parts of their bodies were fully functional, and those who had suffered from poverty, hunger, and disease were dressed in rich, lavish clothes. A moment, something flashed through Vikir's mind. In his dream, Vikir had met a woman named Cindy Wendy. She had sponsored many of his future Comrades-in-Arms early on. Is that why every single Comrades-in-Arms he met again was alive, not dead? They were doing what they wanted to do, living their lives and enjoying themselves. And now they were together, each holding Vikir's arms, fingers, legs, toes, ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. Vikir. They cried out in unison. Suddenly the body parts carried by his Comrades-in-Arms rushed toward Vikir. A whirlwind of emotions spiraled through his mind. Sorry.
Im ashamet.
I'm burdening you with everything. I'm rooting for you. Be strong. Move forward. So many words make his vision spin. And then, Vikir heard one word from everyone that echoed deep in his head. Thank you.
Ting.
Exits the underground 9th floor demonic Drayden's laboratory. Entering the 10th underground floor Lost Paradise. A series of loud beeps hit his ears. Vikir opens his eyes. The ceiling is unfamiliar. I see this is the reality. For the first time in a long time, Vikir had a dream that wasn't a nightmare. Somehow he felt like he had regained some of his strength. To think that my Comrades-in-Arms in my dream gave me strength is too sentimental. Vikir looked up, remembering the details of his dream. The color white, a vast expanse of nothing but white. This is just one more level down from the demonic dragon's laboratory. The moment he was crushed by the Ryumagin's fist on the 9th floor, Vikir turned into a dog once again and was barely able to escape. He would have been pinned down if Sinclair hadn't used his magic to save him. At the last second, when Vikir opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was his reward. Strange candy, level golden. A candy that raises your level by 1. Tastes sweet. Level 1. 50 golden candies. This was a huge reward worth 5,000 ordinary candies. It was probably a combination of the reward for escaping from the demonic Dragon's Laboratory and the reward for escaping the demonic dragon's pursuit. Surprisingly, no items. Could it be because Vikir had told the fairy several times that he didn't want an item reward? Strangely, only candy was being offered as a reward. As a normal challenger, it's hard to complete missions without items. The fairy's trick to make it harder for me was actually helpful. Vikir checked the rewards and stood up. He wasn't wearing any clothes, so something soft touched his naked skin. By the way, this is... He looks around and sees a cozy soft couch next to him. Vikir was now lying on a large fluffy soft bed. Beside him is a desk and a chair, and on top of them is a silver candlestick. And an assortment of delicious fruits and bread. Floor 10, Lost Paradise. Vikir already knew the information about this floor. In fact, there's not much information. Most of the settings on this floor are open except for a few hidden ones, and they're written on the walls in nice detail. This is a shelter for challengers who are tired of the trials of the tower. This is the largest candy store in the tower. Challengers can trade their items for candy here. Challengers can exchange their candy for items here. And next to it was a catalog with the prices of the items sold in the shop. Small hard wooden bed, 1 red candy. Large fluffy duck bed, 2 red candies. Small cloth couch, 1 blue candy. Large leather sofa, 2 blue candies. 10 cans of cold beer, 1 blue candy. 10 pieces of crispy fried chicken legs, 1 red candy. 5 slices of sweet whole cake, 1 green candy. 1 newest game console, 2 green candies. Letter to the person outside the tower, 1 golden candy. At the bottom of the catalog there was a list of ways to enjoy shopping. You can exchange items you have for candy. Originally, when exchanging an item for candy, you only get 50 of the price back, but on this floor you will receive a special exchange of 100. Candy that has already been eaten and become stats can also be vomited out and turned into candy, but only if you are a resident of this floor. If you vomit out candy that was consumed before entering this floor, you will receive an additional 1 candy for every 10 candies. The color of the extra candy will be randomized between red, green, and blue. Now you can decorate this empty space by purchasing your own items from the catalog. Vikir looked at the bottom of the disclaimer. A small perk for all the trouble you've taken to get here. Send a message to a figure outside the tower who will be anxiously waiting for you. A letter item originally worth 1 golden candy will be given away for free once a month to the residents of this floor. The probability of entering this room is less than 0.00001. You are the lucky one who has been chosen. From the very next floor onwards, the difficulty will increase by at least 10 times compared to the floors you've been through so far. Please rest here to refresh your mind and body before attempting the tower again. That was the end of the notice. The large empty space can be filled with things from the store, necessities and luxuries that are reasonably priced. No threats to survival and plenty of ways to relax and entertain yourself. Above all, you could send a message to your family or friends who might be worried about you outside the tower. All of these things were not dreams, fantasies, or mirages. It is a stark reality. And Vikir thought to himself, this is the worst. Before the regression, the most dangerous floor where all the great heroes who said they were going to fly were holding their tongues. A trap set by demons to hunt down challengers. The vilest, most despicable, and most blatant trap in the entire tower was here. 10th floor, Lost Paradise. A translucent screen floats on the wall. The first thing that catches his eye is a catalog that lists numerous items and their prices. Hot water faucet, 3 red candies. Cypress sauna, 1 red candy. Marble bathtub, 2 red candies. Luxury bath salts, luxury shampoo, luxury conditioner, luxury body wash, 1 blue candy. Oak barrel of aged wine, 1 blue candy. Assorted fresh fruits, 1 blue candy. Braised pork hind leg, 1 red candy. Modern card game, 1 blue candy. Letter to the person outside the tower, 1 golden candy. A rest area where you can buy anything with candy. Comfortable and cozy things are everywhere. The items aren't too expensive, so even people with low levels and stats can relax here. Delicious food, fluffy furniture, interesting entertainment. You can even Send a message to someone outside the tower. The downside is that you only get one reply and it costs an additional golden candy to read it, but you can still communicate. Plus it's free to send once a month, so that's an added perk. With less than 0.0001 of challengers making it to this level and the next level being 10x harder, you'll be lucky to even make it to this level. So for all the comforts and conveniences, Vikir had this to say. That's one hell of a trap. This is the first time he's seen a trap laid out so blatantly. But it's the traps on this floor that are so effective nonetheless. Even Vikir, who has seen it all, would have fallen to it if he hadn't had the knowledge he had before the regression. Even the great and powerful Camus had a hard time on this floor. Vikir didn't relax, recalling an incident from long ago. The face of Hugo Le Baskerville, patriarch of the Baskerville family, flashed in his mind. Do you know how to catch the big beast? One day Hugo gathered the young hounds of the Baskervilles around him and said that. One of the hounds raised his hand and said it's called a pack, and Hugo shook his head. I'm talking about a very large beast, a beast that can't be defeated by many. What would you do if such a thing ruled an entire mountain and reigned like a king? A large beast that reigns supreme over a region. A single entity whose combat power and danger is so high that even an army can't handle it. Indeed, the western fringes of the Baskervilles' territory were home to quite a few such beasts. Did all the seeds dry up after Hugo moved his family to the lower reaches of the Red and Black Mountains? Hugo told him of his methods of extermination. I didn't use much force. Anyone with the time could have done it, even if you're just a criminal. Hugo said he left chunks of meat all over the mountain. He didn't use poison or traps. The smell of poison or iron would only make the enemy more wary. The chunks of meat scattered throughout the beast's territory were seasoned. The fatty, cholesterol-rich meat was selected from the fatty parts, stir-fried and deep-fried and scattered throughout the beast's hunting grounds. Even the beasts that were initially wary of the meat chunks would eventually eat them if they saw them laid out all over the hunting trail. The amazingly delicious chunks of meat keep coming there everywhere. You don't have to go hunting, you just have to set foot on a trail and you'll always have access to those fatty, delicious chunks of meat. It's a life of lying down and sleeping, then waking up when you're hungry, following the scent and picking up chunks of meat. This goes on for a while. In the meantime, the beast gains weight, it develops a belly and wrinkles. Its claws always sharpened as it runs across the land, and its teeth, sharpened by breaking prey's bones and soaking in blood, become dull. His ears and eyes, which allowed him to sense the signs of his prey from miles away, have grown fat and dull. A fleshy underbelly and fatty intestines weigh it down. Now is the time to hunt. When the beast has completely lost its wildness, the hardened hounds of the Baskervilles break their leashes and run. And from that day forward, the territory changes hands. In this way, Baskerville, the iron-blooded swordsman, would eliminate his enemies and the beasts of the Black Mountain one by one. The principle of this floor is the same. Vikir closed the catalog. The reason this floor is dangerous is not because of the presence of life-threatening demons or traps. Rather, it is the certainty that there is none. It's so peaceful and relaxing that everything you've been through seems like a nightmare. Conveniences that are only a small price to pay for the stats you've worked so hard to accumulate. Once you leave, not only will you never return, but you'll face missions that are 10 times harder than anything you've ever faced before. And the ability to send letters to people outside the tower is another reason to stay. The chance to let your family, friends, and loved ones know you're okay, even if they're probably crying right now. Even better, you can write back to them. This is what keeps challengers on this floor. As you stay, you'll spend more and more candy in your stats. Little by little, like clothes soaked in a drizzle. Once they're gone, they'll never come back. Your strength, agility, and stamina will decrease by a further level. Outside of this floor, you can spit out candies of the stats you've already eaten, and they'll give you back more candies, so there's no reason not to exchange them. The longer you stay here, the faster and more rapidly the challenger will weaken. Weakened in body and mind, the challenger will eventually be unable to descend to the next level and will remain here for life. A prison without bars. The challengers of the tower whose bodies were locked up but not their minds will eventually find their minds locked up here as well. Of their own volition. Here I will grow fat, old, and weak, content to exchange letters with people outside the tower for the rest of my life. If someone else clears the tower, even if it's not you, you'll automatically leave this floor and go outside. It doesn't have to be me. As a result of this, psychology challengers become even more unable to escape this floor. Besides, there must be hidden traps here. Vikir turned his head in silence and looked at the screen in the corner of his. A small perk for all the trouble you've taken to get here. Send a message to a figure outside the tower who will be anxiously awaiting my return. A letter item originally worth the price of a single golden candy will be given away for free once a month to residents of this floor. It was equipped with the ability to send letters outside the tower. Vikir boldly pressed the send button. Suddenly words appeared out of thin air. To Sergeant Janet, 1st Platoon, 4th Company, 207th Regiment. I miss you, comrade. Are you getting along well there? Vikir sent the letter. Within seconds he received a reply. Do you want to see the reply right away? 1 golden candy will be deducted. You can check it for free in 30 days. Vikir spent the 1 golden candy he had and opened the reply. From Sergeant Janet, 1st Platoon, 4th Company, 207th Regiment. Company Commander, is that you? Company Commander Vikir, are you alive? Where are you? Everyone is waiting for you. We thought you were alive after all. Everyone at the front says you can't be dead. Vikir slammed the letter shut without another look. It's a trap after all. The seasoned Vikir saw through all the oddities in the letter. For one thing, Sergeant Janet is a person from a time before the regression, a time in which she had already been executed. And at this point in time, Sergeant Janet would be living as a normal, wealthy family figure with the support of Cindy Wendy. This is because the future has changed. In other words, the Sergeant Janet that Vikir remembers no longer exists in either world. Nevertheless, the immediacy of the reply means that a trick, the ability to lure people into a false sense of security to make them feel safe and secure in the knowledge that they are in touch with someone they care about. But all of this is false. The letters are replies written by a demon who has read the letter, picked through the memories and emotions of the writer, and cherry-picked what they wanted to hear as much as possible. With the restriction of once a month, I can only write down the words I need to send to the people who really need them, and all the emotions of longing and longing are read by the demon fairy. And now a letter ghostwritten by a demon will make the challengers in the tower complacent. Once they reach the next floor, even this small exchange of communication will be impossible. Being petty and cowardly is exactly the strategy of the demons. Vikir grunted and pushed himself up. With no one waiting for him outside the tower, no one to miss him, Vikir could leave this floor without any regrets. But I will only remain here until I regain my strength and magic. Even now the wound was regenerating at a rapid pace. Madame Cub and Decorabia are also sleeping comfortably under the bed, so they will open their eyes soon. But who moved me to the bed? Vikir suddenly realized something was wrong. Whoa, you're awake, a voice said from beside him. Where Vikir turned his head, there stood a female student with a familiar face. Dolores, the student council president of Colosio Academy, stood across the bed from Vikir, staring at him. Suddenly Vikir realized something else he had forgotten. Yes, there's always a male and female on this floor. To ensure that those imprisoned on this floor don't go mad with loneliness and try to escape, the demons always place another prisoner here, so that the two can become friends and remain here. Dolores had apparently entered this floor before Vikir. She stroked the wound on Vikir's forehead sympathetically. You should lie down a little longer. There are almost no external injuries, but the internal injuries are severe. Vikir was momentarily flustered by Dolores' casual approach. What? Was he now in the state of a night hound, or Vikir a first-year student at Colosio Academy? Judging by her half-speech, she's talking to Vikir, a first-year student at Colosio Academy. However, the affectionate look she's giving him right now is definitely that Of a night hound. No way has she found out who I am. Vikir scrambles to his feet. Dolores pulled him into a tight embrace. Ahu, this guy, you're not listening to me when I tell you to lie down a little longer. At the same time she slipped her hands under Vikir's sides and lifted him up. In an instant Vikir's reflection appeared in Dolores' large clear eyes. It was neither Vikir nor Night Hound. Listen to your sister Choco before I have you neutered. Choco Peanut Black's hound. It was Vikir's third identity. Oh, I see, I haven't finished my transformation yet. Just before Vikir was crushed by the Ryumagin's fist he had transformed into a dog, making him smaller in size and thus avoiding being crushed. Of course this was only possible because Sinclair's last-minute magic had bought him some time. Unaware of this, Dolores was examining every inch of Vikir's body. Wow, your wounds are almost healed already, you're a good constitution too. Divine power, my Choco. She rubbed the ointment shed bought with the candy all over Vikir's wounds. With that, Vikir's external wounds were almost completely healed. But you still have internal injuries, so you'll need to heal a bit more. They'll get some medicine for you, just wait a bit. Dolores patted Vikir's head and turned on the shop window. Medicines for internal injuries, 3 blue candies. Vikir thought to himself as he watched her pay 3 candies for a medicine. For internal wounds. You're still being a brat. The internal injuries are severe, but a few days of rest is all it takes to recover. Besides, who gives 3 pieces of candy to a stray dog on the street in the first place? And if you count the trauma medicine, that's a whopping 6 candies. Vikir didn't swallow the pills Dolores gave him, instead sneaking them into the corners of his mouth. He planned to secretly return it later and exchange it for another candy. Dolores, meanwhile, had no idea what Vikir was thinking when she opened her mouth. Choco, you were there and you got caught up in it, poor thing, but how did you end up here? It's quite a coincidence, no matter how random the circumstances you encounter on each floor. With a 0.0001 chance of ending up here, we're pretty lucky, aren't we? Right? Vikir lowered his head for a moment in embarrassment. In order to escape this room, both prisoners must agree to leave. If one of them wishes to remain in the floor, neither of them will be able to leave. Vikir would have to somehow convince Dolores to leave the room. But Dolores had already made up her mind to live in the room for quite some time. Shed set up a fluffy bed, a couch, plenty of food and water, and even a bath. Choco, while you're healing from your trauma, why don't you take a bath with me? The holy water I make is great for internal wounds. Vikir sighed softly. Why does this girl love bathing so much? Vikir eventually entered the bathhouse. He didn't have the strength to resist, and he didn't really have a good reason. In fact, the holy water was so effective at healing internal wounds that Vikir had to bow down and ask. A large wooden bathtub filled with warm water. The peak. Dolores hugged Vikir tightly and soaked in the water. Wow, we've bathed together before, haven't we? I remember. Vikir nodded slightly. Back when he was a graduator after his first encounter with Camus, he had been dragged to the baths by a passing Dolores on her way back to the academy. After fighting tooth and nail and being turned into a pulp. Even then, Dolores seemed to have said something similar while bathing. Taking a bath was my only pleasure in life. I didn't have time for any hobbies because I had so many things to do, like study, work, volunteer work. And the board game club, which was my other hobby, was closed down. Because the number of members was too small. Nowadays, everyone is busy doing extracurricular activities to keep their grades up, and the job market is so bad. Words like romantic, geeky, and surplus are now rarely heard. While Dolores acknowledges that this is a change, she is also nostalgic for the past. Haha, I can't believe I'm talking about something that's after been captured by the demon and locked in a tower. It's not very realistic either, right? Vikir nodded silently. Then Dolores tapped the tip of Vikir's nose and snorted. Will you act like you understand me, don't you? Vikir turned away silently as Dolores lifted herself out of the water. Silence descended on the bath for a moment. Vikir sniffed the thick steam rising from the water and concentrated on healing his wounds. His internal organs were healing rapidly thanks to the holy power emanating from Saint Dolores' body. At this rate, a day or two should be enough. Vikir was mentally estimating the time it would take to recover. I know this is not the time to be killing time in a place like this. Behind him he heard Dolores muttering to herself. Her voice quivered slightly as she continued. My classmates, my juniors, they're dying in front of me, people I've lived with and studied with for the last few years, and they're killing each other. Murdering each other, using each other, betraying each other. What could she, who was both a student and a religious person, do in the midst of that chaos? The rules were set by the demon in the first place, a game played out of malice. There was no place for righteousness or love in it. Dangerous creatures such as hellhounds and daylily of blood lurked on every floor. There was always a fixed number of survivors, and those who didn't make it were simply culled and left to die a miserable death. Dolores has tried many times to sacrifice herself in their place, but those around her desperately urged her to protect the healer. With a splash, dipping her face in and out of the water, Dolores wiped the water from her face, but she couldn't wipe the water from her voice. I took the hearts of those who tried to protect me by pretending to be invincible. I ignored the sacrifices of the few in favor of saving the many. I betrayed the desires of the weak being offered up as food for the daylily of the blood, the strong pushing the weak out on a limb. It's an absurd situation for anyone to see, not just religious people. But without human sacrifice, everyone dies. She wanted to sacrifice herself, but it wouldn't change anything, and she was already the leader of the group, the spiritual center of the survivors, so she couldn't move. Throughout the process, Dolores was torn. What was the right course of action? To sacrifice unconditionally or to preserve her life for those left behind, or neither? In the end, Dolores did not find an answer to this question in time. The result of the many weak against the few strong was an overflow of blood. Daylily that wiped out all of the surviving students. In the midst of the carnage, Dolores was forced to tear up the return scroll. For no other reason than to keep herself alive. I was helpless, I could do nothing, I was tested by the demon from beginning to end. Dolores bowed her head deeply. The hot steam from the baths was making her eyes red. Vikir closed his eyes and thought. The mind trick worked. This was Amdusia's intention. A strategy to break the faith and will of young sprouts who will grow into heroes in the future from the very beginning, and to instill in their place a sense of inferiority, self-destruction, and helplessness. Indeed, many aspiring great heroes died here before the regression. But there were also those who came out of it stronger and more hardened. Such was the case with Dolores, who would later become known as the Iron-Blooded Saint. She was said to have awakened on the front lines of the battlefield after the Age of Destruction, but it was actually a second awakening, the first stepping stone before that here in the Tower of Abyss. It will be a matter of how you shake off this spirit. Vikir knows, having been through the grueling process of becoming a master himself. A word or two of advice from someone who has traveled this path before you can make all the difference. Ultimately, Vikir's path to master was paved by a few words from King Corso, whom he met at the Grave of Swords. I wonder if any of those words would apply to Dolores at this point. Vikir pondered. Something to say to a future hero. For now he had to put aside all thoughts and distractions and focus on the first word. Even though his body and mind were exhausted after the battle with the demonic dragon, he still had to keep his spirits up and focus as much as possible. After all, Dolores, Saint of Steel, it would be best if I told you what you said, right? One can only speak as one has been through. She too would understand best. Vikir recalled what the middle-aged Dolores had said before the regression as she tended to the wounded. The more painful the reality, the more deeply you should think about the meaning of life and religion. Only then will it lead you to a better realm of greater goodness. It was not a simple well wishes. They were words spoken by Dolores, Saint of Steel, in a makeshift shelter for wounded soldiers, to a young saint who was weeping and berating herself for not saving more lives. Years later, Dolores, who had overcome more hardships and trials than anyone else, had distilled her life's experience into a teaching. It was passed down across the time axis of several decades to the young, fledgling Saintess Dolores. Sure enough, Dolores lifted her head up as if she had come to great realization. Then, in a voice of disbelief, she said, "Choco, did you just say that?" Silence. Silence hung in the bathroom for what seemed like an eternity. Dolores stared down at Choco, or rather Vakir, with a blank expression. "Choco, did you just say that?" She tugged at Vakir's body. "Sug." Vakir closed his mouth and avoided eye contact, but it was already too late. "Choco, are you Choco?" "Yes, you are, with the mole on the bottom of your foot. And the scar on the bridge of your nose has the demon transformed, but I can't feel any magic at all." "No, but I thought you just said it clearly." Dolores began to examine every inch of Vakir's body, from his lips to his gums to his eyelids to his eyeballs. Vakir's mind was barely able to comprehend after the battle with the Ryumagen. He had no choice but to speak, if only to avoid suspicion. "Myong." But the crisp, careful pronunciation which made the line feel all the more awkward and unnatural only served to heighten Dolores' alarm. "You, who are you? Who are you?" Dolores was now more than a little frightened. If he left it at this, things could get out of hand, so Vakir simply told her the truth. "Calm down." The moment Vakir spoke, the warm bath water seemed to freeze. Dolores stiffened as if she were an ice sculpture. There was another infinite silence. I think there's a misunderstanding." Kaiwa. Unable to bear the weight of the silence, Vakir opened his mouth once more, only to be met with Dolores' screams. There was nothing he could do about it now. Vakir put on his mask and transformed into Night Hound. A human body with a face covered by a mask would somehow explain it. It would be much faster and more intuitive than trying to communicate with words. Pop. The effect of the picaresque mask reveals Vakir's human body. Splash slosh. The water ripples as Vakir's body drapes over Dolores' half-laying body in the bathtub. A look of horror on her face clearly visible even through the steam. Facing Dolores like that, Vakir twisted his voice as low as he could. "It is me, Night Hound Van." However, split in half. It was Dolores' fist that returned. Pow! Dolores was so embarrassed that she performed the miracle of splitting the bath water in half. She lashed out with a fist strengthened by divine power and defeated the pervert in front of her. Jukbang! The fist shot out with a tremendous aura reminiscent of Dolores in her prime, when she was known as the Saint of Steel. And the moment that fist met Vakir's chin, tug. Of course, Vakir's thinly held consciousness was cut off. Vakir slept soundly for the first time in a while. It was a good night's sleep. Without a single nightmare. Vakir jerked out of bed. His wounds were almost healed, but the mask on his face and his clothes were still off. Pulling back the covers, Vakir stood up and locked eyes with Dolores, who was sitting on his bedside table. The silence was eerily thick, so thick you could hear cells dividing. After a long moment of silence, Dolores was the first to speak. "Hey, are you awake, Night Hound?" "No, Vakir." She spoke with her head bowed, her face bright red. "I wasn't going to take that mask off, but it's full of water and you can't breathe." Vakir nodded. "What can he do?" "I owe you." It was a conversation starter, but it only made Dolores' face turn even redder. Earlier, Dolores wondered if she could get any redder in here, but apparently she had plenty of energy left to do so. Dolores remained silent, her head bowed, so Vakir turned his attention elsewhere. Then he saw Madame Cub and Decarabia sitting somewhat uneasily on the couch. "Beyond. Where have you been?" "Sorry, human, I tried to hide, but I got caught." Hack hack. There's no point in disguise or pretense now that he's been spotted with his bare face, his distinctive mask and voice, and now the Cub and Decarabia. Vakir sighed and opened his mouth. "This is... I know." But before Vakir could say anything, Dolores spoke up. "I'm sure you meant it all. Don't be so hard on yourself, we're colleagues." Dolores echoed Vakir's words from before. "Don't be too hard on yourself, we're colleagues." She'd been trying to get those words back to Night Hound, to Vakir. "I can finally tell him this." The timing was a little odd, but who cares? She knew the identity of her soul-mate Night Hound, the one she had missed and wondered about so much. Dolores examined Vakir's form carefully. She was checking him for wounds, but then her face turned bright red again. "Oh, you need to get dressed." Dolores said in a hushed voice as she handed him a bathrobe. In all her years of treating patients she had seen men naked countless times. But she was surprised that her heart was beating so fast right now. Finally Dolores spoke again, unable to bear the awkward silence. By the way, how did you get the ability to turn into a dog and why? It's an ability I gained after hunting down Dantalion many years ago. Aha! Dolores then asked, her voice even more hushed than before. Well then, were you the one who bathed with me last time? That was me too. At the same time. Wag. Dolores' face was now flushed to bursting. The first thing she remembers is kissing the soles of Vikir's feet and hands. After that, stroking his hair, pressing his cheeks, touching his chin, rubbing his belly, rubbing their noses together. And then, dogs are supposed to kiss. You don't give me Choco, it's a pity. Are you sure you're not a dog? This is suspicious. Vikir's tongue licked Dolores' cheek. And Dolores kissed Vikir's mouth, nose, and the rest of his face. Dolores clamping her mouth shut and swallowing the screams that came out. Trying to lighten the mood, Vikir cracks a joke of his own. I'm lucky I didn't get neutered. Kaiwa. Of course, that only irritated Dolores even more. 2 more days passed. Dolores was able to wipe the slate clean of all of her previous thoughts. The more painful the reality, the more deeply you should think about the meaning of life and religion. Only then will it lead you to a better realm of greater goodness. So you meant that there is meaning in the process itself, not in the outcome of your agonizing and torturing. Thank you, Vikir. Her expression was more determined than ever, as if she had realized something. Vikir nodded, not knowing much about theology. Before the regression, this was the floor where Dolores spent most of her time, but this time is different. In the past, Dolores had wasted months on this floor. Shed spent months on this floor until a desperate tutor convinced her that she needed to find Bianca, and Shed finally left. This time, however, Dolores shook herself out of her thoughts very quickly. Whether it was because of the realization or the traumatic event in the bathroom or both, he wasn't sure. If we go out of this gate, will we be separated again? I suppose. At Dolores' question tinged with regret, Vikir nodded nonchalantly. But even if we are separated now, we will meet again someday. That's what towers are for. If only Dolores had come to her senses a little sooner, a lot of lives could have been saved. Step. Vikir took a step forward. Dolores hesitated behind him, gripping the cuffs of Vikir's robe for a moment. Then released. Step. She too took a large step forward to stand beside Vikir. A small perk for all the trouble you took to get here. Send a message to the figure outside the tower who will be anxiously awaiting my arrival. I'm not fooled by your fake answers. The letter item, originally worth 1 golden candy, will be given away for free once a month to residents of this floor only. We don't have time to wait a month because there are probably tons of people suffering on other floors right now. Your chances of being in this room are less than 0.0001. You're the lucky one who's been chosen. I decide whether what is in front of me is luck or not. From the very next floor onwards, the difficulty will increase by at least 10 times compared to the floors you've been through so far. It doesn't matter what penance awaits me, I'm not afraid. Please rest here to rejuvenate your body and mind so that you can challenge the tower again. Are you ready? Of course. Vikir and Dolores stood side by side at the starting line. It's going to be a tough road from here on out. With you, I can handle anything. Are you sure you want to abandon this place of comfort? My heart will never change no matter what. At Dolores' confident answer, Vikir nodded. And with that, they began to walk away, looking in the same direction, heading in the same direction with the same stride. Companions. Their gazes were unwavering, shining straight ahead. As if they were not afraid of the 11th floor of the abyss, the core of darkness they were about to encounter. Ding. You have exited the 10th underground level, Lost Paradise. Entering the 11th underground level, River of Flow. Vikir felt his vision slowly brighten. When he looked up, he was alone, seemingly separated from Dolores, who was beside him. I've fallen into a bad place. Vikir looked around at his surroundings. Razor-sharp leaves and thorny bushes. The climate hot and humid. In the distance, a large, gently winding river circled the forest. At first glance it looked like an ordinary jungle, but there was one crucial difference. Daylily of blood. These grotesque aquatic plants cover the surface of the river. A colony Vikir had fallen into the center of a colony of blood daylilies. Are they surrounding this jungle? It will be difficult to go out like this. The blood daylilies covered every inch of the river that circled the jungle. They were so numerous that it was hard to see them all at a glance. Vikir pulled a picaresque mask over his face in case the daylilies gave off poisonous gas. Looks like a normal jungle except for the daylilies. Vikir turned his gaze back to the forest. A moment, Vikir realized something was wrong. He hadn't realized it until he was distracted by the daylilies that filled the vast river. The jungle looked the same now as it had when Vikir first looked at it. Earlier, the basic landscape remained the same with large boulders and giant trees. But everything else was changing in real time. Tsutsits. Leaves sprouted from the dainty branches, then blossomed into flowers and fruit. The fruit then falls back to the ground, sprouting seeds, and the original branch shrivels up and dies. Everything in the forest is born and dies at an incredible rate. It was as if time was being rewound dozens of times. Vikir looked at the standing water in the muddy puddle. The water was evaporating at a noticeable rate, shrinking. The tiny eggs in the puddle hatched in the blink of an eye and turned into tiny flying insects. They flew up into the sky, fluttered around a few times, and then fell to their deaths. Is that a mayfly? Something is definitely wrong if a mayfly, which usually lives for about 17 hours after 2 days, can die so quickly. Time passes quickly. Vikir once again paid attention to the name of this floor. Level 11, River of Flow. Time flows like a river. Perhaps the name of this floor refers not to the surrounding river but to the swift passage of time. A jungle where time flows quickly, another strange place. To be precise, it's a place where only the time of organisms passes quickly. The breeze on his nose, the speed of the river's flow, these things were no different from the normal world. Vikir noted his body. Tsutsits. The marks of his deep wounds were noticeably fading. This was a speed that even a basilisk's regenerative powers could not match. The passage of time is even faster than I thought. Vikir's expression hardened. Considering that recovery was so rapid, it was highly likely that time was passing at a much faster rate than 2 or 3 times. We'd better hurry. Vikir tapped his foot quickly, feeling the time running out. Vikir paused and looked around the jungle. As he moved away from the river and into the center of the forest, he frowned. As the sunlight filtered through the leaves, it's not going to be easy to spot the enemy in this. Blue and red, blue and purple. The trees around them were changing color every few seconds, casting a brilliant glow over the jungle. The splendor is incomparable to the huge stained glass on Kovadi Street. Vikir decided to change his method of searching the jungle. The scariest thing in a jungle battlefield is not the enemy but nature itself. Vikir understood this well, having lived in the Red and Black Mountains. If you don't know the ecology of a jungle, don't tread near it. That was the rule of Balak's rangers. Still, the good news was that it was only the plants that had changed. Perhaps the only thing that has adapted in this great river is the plants. For them, aging is a natural and familiar concept. We'll have to climb a tree for now. Vikir quickly decided on his next move. It's better to get out of a place like this quickly than anything else. Staring at it would only make his head hurt. He grabbed the vines around him. Srook. The tree vines fell helplessly. In the meantime, the vines have dried up and grown new ones from their roots. Tub. Vikir grabbed the tree trunk for good. Head had enough of tree climbing when he was in the military. It was an abnormally large tree, but with Vikir's tree climbing skills and his current physical abilities, he should be able to climb it without difficulty. For now, we'll go to higher ground. Vikir stroked his chin and muttered, "Ping." A strange sound sounded in his ears. An arrow flying with such incredible speed that even Vikir could barely react. Luckily, Vikir is an expert in archery and ducked his head to avoid the flying arrow. However, one of his earlobes is torn off. Puff puff. Arrow after arrow flew from an unseen angle. The attacker seemed to be well adapted to these woods. It was only in the area of surprise that Vikir found it difficult to react. Reading the approximate direction of the arrows Vikir was dodging them with. He's about 74 meters. The arrows were clearly coming from a single person. They all have their own unique heaviness. While Imperial archery was usually sharp, this archery felt more like a cannon, as if the arrows were being fired with real force. It's also different from Balak's archery. Something about this archery is very familiar. And with that Vikir tries to deduce information about the attackers. Sheik. A flying arrow pierces the rocks behind him. Flash. A dull iron light sprayed in front of him. An extremely small dot shoots out in front of him. It was a spear. Since it is stretched out in a straight line, only the front view is visible. And the side view is not visible. As fast as an arrow, the spear was like a bolt of lightning striking. Horizontally. It was aimed directly at Vikir's eyes. Tada! Next, two monsters appeared in front of Vikir's eyes. A man in his mid-20s and a woman in her mid-20s. Both were nearly naked, their bodies covered in animal skins and leaves. The man was covered in mud and grass, so it was clear that he was probably hiding in the ground. The woman, on the other hand, had already dried the mud. On her body, a combination of ranged and melee. The man was carrying a long spear and the woman was carrying a large bow, which seemed like a good match. Swoosh pass. The man swings his spear to create a gap and the arrow from the woman fires right through it. This was a coordinated draw attack where the arrow didn't fill in the gap left by the spear, but rather the arrow finished off the path that the spear had deliberately created. A high-level combination that would be impossible to pull off except between partners who had been practicing together for a very long time. But Vikir was a seasoned veteran who had rolled on the battlefield dozens, perhaps hundreds of times the amount of time they would have combined. Kilig Quajig. Vikir grabbed the spear that was digging into the solar plexus with his hand and spun it around to break it. Thud. The man tries to hold on to the spear, but he's outmatched in strength stats. Seeing the spearman's wrist snap, Vikir immediately pulled the spear away. Wait quag. Reaching for the spearman's throat like a snake, Vikir tightened his grip. Kug. Vikir grabbed the man by the throat and slammed him right into the ground. The woman behind him jumped back in horror. Puff puff puff. With the man in danger, she used her superhuman strength to fire 4 arrows at once, all while running. But Vikir took a step back and at the same time stretched out his other hand forward. The arrows are visible in real time as they slip through his 5 outstretched fingers. It's helping that I raised my reflexes stat. Even though it was only a 1 increase, the effect was amazing, as it was like having a stat that didn't exist at all. Churuk. Vikir caught all 4 of the flying arrows with a single movement of his hand. No way. The woman muttered in disbelief. Just then the man who had been grabbed by the throat by Vikir's hand cried out with all his might. Don't come. The man was warning the woman. His voice was so desperate that even as Vikir pressed down with his knees, his entire body shook. Run away, you're in danger. But you've been caught, how can I leave? Go and call for backup. No, I can't go. The woman ignored the man's words. She gritted her teeth and drew the dagger she wore on her thigh. She was about to charge at Vikir, even if it meant giving up her life. Then Vikir opened his mouth with a light sigh. That's enough, Don Quixote usher. For a moment the struggling man and woman stopped moving. Through the leaves I see a pair of eyes wide open. Don Quixote of the spear, usher of the bow. It wasn't every day that 2 people came from such prestigious families. Then their mouths opened at the same time. Vikir. They scrambled to their feet, wiping the dirt and leaves from their faces. They were Tudor and Bianca. They were both surprised and delighted to see their friends for the first time since entering the tower. But Tudor and Bianca weren't the only ones who were surprised. Vikir was also stunned as he jumped out of his seat. The 2 of them removed their leaf masks and muddy makeup to reveal their bare faces. They looked at least 10 years older. Tudor and Bianca. Vikir looked at the two who had both grown up by now with a strange gaze. Memories of the time before the regression came flooding back. The true intentions of the two heroes who had been bickering for a lifetime were revealed during the fifth battle when humanity was at its most vulnerable. At that time, the archdemon Amdusias, who was leading the Demon Tree Legion, used the roots of countless demons to hinder the human alliance. Among them, the one that hindered humanity the most was the blood daylily. Growing in any terrain with water, this terrible monster was a great threat to human soldiers in combat, but many times more dangerous to those retreating. After losing a battle, there was a moment when Vikir was retreating with arrows piercing his body, only to find his path blocked by a river swollen by a sudden rain and the blood daylilies that were everywhere waiting to kill him. The heroine who stepped forward in the midst of this dire situation was the Usher family's Usher P. Bianca. She fired an arrow of fire with all her might, exploding all the dense blood daylilies and giving the survivors a last chance to escape. However, after saving countless soldiers, Bianca herself was trapped by the roots of the many daylilies and was unable to escape. And as she was about to give up her life, her last shield appeared in front of her, and he was Don Quixote La Mancha Tutor. Run, you're in danger. But how can I go when you've been captured? Go and call for backup. No, I can't go. Just like the conversation just now, the two heroes were bickering with each other back then as well. In the end, Tutor's efforts to save Bianca and the other survivors cost him his life as he tried to block the explosion with his body. Bianca clutches Tutor's charred body in her arms. Vikir can still see the dazed look on Bianca's face as she was left alone. The death of a man she had known her whole life as an adversary, a childhood friend and a lover. An eternal goodbye, one shed never spoken to, one shed never whispered her love to. None of the survivors could speak of the rain showers that poured down over the burned earth or the image of Bianca sitting in the rain with her arms around Tutor. And Vikir had watched it all from behind. Then it was from the point of view of a mere soldier, one watching the great heroes from afar. But now Tutor and Bianca stand here, facing Amdusias, who separated them before the regression much earlier than expected. And this time the reliable veteran Vikir stood before them. Fear not, in this life Amdusias will die by my hand. That way Tutor and Bianca would not face a tragic future. Vikir sincerely hoped so. Ouch, why didn't you run away earlier when I told you to? I was just pissed off. Then be a good girl, you only grabbed my ankle. That's ridiculous, you're the one who got grabbed by the neck by Vikir. You think I got caught because I'm weak? Vikir is stronger and you would have been caught too. Are you a bowman or a spearman? I can't take one of those crap. In the future, go when you have to. It's up to me. They'll continue to bicker like they do now, affirming each other's preciousness. Together, perhaps forever. Vikir stroked his chin in silence. It was time to analyze the reality at hand. Vikir realized that Tutor and Bianca had changed a lot since he had seen them. They were taller, with more bone and muscle. In Tutor's case, his jaw has thickened and his voice has deepened, making him look more mature. Bianca's body shape has also changed in many ways. Most importantly, their auras have increased to a level that is unparalleled. How long have you guys been on this floor? Vikir asked, and Tutor shook his head. I think we've been here for over a week, it feels like it. By the feel of it, yes, if you count the sun rising and setting, it's exactly 2,555 days, today 7 years. Bianca had the right answer. She had only been on this floor for a little over a week, but in the time of this floor alone 7 years had passed. The ever-positive Tutor hissed and swung the spear at her back. It's good that a little bit of training here is worth a whole day's training. 7 years worth in one go, right? On the other hand, don't you realize that you'll grow old just as fast? What the hell, I'm still young. Hey, you burnout, who knew how much longer I would be trapped on this floor? That's a question for another time. Right now the answer is to train hard. Tutor could only smirk at Bianca's tangy words. Vikir nodded. From what he'd seen earlier, Tutor and Bianca's skills had improved tremendously. They've adapted to the harsh conditions of the jungle and they've practiced tirelessly in between Add to that the passage of time and their progress must have been swift. This tower is not called the Tower of Opportunity for nothing. The trials thrown by the demon were certainly harsh, but humans have the ability to use them to build upon themselves. That's why mankind survived that terrifying battle of destruction. Just then Tudor tapped Vikir on the shoulder. Come on, let's get to the lair, I have more friends for you to meet. Who else is on this floor? Of course, don't freak out, Piggy and Sancho are with us, ha ha ha, they'll be so happy to see you they might even faint, we've saved up a lot of food. Let's have a barbecue party today. Tudor patted Vikir on the back and headed into the bushes. He grinned from ear to ear in anticipation of the tearful reunion to come. That's it, on the previous stage Sinclair was also there. Well, the mission didn't go well, so I only sent Sinclair down. The remaining 4 of us fell into this forest due to a penalty or something, but the daylilies outside don't attack you unless you get close to the water, so we're okay. Well, the real problem was somewhere else. But Tudor didn't finish his sentence. The color drained from his face and the smile vanished. He was right, for all that remained of the wide-open plain beyond the bush were ruins. A hut, apparently made of stones and logs, was completely destroyed. In what appeared to be a warehouse, broken sacks were rolling around, and grains and fruits were rolling around. And in the center of it all 2 men sit looking dejected. They had grown beards and were taller, but Vikir recognized them at a glance. Sancho and Piggy, the 2 men guarding the lair, looked up at Tudor and Bianca. Their helpless gazes suddenly came alive. Vikir, Sancho, now much taller, and Piggy, now looking quite grown up, ran over. How did Vikir get here? Are we the ship owners this time? They grabbed Vikir's hand and shook it wildly, unable to contain their excitement. Meanwhile, Tudor and Bianca were looking around with serious expressions on their faces. Is this what those guys did? They stole all our food while we were away. Sancho nodded. We tried to fight them off, but we were outnumbered and their individual strength was superior. We were barely able to hold on for our lives. Sancho and Piggy were covered in wounds, as if the battle had been quite intense. Tudor gritted his teeth. Shit, this is the other problem I was talking about earlier. This is far more troublesome than the blood daylilies. Here we are meeting Vikir and we can't even have a barbecue. Then Vikir noticed something strange. The color of the blood oozing from Piggy's wound. Piggy, is your blood naturally black? It's always been like this. I'm not demonized or anything. It's been like this since I was a kid. The doctors said it's because there's a lot of iron in my blood, but it seems like it's gotten a little darker since I've been in the hell tree. Bianca, who had come back from surveying the damage, spoke up just as Vikir was showing interest in something other than food. That's not the point right now. We've lost all the food we've been saving. And at this rate we won't even have enough to eat tomorrow, let alone complete the mission, let alone the barbecue. What's the mission? Vikir asked, and Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca simultaneously popped up a status window above their heads. Mission: die and kill. Each and every one of the ship's owners possesses powerful powers. Living is inherently difficult. Recognized only if everyone clears the mission. Apparently Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca were fighting the shipowners who had arrived on this floor first. We don't know who they are either. We're guessing barbarians, but we're not sure. It is clear that we are hostile towards each other. We are competing with this side for food. They are incredibly fast and strong, and we've lost all the food we've gathered. They are skilled with the bow, perhaps rivaling the archery of the divine archers. Apparently the force of the ship owners attacking this way was considerable. The arrowheads embedded in large boulders and thick logs proved it. Holes that spiraled in circles as if a tremendous rotational force had been applied. Shots twisting and turning in every direction, front, back, left, right, and center. And Vikir knew people who shot arrows this way. I have a hunch. Vikir began to walk in one direction, retracing the tracks of the battle. If we go that way, we'll be in the territory of those shipowners. Heat in combat is dangerous, Vikir. But I feel strangely confident. Why? Well, it's only been the 4 of us so far, and with Vikir on board, who knows? Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca unwittingly followed Vikir's lead. towards the base of seasoned ship owners who have lived on this floor for a very long time. The jungle on the 11th floor of the basement was a horrible place reminiscent of the floods of the Red and Black Mountains. Venomous scarabs, bone-sucking mosquitoes, vines armed with spikes like awls. Berries as heavy as mesas, narrow, deep cliffs cleverly covered in rotting leaves. A normal person would not have been able to survive half a day in this forest, let alone make it through. Moreover, it is now night and the darkness has descended to an unbearable depth. It was an ambitious time to be wandering around even for the ship's owners, who were the original inhabitants of this jungle. But, Pasisek. Vikir moved freely through the forest as if it were his own home. He carried Cerberus fur against the wind to keep other beasts at bay, found cliffs hidden by fallen leaves and scaled them and cut open the air sacs of overgrown daylilies to release gas to scare away poisonous insects. The spiderweb on his left hand, spun by the cub, bridged the gap between cliff and cliff so effortlessly that it would have taken hours to climb. It was all done with such skill and familiarity as if he'd been doing this for decades. Naturally, Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca, who were following Vikir, couldn't help but be speechless. This is even more amazing than when we realized Vikir was actually Knight Hound. How does he move so well? I don't think even Basilios, the mercenary king of the north, could do this. What are you saying, that Vikir is Knight Hound? No, what does that mean? When I saw him earlier, he was wearing the mask of Knight Hound. I'll ask him what happened later. Meanwhile, Vikir was having a flashback. It's like old times. Two memories come to mind. The age of destruction before the regression. A harsh time when survival depended not just on swordsmanship but on herbal gathering, scouting, searching, stealth, ambush, assassination, pharmacy, healing, cooking, and everything else. Another memory was the 2 years he spent in the depth of the Red and Black Mountains. Spot. Vikir sliced through the rotting log that stood in his way halfway across the room, the aura of the graduator vibrating and spinning at the tip of the sword at lightning speed, sliced through everything in an instant. And Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca, seeing its power, must once again be horrified. Vikir, what level are you? Oh my god, how many stats have you raised? You've been strong since you were outside the tower. He's a guy with a lot of secrets. And then, stop. Vikir, who had been walking ahead, stopped. Looking at the footprints in the mud on the ground, Vikir checked the direction of the wind, then crouched low and circled behind a bush to hide his scent. Beyond the thick darkness, he could see a faint beam of light. A dozen or so people gathered around a small campfire. Pow! Tutor gritted his teeth. That's them shipowners, the ones who stole our food. The tower's challengers had been on this floor before Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca. They were all middle-aged warriors with sturdy builds. Their faces were smeared with mud and their bodies covered in animal skins and leaves. Their bodies, covered with copper-colored muscles, were tattooed with intricate designs, but strangely the colors were quite pale and blurry. Beside him, Tutor whispered in a low voice, "They laid something like dry gravel near the campground. If you step on it, it makes a loud noise and breaks. I know, let's get closer while clearing away the scoundrels." Vikir approached carefully, avoiding the dry gravel on the ground. After a slow crawl that covered only a few meters in an hour, Vikir was able to close in on the food thieves. Pagag. Vikir trampled all the trees and bushes and appeared right in front of the bonfire. "Give me the food." The raiders were startled by Vikir's appearance, who had approached this far without sound or sign, and grabbed the bows and arrows beside them. Ping! The arrows flew. Each of the raiders was sending arrows flying with an alto-familiar motion, as if they were masters of the bow. And as the arrows flew, Vikir was certain. Warriors of Balak. He had heard of their mysterious disappearance before entering the tower from Cindy Wendy's report. He was worried about their whereabouts, but he never thought they'd be trapped in the abyss of Amdusias. At least they're still alive. Vikir thought to himself that this was going to be surprisingly easy. Next, Vikir removed the mask from his face, revealing the tattoo on his shoulder. It was a tattoo of Balak's hunting grounds. "Enough, it's me." There was no way Balak or any of the warriors of the native tribes of the Red and Black Mountains would not recognize Vakir. Vakir was the hero who had saved all their tribes from the dreaded plague of the Red Death as well as a massive flood. However, things had taken an unexpected turn. What is that guy? Why does he have a tattoo of the hunting grounds? Does anyone know him? I don't know him. Beat him up. Balak's warriors didn't seem to recognize Vakir at all. They were old enough to be Balak's warriors judging by the tattoos on their shoulders, their archery, the black ash that painted their faces, and the language they spoke. But somehow they didn't remember Vakir at all. Pow! Vakir was forced to take a few steps backwards to avoid a full-blown arrow. Warriors this old don't recognize me. Vakir sheathed his sword with some doubt. Can't you tell? A Baskerville-style swordplay unfolded. It was something the warriors of Balak who had spent their lives fighting against the Baskervilles could not fail to recognize. But this guy uses a strange sword technique. Humph, tooth-shaped slash. I've never seen anything like that. Do not engage, fight at a distance. Balak's warriors still didn't recognize Vakir. They just stood there strangely confused. I don't think my memory is failing me, but something is wrong. Vakir furrowed his brow. Surely the people in front of him were Balak's warriors. But for some reason they were acting as if they had no memory of Vakir at all. They showed no signs of having been affected by mind magic. Vakir shrugged it off. If you've forgotten, I'll have to remind you how I went from being a foreign slave to being your hunting ground. At the same time Vakir pulled out an item. It was the one hidden piece that Vakir, who had so far claimed no need for items and accepted all of his rewards as candy, only wanted. Scale of forced equality scales S. The values of other stats also change depending on the value of the highest stat you have. The values of all stats will gradually and slowly increase in line with the value of the highest stat, and this change will continue until all stats are equal. Vakir opens a status window with a golden scale in hand. Vakir. LV1. Title: Gutter, Rat Hunter, Helldog, Daylily, Lumberjack, Magen, Executioner, Black Sea Kings, Executioner, Ryumagin's favorite enemy. New stats: Strength 798, Agility 92, Stamina 100, Physical Resistance 1, Magic Resistance 1, Reflexes 1. Vakir's three primary stats, Strength, Agility, and Stamina, were originally set at 300 each for a total of 900. But now Vakir's three stats total 990. Almost all of it was in strength. That was because Vakir had exchanged the stats he had gained on the previous floor, lost paradise for candy, and then absorbed and redistributed them. Again, this is the largest candy store in the tower. Challengers can exchange their items for candy here. Even candy that has already been eaten and become stats can be vomited out and turned into candy, especially for residents of this floor. If you vomit out candy that was consumed before entering this floor, you will receive an additional 1 candy for every 10 candies you vomit out. Vakir wasn't planning on using the shop, but he turned his stats into candy and got an extra 1 candy for every 10. And then he ate it all again. I've just taken the bait in a trap laid by demons. I'm sure Amdusias and his minions would be wailing and gnashing their teeth if they found out. Vakir was rewarded with the most red candy, the most common candy based on probability. Green candies for agility and blue candies for stamina were rare, but this was all the better for Vakir. That's because Vakir was in possession of the aforementioned scales of forced equality. It's a temporary item that gradually raises all of your stats to match your highest stat, and it disappears when all of your stats are equalized. It was originally an item I obtained to increase the special 3 stats by at least 1, not the basic 3 stats. The rate at which stats are increased by these scales is extremely slow, so there's not much of a benefit to challengers anyway. In order to utilize this item to its full potential, you'll need to spend a very long time in the tower until all of your youth is gone. By the time you get strong enough to do so, you'll be an old man, so what's the point? However, good, because in this jungle time flows like water. Vakir was getting older by the hour. His hair was growing at a rapid rate, his bones and muscles thickening. His voice grew thicker and the lines on his face began to darken. And naturally Vikir's stats began to change accordingly. Ding! The item scales of forced equality is starting to forcefully balance. Stats. The strength stat is out of balance with the other stats. Other stats are being forced to adjust to the strength stats value of 798. The agility stat will be increased by 1 from 92 to become 93. This change will continue until the agility stat reads 798. The stamina stat increases by 1 from 100 to become 101. This change will last until the value of your stamina stat reaches 798. The physical resistance stat increases by 1 from 1 to become 2. This change will last until the value of your physical resistance stat is 798. The magic resistance stat is increased by 1 from 1 to become 2. This change will last until the magic resistance stat reaches a value of 798. The reflexes stat is increased by 1 from 1 to become 2. This change lasts until the value of your reflexes stat reaches 798. The agility stat increases by 1 from 93 to become 94. The stamina stat increased by 1 from 101 to become 102. Physical resistance stat increased by 1 from 2 to become 3. Magic resistance stat increased by 1 from 2 to become. Reflexes stat increased by 1 from 2. The highest stat strength is now 798. And all 6 of Vikir's blooming stats were increasing by 1 to match the 798 number. 11th floor underground river of flow. A wave of time flowing like a river. It was entirely on Vikir's side. Underground level 11 river of flow. This is a strange place indeed. Time passes faster for creatures that move faster and slower for creatures that move slower. This is a law that holds true in the normal world, but in this tower the phenomenon is especially noticeable. Vikir moves at breakneck speed and each time he does his stats are boosted by the effects of his items. Ding! Agility stat increased by 1. Stamina stat increased by 1 2. Your physical resistance stat increased by 1 2. Magic resistance stat increased by 1 2. Reflexes stat increased by 1 2. Vikir's stats were rising at an incredible rate as he moved more violently and more destructively. Kadag. Vikir dodged a flying arrow with a simple tilt of his head. An extremely frugal move and evasion without waste. Not only has his reflexes blossomed, but he is also growing, so something like this becomes possible.
Natural gifted.
An extremely rare talent possessed by only a few individuals throughout human history. Vikir, an all-rounder, was naturally born without it, but that all changed when he entered the tower. All the innate and natural things he had been denied simply because he was unlucky, he could now claim them all here. Juwug. His vision expanded, then contracted, then expanded again. The passage of time was strangely distorted. It feels like he's living on a different time axis than everyone else. It's as if everything is moving slowly on purpose. Even though time is passing several times faster, it seems as if it has stopped. Is this the realm of the gifted? Stepping forward to avoid the arrows that almost stopped in front of him was as easy as walking around a boulder or tree that stood still. And with each passing moment it was getting easier and easier. That's because his reflexes stats kept going up. It was originally an item I got to increase my 6 stats and 3 special stats by 1, but I never thought I'd hit the jackpot in a place like this. The levels in the Hell Tree are random and have different locations and characteristics, so I never thought I'd find a place where time warps so quickly. Even the windfalls were not like this. Once your stats go up, they never go down. They stay the same whether you're in the tower or outside. Of course, if you leave the tower, you won't be able to see your stats. If I were to leave the tower, I could really reach the 8th form even without the help of a saint. The Baskerville 8th form is more powerful than any officially recognized sword form. Even Hugo, the iron-blooded swordman patriarch of Baskerville, could only reach 7th Dan after a lifetime of training. But that would have been the story when I left. In order to escape the tower, you must first focus on reality. Tioyag Bingyul. Vikir grabbed the arm of the warrior charging at him with his dagger and twisted it back. Crunch. With a crunch of bones, the Balak warrior fell to the mud. Pongdang. Warriors who fell into the mud often dropped golden candies. I guess it's because they're ship owners, so their level is high, right? The dropped items are also of a high level, Vikir said as he picked up the golden candies that had fallen into the mud. The warriors cowered in fear at the sight of such force and the fluency of the Balak's language. Meanwhile, Vikir checked the golden candies in his hand. I wonder if I should have just switched to regular candies instead of collecting golden candies, then my maximum gain would have been much higher. Not just 798. But that's too short-sighted. The golden candy levels you up and it increases your stats in. Therefore, its effect could be maximized only when used at critical moments. With achievement rewards and other considerations, it's best to save the golden candy for later. Crunch clunk clunk. Vikir craned his neck from side to side. Vikir's vision had improved to the point where he could see his reflection in the dewdrops on the tips of the pine needles in the distance. He seemed to have grown several centimeters taller. His arms and legs were longer. His body had put on several years of age as a result of moving so much faster than anyone else. He'll probably end up back to the age I was before I regressed. Not a bad idea because I'm more familiar with that side than the image of a young boy. It seems like the surroundings might be a little less noisy. Pioyag Udiag Quajig. Vikir continued to swing his sword. His snake-like aura slices through the flying arrows and targets the archers. Behind him, Balak's warriors ducked and dodged, but Vikir's blows tore through rocks, logs, and other obstacles in their path. Is he a shipowner too? That can't be right. How can a novice have such power? We're no match for him. Damn it, this is out of standard. What are those fairies doing? Saw the hunting leader must come otherwise. Even the brave and warlike warriors of Balak eventually lost their will to fight. Bang. Vikir grabbed one of the fleeing warriors by the scruff of the neck and slammed him to the ground. Whirl. He twisted his body just before hitting the ground, minimizing the impact. Still, it was enough to immobilize him for a while, but at least he was spared from being knocked out. A moment Vikir was a little surprised. Not because the fallen warrior was an elderly man with graying hair who looked to be the oldest of the group. This guy uses Baskerville style, doesn't he? Vikir had taught Balak's warriors the basics of Baskerville style when he had lived among them. However, Balak's martial arts were far more advanced than the Baskervilles, and the more experienced warriors hadn't bothered to learn Vikir's techniques. What happened? Vikir scratched his head. But even as he wondered, Vikir's hands slowly grabbed the enemy's wrists and elbows and twisted them. Udiug Pududug, Vikir said as he snapped the arm of the oldest warrior he had just captured. This is what you'll all look like if you try to fight me. If the oldest and strongest warrior was like this, there was no way the others could resist. Balak's warriors were speechless, helpless. An entity outside the norm that hadn't been on the floor before had suddenly appeared and was exerting overwhelming force, and they were helpless, even if they were normally warlike and brave. Then there were voices interrupting them. It's bad, you barbarians. I understand you've never seen anything like this before. I feel thrilled when I see it, but you must be so appalled. But how did you get so strong, or were you always strong? Oh yeah, you were the one on the rooftop smelling like rum on entrance day. I recognized you. Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca appeared from behind Vikir. Hey, look at the size of their food pouches. Vikir, don't stop me. I'm not going to let them take I got everything back, the ones we farmed and hunted to death. Humph, my tomatoes, radishes, and cabbage. I worked so hard to grow them. I even found my salted porkug. I risked my life to go to a daylily colony to get salt. But Vikir reached out and blocked the path of Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca. Vikir's gaze was on something other than the recovered food. Sparkle. Something shone from the ear of the warrior they had just captured. It was definitely an earring. Glass bead earrings with some traces of modernity on them. and with Vikir's enhanced vision he could make out the words etched into the surface of the glass beads, so worn and tattered by the elements that they were now barely more than a faint color. Made in Cindywendy Studio. It was obviously one of the first items Cindywendy had selected for trade with. The Balak, a trinket for the Balak's infants. Why is she wearing this? Vikir scratched his head. Ping! An arrow flew from the front. It flew with a force and speed that not even Vikir dared to ignore. Vikir deflected the arrow with the back of his sword. A dull thud of pain echoed through his wrist. Vikir dropped the warrior he had captured and stepped back, and a new warrior appeared in the center of the battlefield. A woman with long flowing hair. She looks to be in her early 30s, but the aura she exudes is decades older, fierce and seasoned. For a moment Vikir thought she reminded him of the Balak chieftain Akila. This woman is going to be a little tough. For the first time he broke out in a cold sweat. The female warrior in front of him was such a powerful opponent that even Vikir, who had all 6 of his stats in bloom, couldn't guarantee a victory. She wasn't quite the Ryumajan head encountered on the previous floor, but she was certainly a more difficult opponent than Cerberus Blood Daylily and the Black Sea King. Vikir was tensely holding the tip of his sword. Tioyog. Something surprising happened. A female warrior, the most senior of the group, stepped forward and knelt down on one knee in front of Vikir. Greetings from the hunting grounds of Balak. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and all of Balak's warriors, even Vikir, were stunned. Vikir stared into the face of the woman kneeling before him. A woman who looked to be about middle-aged, with a strength that reminded him of Akila. When you've had a relationship with a warrior of this caliber, it's hard to forget. Vikir thought hard, hoping there was something he didn't remember. And then Vikir's eyes widened at the sight of a familiar face. It is something that can only be seen once the dignity of a seasoned veteran has been removed, a legacy that has been gained through countless experiences and the passage of time. It's the face of a child.
You wonder if you can get a glass spade.
It was an old memory with a little girl who wanted to turn a caterpillar into a glass bead. A child who ate one-pot meals for 2 years in the depths of the red and black mountains. The girl you helped today is his sister. Her name is Ahul. Vikir thought for a moment and remembered a girl named Ahul. The young girl who had once lined up outside the barracks at dawn to be Vikir's wife. They had grown very close after Vikir rescued her from being mocked and sexually harassed by bourgeois merchants. Ahul was always weak. I was worried that she was getting weaker and weaker due to an unexplained illness, but now that I think about it, it might have been the glass beads that those merchants brought with them. Vikir found the earrings that were causing Ahul's health to deteriorate and removed all the drugs that were in them, and she was able to regain her health. But Vikir hadn't seen the girl since leaving jungle. You've grown up a lot, Vikir said with a somewhat dazed expression. On the surface, the girl in front of him looked to be in her early to mid-30s. However, what he heard was that she was actually closer to 60. Ahul gave him a watery gaze and said, "It's been a while, big brother. What happened?" At Vikir's question, Ahul told him everything. After Vikir's departure, trade opened up and Balak began peace negotiations with the Empire in earnest. At first everything seemed to be going well. It would have been like that if it weren't for the unusual that suddenly appeared one day. Amdusia's without Winston's body, the demon appeared under its own power and attacked Balak's warriors. "I've come to capture the Madame of the Depths, but I can't find it, so I need to catch you guys instead." He seemed to be gathering terrain for the Hell Tree, just simple entertainment. But the demon's entertainment demanded the blood of too many. Balak's warriors had the battle of their lives against the unicorn who had begun to lay waste to the village. In the process, the chieftainess Akila was killed. She died with a fatal wound on the horns of Amdusias. She had never fully recovered from the wounds she had sustained in her battle with Adonai, and this proved to be the final straw. The other warriors were also scattered. The attacking unicorn was too strong. "Why did you end up here?" "I was hiding in the ruins at the time, protecting the newborns. Then I woke up and realized I was here." Listening to Ahul's story, Vikir nodded. It made sense now. It's been a while since we've heard reports of the disappearance of Balak's warriors. It makes sense that Ahul, who was in her early teens when she was swallowed up by the Hell Tree, would have aged so much since arriving on this plane. It also explained why the middle-aged warriors who followed Ahul hadn't recognized Vikir, as they would have been infants at the time. I see, that's why your tattoos are so faded. They were done as infants, and the color faded as your skin stretched. Vikir turned his head and made eye contact with the female warriors he had captured earlier. He remembered that when he had once taught the warriors of Balak the Baskerville's fighting styles, the adult warriors had shown no interest in learning such things, but some of the very younger ones had followed him around, eager to learn them. You must be Ajin and you must be Ami. The two middle-aged warriors who had been addressed by the names Vikir had scrounged from his memory, each gulped down their huffs. Meanwhile, Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca were questioning Vikir's acquaintance with the so-called barbarians of Balak. Vikir kept his explanation short. Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca were stunned to hear that Vikir and the Balak warriors were like family. You're from the West, Vikir, Night Hound, Balak's hunting grounds, a student at the Calisio Academy, and how many identities do you have? Amazing, a Balak and an Imperial can live together. Well, yes, I heard the Balak warriors are very closed-minded. That's why you're such a good archer somehow. Vikir looked away again. Ahul was looking apologetically at Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca. In fact, the mission that the shipowners, that is Balak's warriors, received was the same. Mission: die and kill. Don't let your guard down. Latecomers become increasingly stronger as time goes by. If you don't want to be caught up, even if you're a ship owner, you have to work hard, right? Recognized only when everyone has cleared the mission. Ahul and the other warriors must also kill Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca. But the good-hearted Ahul doesn't want to kill them, so instead she had no choice but to engage in a regular fight because they only took food. Didn't you ever think about joining forces and doing something about it? It's not that we didn't, but if we blatantly create a peaceful atmosphere, the fairies show up and ruin everything, like giving us missions where we have to kill each other outright. Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca nodded at Ahul's words. They too had been parted from Sinclair in the pursuit of peace. Ahul sighed deeply. I'm worried about what happened to the others, especially my brother and the chief. Ahul was worried about her brother Ahun, and the other one, the she who remained the most intense in Vikir's memory. Ayan. Vikir stroked his chin for a moment. They hadn't been brought into this tower. So what had happened to them? We're lucky to be here, to be alive now, but what if those who didn't make it here had suffered a more miserable fate? Vikir put a hand on Ahul's shoulder. Don't think bad thoughts, you'll just have to go out and see for yourself. Can I get out of here? Of course. Vikir told Ahul everything he knew about the tower. The Hell Tree, the worldview absorber, Amdusia's strange hobby. Ahul's mouth hung half open as she listened, almost as if it were a runescape. So this place was created by a demon by piecing together parts of entire worlds, and if you clear a level, the world and its inhabitants are freed. Half right, half wrong. There is no liberation until you clear the tower. Vikir remembered the Insect King he had encountered in the Black Sea not long ago. The Insect King race who tried to leave the tower were struck by lightning and reduced to ashes. Perhaps they had failed to make the escape they had hoped for. This tower is especially unforgiving of quitters. Vikir had urged Ahul and the other Balak warriors not to abandon the mission. Halfway through, whether it's porridge or rice, you have to go to the end. My brother is still trustworthy. Ahul had been sending envious glances toward Vikir. Then Tutor stepped forward. Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but what about the mission? It was a reasonable question. Mission: die and kill. Each ship owner has powerful powers. Living is inherently difficult. Recognized only when everyone has cleared the mission. Mission: die and kill. Don't let your guard down. Latecomers become increasingly stronger as time goes by. If you don't want to be caught up, even if you're a ship owner, you have to work hard, right? Recognized only when everyone has cleared the mission. Both sides are given the same mission, which means killing the other group. If you don't, you can't complete the mission. You'll be stuck on this floor Forever. In the end you have to choose. Piggy spoke up, his voice trembling with anxiety. The Colosio Academy or the Balak. Only one of the two groups could leave this floor alive. So which one should die now? That matter was entirely in Vikir's hands. Tutor Sancho, Piggy and Bianca, even Ahul and the rest of Balak's warriors, stared at the tip of Vikir's sword. Then, Vikir's mouth closed until now opens. Do you trust me? Vikir looked at the Balak warriors. Needless to say, they all nodded, including Ahul. They had all been children when Vikir was at the height of his heroism. A generation that naturally heard all of Vikir's deeds as legends and myths. Everyone, including Ahul, bowed before Vikir. We will obey the words of hunting leader's words. With that, Vikir nodded. Then he turned and looked at Tutor Sancho, Piggy and Bianca. And you guys? Tutor Sancho, Piggy and Bianca each spoke up. Of course we trust you, you're our friend. I've always felt that way, you've always been like a big brother to me, even though we're the same age. I believe anything Vikir says. This mission has been stalling since you arrived and I can't believe I don't trust you. I won't bet against you, so do whatever you want. Everyone agreed with Vikir, nodding. Then Vikir bowed his head with a stern expression. And then, danging, he swung his sword, beheading Ahul in front of him. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca and Balak's warriors gasped. Puff, puff, puck. A barrage of sharp slashes traveled in an infinite orbit, decapitating them. All in one fell swoop. Tutor Sancho, Piggy and Bianca's heads rolled across the blood-soaked, reddened grass. A flowing fountain of blood, faces frozen in shock. Vikir stood still in the center of where the bodies of all his friends lay, looking up at the sky. Mission: die and kill. Each ship owner has powerful powers. Living is inherently difficult. Recognized only when everyone has cleared the mission. The mission was still not cleared. Vikir had killed all those who trusted him and survived alone. Soon his dry lips also became heavy. I also believe in you. In the darkness, in the middle of an endless void, Piggy stood alone. Get out, a middle-aged man's voice shouted. The moment he heard the voice, Piggy realized. Another dream. The vision he had when he was nearly crushed to death by a pile of golems. During the midterms, the nightmare had barely escaped with Vikir's help. This trash is not my blood. His voice was bitterly cold, followed by his mother's sad sobs. You lowly thing, you don't even know what subject you're talking about. Get him out of here now. Get rid of him. The whispers around him follow the whimpers swirling around. After that, it was the same again. A fleeing mother, forests and mountains, pursuers, steep cliffs raging. Rivers, hungry wolves, and the surprised faces of passing merchants and mercenaries. A mother who gradually regained her smile, a stepfather who was always kinda difficult but rewarding. Exam period, a school dormitory life. That was difficult and hard but made bearable by friends. The fantasy continues as time flows like a river. Next thing Piggy knew, his body was covered in some sort of sticky thread. His surroundings, which had been nothing but darkness and emptiness, were now filled with uncomfortable walls of flesh. The unpleasant sensation of being trapped in the esophagus of a giant monster. Piggy pushed forward, flailing desperately. The muscle fibers in his limbs were snapping. Then up ahead he saw a door. A large circular gate with searing flames blazing around it. Gates of destruction, serpent's tongue. The tip of the searing pillar of fire split into two like the tongue of a snake. Countless pillars of flame, each ominously shaped, hovered incessantly around the gate. A moment Piggy felt an intense desire. A great fundamental desire to enter the gate, a desire he dared not resist. Why am I like this? A normal person wouldn't even dare to walk towards the gate. But Piggy was walking toward it, not even knowing why, even to himself. And then, "Hey Piggy." A familiar voice called out from behind him. It was Tutor's. "You can't go in there, we're human." Tutor's words gave Piggy pause. Then he heard Sancho's voice right behind him. "That gate is for demons, we can't go through it." "Are you crazy? Get back here now." Bianca called out to Piggy. Other familiar voices called out behind them. "Come back, Piggy. It's safer this way. You can't go there. Over here, over here. Look this way, turn your head." His mother, his stepfather, his friends back home, all the people he missed, called out to him. Piggy finally stopped walking and stood, his eyes glazed over. And then, slurp, the head slowly turns back. Piggy was about to turn his back on the gate. Just then, never look back. The voice sounded like it was speaking to his heart. The beat restarted his heart and cleared his foggy mind. Even as Piggy snapped out of his reverie, he could still hear the shout from behind him. Piggy, look over here please. Behind you, look behind you. Dodge, run now. Come on Piggy, you have to come this way. The voices of family and friends demanding that he turn around. But every time Piggy unconsciously tried to turn his head, a voice echoed in his chest, hot and harsh, almost the panting of a fierce animal. Never look back, keep moving forward. The voice sounded like a stubborn old man moaning and speaking. Piggy took a step forward with his eyes tightly closed. Piggy, are you crazy? Come back. Why are you ignoring us? Get back here now. Look here Piggy, it's your mom. You ungrateful brat, if you don't look over here right now. And Piggy's face fell too. How could he not turn around when the people he had missed so much and cherished so much were shouting at him in such desperate tones? Piggy stopped in his tracks, drooling. He closed his eyes and tried to turn his head away. And then, boom! A hand grabbed Piggy's face. Piggy opened his eyes in surprise. But before he could look back, the hands on either side of his cheeks jerked his head back to the front. Piggy looked down at the hand holding his face. A rough hand, wrinkled, scarred, and covered in sticky blood. The hand's owner was clearly at his side. Walk forward. It was the same harsh, hoarse voice from earlier. Piggy shuddered but took a step forward. When he glanced sideways to follow the hand, he saw a taller man walking beside him, a middle-aged man. It was hard to make out his features from the edge of his vision, but Piggy could see that his hands and face were covered in burns and slash marks. He was limping, but he was carrying Piggy forward as if to support him. Hands around his neck, shoulders, and chin to make sure he never looked back. And then Piggy came face to face with a huge gate. Searing fire and heavy steel, it was the kind of gate that intimidates the onlooker. But for some reason Piggy wasn't afraid of the door at all. The only thing that bothered him was the shouting behind him. However, Piggy had made it this far thanks to the mysterious man walking beside him. There was a strange sense of accomplishment and pride. For some reason it felt like he had to walk through the gate. Piggy had just opened his mouth to say thank you. The man next to him took his hand off Piggy's body. Don't look back, you're on your own from now on. At the same time, his figure and voice disappeared from Piggy's sight. Piggy knew without looking that he wasn't supposed to be here in the first place, and that he had just gone one last time to a very far away place forever. He's a good person. Piggy pushed the gate in front of him with all his might, and threw himself out into the darkness beyond. Isaac, with only the dull sound of the gate closing behind him. Piggy jerked his sweaty body to his feet. The first thing he saw when he lifted his head was his own reflection in a puddle of water. Oh, you're back. Piggy touched his face and realized he still had the skin of a teenager. All the years head lost in the river had been reset. Finally Piggy lifted his head and looked up. There was something even more astonishing than before. Plant roots sprouted from the ceiling, black as the night sky. The roots of the deep roots that extended from the main body of the hell tree were passing through it. And at the base of the many tiny roots that sprouted from the main root hung a slender fruit. There was a human figure sleeping inside the outer shell of the fruit, and only the face was sticking out of the shell so everyone could tell who was who. Tutor Sancho, Bianca, and all of Balak's warriors hung there wrapped in cocoons, each with their eyes closed and in a deep sleep. Piggy sensed that the massive root was the main body that sustained the hell tree's power. Looking down at the main root, he could see that the veins within it drew steadily from the waters and fires of the underworld. From there the seeds of various aquatic plants such as the blood daylilies and jellyfish such as the Black Sea shadowless king were brought forth. Yes, using the emotions we unleashed as fuel to connect the human world to hell. Piggy opened his mouth, his voice trembling. Right now Piggy's power alone is not enough to deal with the giant root in front of him, but there was something he could do with his powers right now. Sarung. Piggy drew the sword hanging from his waist. The levels and stats he had accumulated while training in the Great River were still the same. His age had returned to normal, but the experience head gained in those years was still in his hands. As Piggy swung his sword with all his might, the strike sent his friends tumbling to the ground one by one as they clung to the roots of the tree. Piggy went to Tutor the first to fall and peeled off the fruit. Then he began to slap the sleeping Tutor across the cheeks. Tutor, wake up, Sancho, Bianca. Piggy slapped with such fervor and sincerity that one by one Tutor, Sancho, and Bianca began to wake up. Huh, what is it? I thought I heard my father call me and turned around. Sis, where did you go? Huck, where am I? Ew, my head hurts. What is it? My face is back to its normal age. The first to open their eyes was the first to die. Piggy pulled down the rest of the fruits. One by one, the natives of Balak who had been trapped inside also began to open their eyes. All of them were alive, both those who had died and those who had been killed. Ha, look at that, isn't that Balak's hunting ground? What, how can a little kid like that? Heck no, that's the face, and they're all babies. Tutor, Sancho, and Bianca were horrified to see the pale-faced girl in front of them. She was a whole. They were all stunned to realize that the woman warrior, with her overwhelming power level and the presence of mind of a seasoned old woman, was actually such a young girl. Indeed, the majority of Balak's warriors who have awakened from the fruit since then have been young children, leaving Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca feeling somewhat helpless. However, they still had the experience levels and stats they had gained in the Great River, so they couldn't be underestimated just because they were children. They are Balak warriors who have already lived for several decades. It's a fact that Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca, who have spent 7 years on the flowing river, know well. Meanwhile, Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca muttered a few words to each other as they saw the roots of the hell tree. Yes, the hatred, murder, insecurity, anxiety, nervousness, inferiority, complex, and lust for life that we spew is the nutrient that sustains this hell tree. I suppose this is the source of power for demons. It is the nutrient conduit between hell and the human world. Is this what you've been drawing the flames and waters of hell from to power the tower? All of the unfortunate creatures I've encountered have crawled up these roots. Just then, hey, over there, Ahul shouted in poor imperial language. Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca turned their heads in the direction Ahul was pointing. There, hanging from the tree, was a large fruit. A fruit that looked much larger and heavier than the others. Trapped inside was Vikir. Well, get him out. Piggy cautiously raised his sword and swung. Immediately, the gaseous aura characteristic of an expert emanated from the tip of Piggy's sword and shot out in the shape of a crescent moon. The fruit Vikir was trapped in fell to the ground. Everyone rushed to Vikir. Vikir, wake up. Open your eyes, Vikir. He's breathing. He's just in a deep sleep. No matter how many times they slapped him and shook him, he wouldn't wake up. Obviously, Vikir was the only one who survived the final beheading. But none of the men in the room doubted Vikir's sincerity. Vikir knew that the first to die wakes up the fastest from the illusion. I see, I guess this was one of those missions where the early deaths were an advantage. If they made it this far, they must have been strong and skilled enough to not die easily. They must have gotten used to being the last man standing, and they probably wouldn't have died easily, so they'd be stuck in their hallucinations longer. Eventually it all became clear. Mission: die and kill. Don't let your guard down. Latecomers become increasingly stronger as time goes by. If you don't want to be caught up, even if you're a ship owner, you have to work hard, right? Recognized only when everyone has cleared the mission. Mission: die, kill. It wasn't just about killing others. It ended when you had to die yourself. Moreover, this mission was a last man standing. It meant that if you inevitably become vicious and live with the habits of betraying and hurting someone, you will have to bear the full consequences. The first to die would be the first to exit the illusion, and the first to be abandoned, the first to be betrayed, would not leave their competitors still sleeping. Add to that the restriction that everyone has to complete the mission, and the difficulty level is truly unimaginable. It's a diabolical idea indeed to switch sides in the blink of an eye and create new ones. Then, Vikir opened his eyes. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Ahul, and the rest of the Balak warriors rushed to check on him. Vikir, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? How many fingers do you see here, Vikir? No, what on earth were you doing all alone in the flowing river? Vikir's eyes narrowed for a moment. Then he looked down at his hands. The wrinkles and age spots are gone, and when I wake up I'll be back to my normal age. Everyone who heard him was stunned. If his hands had wrinkles and age spots, how long had Vikir managed to survive in the flowing river? Vikir didn't have much of an answer to that question. Only, Vikir. LV1. Titles: Gutter, Rat Hunter, Helldog, Daylily, Lumberjack, Magen, Executioner, King of Black Sea, Executioner, Demonic Dragon, Great Rival, Renowned Boatman. Stats: Strength 798. Agility 798. Stamina 798. Physical Resistance 798. Magic Resistance 798. Reflexes 798. Level 1 total of 6 major stats 4788. The fact that Head blossomed all 3 of his special stats and had 798 each only confirmed the ridiculousness of his record. After a moment of silence, Vikir turned his head to look at Piggy next to him. He gave a short laugh. You did a great job. Was it because he was deep in thought? Vikir's voice was very hoarse and rough. It returned to normal quickly, but for a moment it really sounded like an old man's voice. Then, Piggy's expression changed. This voice. At everyone's puzzled looks, Piggy spoke again. It's the voice that saved me from the hallucination. It's the voice. Piggy was certain that the voice that had led him to the gate that had helped him not to look back belonged to Vikir. He knew it too because the scars on Vikir's hands were exactly the same as his, the position of the moles, the shape of the nails. Never look back, you're on your own from now on. Piggy remembered the voice and squeezed Vikir's hand. Vikir, if I had looked back then, I wouldn't have woken up, and I wouldn't have been able to wake up my friends. Vikir paused for a moment at Piggy's genuine gratitude. What, I don't remember doing that. Vikir thought for a moment and then came up with a hypothesis. The old comrades I encountered when I reached the 10th floor lost paradise. Could it be that something similar had happened this time? Perhaps his pre-regression self, a residual thought in his memory, had materialized in some way and helped his friends. Vikir thought. Just then. Mission end, die and kill. The deathmatch is finally over. How did you feel once you died? As soon as the late comer clears the mission, the ship owner will be reverse summoned out of the tower. Ship owners eligible for reverse summons are limited to those who have cleared the mission. A loud notification sounded and the rewards began to pour in. Piles of golden candies fell in front of everyone. At the same time, the gate to the deeper levels of the abyss appeared. And the sound that Vikir had been most wary of. Reverse summons of ship owners will be carried out. Do you agree to the reverse summons? As Vikir had warned, Ahul refused to be recalled. Well thought out. Vikir stroked Ahul's head and nodded. Since he did not know exactly what outcome the Insect King race he met in the Black Sea had met, he decided that it would be better to remain in the tower. I will clear the tower, you will then leave the tower and return to the jungle. We must rebuild Balak. At Vikir's words, Ahul and the rest of the children of Balak nodded with determination. In the tower their incredible talents blossomed and they would become great warriors and restore their clan. Then, Vikir, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca spoke almost simultaneously. Turning to Vikir, his friends asked, do you know why only Piggy was able to wake up? Their questions were legitimate. To be honest, Piggy's physical strength was the lowest of the 4, and so was his mental strength. When it came to strength, energy, persistence, and hardness of heart, Piggy was also last. But somehow it was Piggy who was the first of the 4 to wake up and save them all. Vikir stroked his chin silently. His gaze remained fixed on Piggy's forearm, a small wound with black blood caked on it. Listen, Piggy. It was the result of Vikir, who had lived in the flowing river for decades, constantly thinking and worrying. Perhaps you are the key to bringing down the Amdusian abyss. Underground level 11 river of flow. Countless corpses of demonic beasts are floating on the boiling river water. Julalulik, daylily of the blood tree, among them the largest one raised its huge head and revealed its teeth. However, Pipiong Ujijijig, 8 giant thunderbolts struck down, tearing the daylily's head off. Hudug, 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 Pungdiong, Pungdiong, Pungdiong. Fluid and flesh fell like rain, pounding on the surface of the water. 7 large teeth and an 8th that was small in comparison. A massive aura rises around it like the body of a hound. Sutsitsutsutsitsuts. A concentration of aura that boils and evaporates the surrounding river water. Just by existing, there was an existence that emitted a huge aura in the shape of a hound. An old man sat with his eyes closed on a pile of daylily corpses. Despite the wrinkles and age spots, his straight waist was like a well-forged long sword. Vikir. He opened his eyes, stroking his graying hair and long beard. It is time to go. The years passed like water. After what seemed like an eternity, Vikir looked at his stats and saw that they were all at 798. Pow! The scale of forced equality has done its job and shattered. That's enough. Vikir stepped down onto the corpse of the last daylily he had just killed. The reward for killing all of the daylilies that had formed a colony on the river was piled high in Vikir's hand. Golden candies, a huge number of candies in Vikir's hands. Vikir had converted the rewards into level candies. Hack hack. Vikir turned his head at the sound of breathing behind him. There was a baby madam, or rather a girl madam, who had grown so big that she had to raise her head to look up. Has time already gone this far? Time flies so fast. Decarabia squinted through Vikir's white beard. Vikir had killed Tutor Sancho, Piggy Bianca, and all of Balak's warriors. And yet he had remained here in this flowing river. Then, are you still out there? A voice came from the air. Vikir turned to see a familiar figure hovering in the air. It was a fairy. Is there really no such thing as a progression? The fairy grumbled as if tired of seeing Vikir. After all, as a store owner, how can you look kindly at a customer who is proudly refusing to leave the floor while continuing to hunt the daylilies that have been made so that they cannot be caught? The fairy said, as if dying of headache. Could you please leave now? You ate enough to pluck, right? It was crying like a baby. Then, Vikir opened his mouth. Okay, it's time to get out. For a moment the fairy's eyes flashed open. Vikir, who had always kept his eyes closed and remained silent when asked to leave the floor, had somehow responded to the conversation today. Were you thinking, well, when are you going to leave? Vikir waved a hand in the air at the fairy. When I leave depends on your attitude. Come closer, let's talk. What do you want to talk about? The fairy looked frightened for a moment at being asked to come closer. However, as if it wanted Vikir to get out of this floor quickly, the creature was hesitantly approaching, keeping its distance as far as it could. But what the fairy considered a safe distance was meaningless to Vikir. Wag. Reaching out in an instant, Vikir grabbed the fairy by the nape of the neck. Before it had time to react. What are you so wary of? Just because I want to talk to you. What are you doing? But the fairy didn't finish the sentence. Vikir pressed down on both of its cheeks, forcing it to open its mouth, and shoved something into it. It was a black liquid in a leather sack. Gulp, 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 gulp. The fairy had to drink the liquid that Vikir poured into its mouth without knowing why, and soon enough the response came.
Ageha.
Along with a terrible scream, black smoke began to billow from the fairy's mouth. The sensation, as if the 5 internal organs were melting, was tormenting the fairy. Vikir stomped on the struggling creature and looked down at it. Fairies were essentially indestructible, the product of magic engineering, created from the essence of the hell tree, and therefore indestructible except by their creator, the demon. But the fairy in front of him now was dying slowly but surely. It was slowly dying in terrible pain. Why? The fairy itself doesn't seem to know what has caused it to suffer. Well, maybe it's revenge for all the humans who have suffered in this tower. Vikir replied in a dry voice, but the fairy didn't seem to hear him. Paswiang. In the end, the fairy burned with a terrifying momentum and then vanished. Well, that worked. Vikir flicked the black liquid in the leather hilt in his hand. It was Piggy's blood. Blood that had been there for a very long time, unevaporated and unrotten. Still pooling in the sack. It was certainly no ordinary human blood. Vikir had collected it after killing Piggy and stored it in a leather sack. There is definitely a strange blood in Piggy's body. It's deadly to demons. When Vikir first noticed the small wound on Piggy's forearm, he felt a sense of strangeness that only a seasoned demon hunter could. Piggy, is your blood naturally black? Ha, it's always been this way. I'm not demonized or anything. I've been like this since I was a kid. The doctors said it's because I have a lot of iron in my blood, but it seems like it's gotten a little darker since I've been in the hell tree. Vikir nodded, looking at the fairy that had turned into a handful of blood and spread before his eyes. If my judgment is correct, you may be the key to bringing down Amdusia's abyss. Vikir spoke up. Now that they had cleared the 11th level of the flowing river the Younger, Vikir stood before Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Ahul, and the rest of Balak's warriors, all of whom looked nervous. Hummy. Piggy looked surprised, as if he felt overwhelmed by all the attention on him. But Vikir was serious. I've been studying you for a while now during my years in the flowing river. It seems that your blood has strange properties. Piggy's blood reacted not only to demons but also to fairies, monsters, and others. Although it didn't cause a violent reaction by itself, it could be used to great effect when applied to a sword or mixed into an aura and wielded. I'm going to use this to clear the tower once and for all. It was a question that Vikir had pondered over and over again during the decades had lived on the river. In the timeline he lived in before his regression, the tower would be captured a little later, but even then most of the heroes had fallen by now and only one had cleared the tower. Morgue Camus, a genius among geniuses. At that time I didn't even know that the appearance of this tower was the work of the demon. This is a glimpse into the genius of Camus, who cleared the tower despite the uncertainty of the situation. But now Camus is not in the tower. Someone else has to clear the tower. Plus Piggy wasn't at the academy at that time. Maybe it wasn't just bullying that caused Piggy to drop out of school before the regression. Maybe his blood was telling him something was wrong and he was scared that he wasn't like everyone else. Vikir stared at Piggy once more. A being that bends the laws of causality within the tower, perhaps the greatest variable in the future. Vikir put a hand on Piggy's shoulder. The reason you woke up first is because there was something you had to do. First, what I had to do. Piggy dropped his gaze and looked at his hands. Then, Vikir. Tutor called to Vikir. Vikir turned his head and Tutor thrust a tightly curled fist in front of him. Take this. The thing in Tutor's palm opened wide. It was a candy sprinkled with glittering gold. Why are you giving me this? I don't know why. It was not Tutor who answered Vikir's question but Bianca, who stood beside him. Sancho, Piggy, Ahul, and the rest of the Balak warriors also handed Vikir golden candies. This is the reward for completing the mission, but I think it would be better for you to eat it than for me to eat it. Please, please, Vikir, I can do nothing but share my blood. Hunting ground, please. Everyone stares at him. Vikir is silent for a moment, then nods. I will not waste them. The golden candies fell into Vikir's hands. Jalgulag. Combined with the rewards for completing the mission and all the candies they had collected while killing demons, there were quite a few. Tutor's eyes widened in anticipation. So are you going to eat them all in one sitting and then go meet the core of the tower? No, there's something I need to do first. Vikir shook his head once, then pulled an item from his pocket. The one that made everyone's eyes widen. Return scrolls rank. A scroll that allows you to return to the tutorial zone for one time only. The answer to the question, Lord, where are you going, is written. Level will be reset when used. It was a return scroll that sent you back to the very beginning of the stage. Return scrolls rank. A scroll that allows you to return to the tutorial zone for one time only. Contains the answer to the question, Lord, where are you going? Using this scroll will reset your level. A one-time use item received when you first leave the tower's tutorial area. The overwhelming majority of challengers to the tower use this scroll early. This is a great item to have when you're in a life or death situation or when you're faced with a mission that you just can't seem to complete. It's a last resort, so to speak, to preserve one life. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca all looked surprised. You haven't used this scroll before. Great, I remember using it on the 3rd floor. I used it on the 1st floor. Ugh, I used it right before I died on the 3rd floor, and I was so pissed that all my hard-earned levels were reset. In addition, Balak's warriors had also used up all of their scrolls before reaching the flowing river. Vikir decided it was time for him to use it too. Before tearing up the scroll, Vikir noted the words at the bottom of the item's description. Debuff that resets your level to 1 upon use. Not that it matters when your life is on the line, but it's still a pretty significant loss. I knew it, and I've been saving up golden candies all this time without leveling up. Vikir held up the scroll. Suddenly the conversation between Mduzias and Pope Nobukov I that he had overheard before entering the tower flashed through his mind. You too will eventually suffer the same fate as me. You will deny God, humanity, and yourself 3 times. Hul horsehead, you are right. We Quavadis are descendants of those who denied God 3 times, but there's a story behind that. The first apostle denied the prophet Lewin 3 times before the dawn rooster crowed. One day he received a call from the resurrected Lewin. After answering all 3 questions, he was finally forgiven. Then he turned and shouted at the departing prophet, Quo vadis Domini, Lord, where are you going? The prophet replied, We go back to the beginning to be persecuted again. Vikir mulled over the words on the scroll. To return to the beginning again. And so on. As Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Ahul, and the rest of Balak's warriors looked on in concern, Vikir tore the scroll. Buck. The moment the tough scroll was torn in two, a brilliant ball of light rose up and enveloped Vikir's entire body. Then, Vikir, Piggy called out, we can all see each other again, right? Tutor Sancho and Bianca, who were beside him, turned their heads as if he were talking nonsense. Of course we will, man. Vikir will never be defeated. He'll clear the tower for sure. But Piggy was still uneasy nonetheless. Piggy's pupils, which were trembling slightly, seemed to reflect something different from what was reflected in the pupils of the other friends. And towards that Piggy, wait for me. With a dry smile, Vikir left only one short word. E. A pain like an awl piercing his eardrums shot through his head. With an unpleasant vibrating sound, Vikir opened his eyes. Underground Level 1 tutorial area. Dirty bats were flying around in front of him, and the ceiling was slowly descending. It was the same scene as when Vikir first entered the tower, except the rats had changed to bats. Then, hello. Flesh and internal organs dripping from the distorted features, a lump of meat flapping its ugly dried wings. I am a fairy in charge of the tower's guide. The fairy appeared just like when he first entered the tower. The creature purses its swollen lips and utters a formal statement. From now on, it's first come, first served. However, the fairy never finished the line that was supposed to be uttered. Grass bam. Vikir, who had closed the distance in an instant, grabbed the fairy with a vicious hand and slammed it to the ground. The grip strength that erupted from a strength stat of 798 was not at a level that even a fairy could ignore. Moreover, Pug. Vikir plunged the Beelzebub, all coated in Piggy's blood, deep into the fairy's belly button. EUB, 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 EUB. The fairy struggled a few times and then died, with a look of disbelief in its eyes. What's it like to be the victim? Is this new to you? There was no way the dead fairy could answer, but Vikir asked anyway. Vikir's mind flashed back to the faces of the students who had died in the tower and the faces of the fairies who had watched with giggles. With that, Vikir kicked the fairy's body aside as if it were garbage. Then he drew the sack that hung from his waist. Walgrak. The sack was filled with golden candies. Vikir scooped them all into his mouth, chewed and swallowed. Crunch, clack, clack. The hard pieces of candy quickly melted in his mouth. At the same time, a loud notification sounded in his ears. Level 1 Warrior Vikir has leveled up. Level 2 Warrior Vikir has leveled up. Level 3 Warrior Vikir. Level 4. Levels rising at an incredible rate. Soon Vikir's status window began to show changes accompanied by a large vibration. Vikir. LV 100. Title Gutter Rat Hunter Hell's Dog Daylily Lumberjack Magen Executioner Black Sea Kings Executioner Demonic Dragon Great Rival The Leading Boatman. Stats. Strength 1098,941, 99941. Agility 1098,941, 99941. Stamina 1098,941, 99941. Physical resistance 1098,941, 99941. Magic resistance 1098,941, 99941. Reflexes 1098,941, 99941. Now we don't need to tie up levels. Vikir quickly maxed out his level and was back to where he was before entering the tower. What's more, the base stats head built up at level 1 had exploded with his level increase, including 3 special stats he wasn't naturally born with. Strength, agility, stamina. I can feel my basic 3 stats are much stronger than they were before I entered the tower. But that's hardly a perk compared to my newfound talents. Reflexes, physical resistance, magic resistance. These 3 talents are innate, unavailable to anyone but those favored by the gods and the world. Vikir had succeeded in blossoming them, developing them to the extreme. The invisible became visible and the inaudible became audible. This immense sense of exaltation was something he had not felt even when he first stepped on the threshold of the 8th form. If now maybe. Vikir drew his sword. Whoosh! A crimson aura coursed through Beelzebub's sword. With that, Vikir took a deep breath and cast the ultimate sword technique he had spent so many years honing in the flowing rivers. The 8th form of Baskerville. It was something that he hadn't accomplished much with since his first clue in the Tower of Stabbing and could only master with the blessing of Saint Dolores. Vikir's swordsmanship, which was technically only 75 forms, finally shone. Flash. Turning the sky upside down. 7 giant teeth, the 8th tooth, which had grown to almost the same size as the others, ferociously tore through the air. Quack-quack-quack-quack-quacking. The strike swung in 8 directions, bit into the ceiling that was slowly descending. Kugong. The ceiling descended and stopped slightly. Its movement had slowed, but it was still descending. It's about as strong as the fist of the demonic dragon I met before. Vikir watched the tutorial ceiling descend. Next, Piggy's blood coated the hilt of Beelzebub's sword from the leather scabbard at his waist. Crackle. The newly fiery aura prepared to reveal its 8 teeth once more. Hound's the hound of iron blood swordsman. It leaps forward with its fur all over its body, standing up sharply, and with a fierce look in its eyes. Quack-quack-quack-quack-quacking. 8 sword strikes hit the ceiling again. But this time it was different. Vikir felt a strange sensation on his fingertips. It was a supersensory sensation he would never have felt if it weren't for his nearly 100,000 reflexes stat. It was beyond the ceiling. Something evil and sinister was lurking and sitting on top of the first level of the basement. Common sense tells us that if we want to go up to the ground, we should go further up from the basement level. Vikir poured more and more power into Beelzebub, and then it started to respond.
Ku-doi-doi-duk.
The ceiling stopped its descent, and then it shook violently. Creak, creak, creak. And then it began to crack with tremendous force. At the same time, an enormous mana storm began to rage. A wind that not only crushed the body with its powerful wind pressure but also contained a strange heat that caused the mana in his body to boil over and run wild. But Vikir remained standing unmoving and withstood the mana storm. Neither the wind pressure that blew him away nor the magic waves that shook the mana in his body could help him. This was because Vikir's physical and magic resistance stats were ridiculously high, and Vikir was staring sharply through the gusts of wind from this fierce mana storm that was blowing through the cracks in the ceiling. There is an answer. A high reflexes stat will give you a clear view of what lies beyond even through the fluctuating wind in real time. Amdusia's the fifth corpse.
Danger rating S.
Size. Found in the serpent's womb deep within the gates of destruction. Also known as the fifth corpse. A natural enemy of mankind, one of the 10 plagues known as incomprehensible and unkillable. I will take away the lives of the firstborn that year. The Book of the 10 Commandments 10 above. Instead of the holy and sacred energy that is always mentioned in myths, it is a giant unicorn full of only hostility and evil. How could a human even reach this place? The fifth demon king that had corrupted Winston, the principal of Colosio Academy, was hiding right there. How could a human even reach this place? Amdusia's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Without another word, Vikir flicked his sword once. Then fragments of crimson aura fall to the floor. Amdusia's expression changed in an instant. That blood is why is that here? The energy of twisting the causality of the hell tree was clearly felt in Vikir's sword. But Vikir did not answer any of Amdusia's questions. Only, demons kill. Twice or even now he has struck the river that flows through the abyss, and over the course of his 3 lives he has only shown a conviction that has become more and more solid. Pakong. The tip of Amdusia's horn collided with the edge of Vikir's sword, rupturing the atmosphere. The void shattered like a pane of glass, sparks falling through the myriad of tiny cracks.
Pajik pajijig.
Amdusia's sensed a different ominousness in Vikir's sword. Unlike when they had clashed before, Vikir's sword had become much faster and more precise, and now it held an eerie aura of some unknown nature. Assuming it was the stats from the tower that made it faster and stronger. But is this eerie feeling also due to its blood? Amdusia's shouted as he stepped back. What have you coated your sword with, and where did you get it? Begone. Vikir was still dancing. Pakong. Once again 8 strikes flew out to cut Amdusia's down. Amdusia's lifted up the unicorn's unique gigantic horn and struck them all away, dying. However, it was not possible to block all the slashes. As the crescent-shaped strikes shattered and their fragments scattered, they inevitably left tiny cuts all over Amdusia's body, and the shards of aura dug into the wounds. Amdusia's felt his vision blur for a moment. For a moment a strange vision flashed before Amdusia's eyes. A swamp of blood and flesh, a mountain of bones, an atmosphere drained of mana, a giant mushroom cloud rising over the distant horizon, and an endless barren desert. A huge tower rising in the middle of the desert. An old man in black walking lonely and alone toward the tower. Each vision pierces Amdusia's mind, fragmented and broken. What is this? Even the mighty Amdusia's was bewildered. Strange things kept popping into his mind as the unknown substance that bent the laws of cause and effect seeped through his wounds. Seeing it, Vikir was convinced. There is something in Piggy's blood. I don't know what Amdusia's is hallucinating, but I do know this. Piggy's blood is poison to demons, and it's enough to distract a demon king. Once. It's unclear how the causal chain is twisted and the demons are struck, but it's enough that it happens. Vikir gathered his strength once more and prepared to strike. However, you think I can suffer any more? Amdusia's began to counterattack as well.
Tut.
The nightmares in the hell tree turned into black energy and began to be absorbed by Amdusia's. He glared at Vikir as he sucked the black energy into his mouth. You see, all the negative emotions exuded by the challengers of this tower become the nourishment for me. This is hell tree. All the negative energy emitted by those who have been forced into the tower. Emotions such as sadness, grief, anger, screams, feelings of betrayal, hatred, and inferiority will all be fed to Amdusia's. It'll eat your emotions too. Emotions, do I have any of those left? As one who has stepped into the realm of the supreme, I can see clearly into. Even the deepest unconsciousness bluffing doesn't work. Amdusias' eyes glowed, and he raised his horns, pointing them at Vikir's chest. Your fear, your anger, your sadness, all of your negative energy will become my strength. At the same time, Amdusias began to gallop. The gallop of a ghost horse, it laid a straight black path on the ground. It galloped directly into Vikir's mental world. Thud. Amdusias stamped his hooves on the ground. Amdusias is as adept at entering the minds of others as he is at drawing them into his own. Amdusias looked around. His vision was obscured by parched black soil, tiny dead trees, scorched earth, and smoky plumes of fire. For a human, you've got quite the interior. Amdusias walked forward through the smoke and fog for a while. Finally, he saw a vague shadow through the thick atmosphere. It was a large stone statue, weathered by the passage of time and no longer in perfect shape. It was chipped here and there, but its face was still recognizable. Hugo and Osiris, the iron-blooded swordsmen, are the patriarchs and young patriarchs of Baskerville. For a statue of this size to have such a large presence in its mind, it must have some family feelings of its own. Amdusias was judging the presence or absence of emotion by the size of the statue, which was quite large. The bigger the wound, the bigger the emotion, the bigger the representation. Thud. Amdusias stomped his massive feet, crushing all the giant trees and boulders in his path. It seems to be quite large for a mere mortal's mental world. I can see some pretty big beings. With all the smoke and fog, it's hard to tell exactly how big this place is or where you are. But in the end, it's the mental world of a boy not even 20 years old. If it's that big, how big can it be? And if it's that desolate, how desolate can it be? Laughs. Amdusias snorted and stepped forward. Suddenly Amdusias saw a very steep uphill slope ahead of him. The terrain looked like a mountain, but the smoke and fog made it impossible to determine its exact height. High, at least in the insignificant human inner world. Still, if they got high enough, they might be able to see their surroundings. Amdusias began to walk up the slope of the mountain that appeared before him. Thud, 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 thud. Amdusias' hooves pounded the ground. Parched, crumbling earth rushed down, causing landslides, but Amdusias used his massive frame to crush them all. Amdusias continued to climb the mountain that must be somewhere in Vikir's inner world. This mountain is probably the highest mountain in the world. Amdusias felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A mountain where the leaves of every tree had been burnt to a crisp, the soil had dried up, the insects had died, and the beasts had been reduced to bones. The mountain was unexpectedly high, so high that even the mighty Amdusias was momentarily exhausted after climbing it. A mountain in the mental world is usually a deposit of emotions such as responsibility, burden, or debt, but how much emotion is this human piling? Amdusias muttered in incomprehension. No matter how much power he has, he's barely a teenage boy, isn't he? Does he carry these feelings inside of him because of how much he's lived or how much he's suffered? Amdusias continued to climb the mountain of emotions as he questioned himself. He could not see the peak because it was shrouded in smoke and fog, but he could intuitively feel that the summit was just around the corner. Amdusias continued to climb. He couldn't tell how much time had passed. Soon Amdusias was at the top of the mountain. The end of the mountain pointed like an awl. There was nothing there, just nothing. Amdusias lifted his head and looked down the mountain, but there too he could see nothing, shrouded in smoke and fog. Just an empty summit. Amdusias measured the height he had climbed and opened his mouth in disbelief. I don't know how a single human could have accumulated this much negative emotion. Even a centurion who's crossed the line of fire hundreds of times wouldn't have this much. Amdusias had to admit Vikir was right. To be able to build a mountain this high in your mind is usually a sign that you're not human. But even then, a human would be no match for the power of me, Amdusias. Amdusias snorted and looked down the mountain. He would find Vikir's Mouse's self hiding somewhere and destroy it. Then, Kugong. The entire mountain trembled lightly. A storm from nowhere began to sweep the smoke and mist around the summit. And in that moment Amdusias saw The land stretched endlessly beneath the mountain. The vast horizon stretched out so far that even Amdusias dared not guess its. But it wasn't just the vastness of the land that took Amdusia's breath away. It was the bloodshed. Swamps of blood and flesh, mountains of bones, rivers, lakes, and oceans of blood. Demon and human corpses tangled together to form hills and valleys, ravines and canyons, and everywhere boiling lava and sulfur erupted in fountains. Vast numbers of demonic beasts swarmed and devoured the corpses, and everywhere there were wails and cries of anguish and endless streams of demons. Amdusias shuddered at the sight of this vast chain of chaos, this vortex of hatred. How can this be in the minds of humans? A terrifying battlefield the likes of which even Amdusias, a demon king, had never experienced. The world of human and demons, the horror and cruelty of this place have gone beyond the limit. A scene even more brutal and terrifying than hell unfolded here. A human will never see such a scene in their lifetime. Even I, a demon king, have never seen such a battlefield, and yet here it is in the mind of this child, a child who has barely lived a moment. It was unbelievable to see it so clearly, so vividly. Just then, Kugong, the mountain vibrated once more. Amdusias looked up in surprise. And then something even more devastating came into view. A mountain, flanked by mountains even bigger and taller than the one Amdusias had just climbed, like there were 4 more. The mountain Amdusias had climbed with his energy was only the smallest of them all. Shivering Amdusias froze in place, unable to speak. As mentioned before, the mountains of the mental world represent the burdens of the heart, such as debts, responsibilities, and missions. How can a human being, a young boy in his teens, have 5 of these mountains? And in such a terrible, terrifying world? Amdusias stammered. No. But he could barely finish his sentence. Kung. The 5 mountains shook violently, then suddenly began to surge upward. Amdusias soared upward without even knowing what was happening. And soon he realized a terrifying truth. Kugugugugu. This great mountain range, 5 peaks, was coming toward Amdusias now. This is impossible. Amdusias stares up into the air in disbelief. Size in the mental world is the size of a thoughts, it's how much weight you carry on your shoulders. However, the size of Vikir's ego that was visible before his eyes was truly enormous. Something that could not be explained unless one had experienced the full weight of karma, infinite doom, and the destruction of an entire world. How could a single human being carry such a large and heavy burden? How can such a being be here? What in the world are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Where did you grow up to have such visions in your mind? Amdusias asked in a trembling voice. But Vikir didn't answer. He only repeated a single word to himself like a mantra. Demons kill. A hound from the age of destruction, a world where everything burned and rotted, carrying the grudges, the anger, and the mission of the entire world. Vikir's mind is so deep, so vast, so dark that even Amdusias cannot fathom it. Kugagugagagu. Vikir raised his fist, each finger like a giant mountain range. He slammed it down on Amdusias. Quack. The entire mental world shook. An impact that could easily bring about the destruction of a world. Kuhuk. Amdusias was slammed down by the giant fist. At the same time, Weijiangchang, the mental world maintained by Amdusias' mental power, began to shatter. Cracks rippled through the air. Amdusias' magic field was fluctuating uneasily. Oh no, hell. But Amdusias hadn't even finished his sentence. The owner of this mental world is Vikir, and you cannot leave until the owner lets you go. Quakwang quang quakwang. The age of destruction is shattered by one punch after another. Geogiagiag. Amdusia's magic field is completely shattered. Tudug ujijijijig. The entire hell tree began to shake. It was a small start. A man who had pitched a tent in front of the hell tree thinking of his children who had entered the hell tree raised his head. The hell tree, which hadn't budged no matter what the heroes had done to it, had just tilted slightly to the side. Did I see it wrong? The man scratched his head. But he wasn't mistaken. Kugugugugu. Hell Tree was definitely leaning to the side. Slowly, faintly enough that most of the people gathered didn't even notice. His eyes, which had been unraveling from sleepiness, snapped open. He hurriedly opened his mouth, waking his wife, who was sleeping next to him. "Honey, wake up, I think it just moved." But he didn't finish his sentence. "Pyoyoyang kwakwang ujijijik." This is because the hell tree suddenly caused a loud explosion and twisted. The roots of the hell tree, which were spread out in the shape of teeth, dried up and the main roots snapped like broken bones. Every time that happens, the concentrated sap inside pops out, and as soon as it hits the atmosphere, it immediately boils and vaporizes. PSSSSSHHHHH. Luckily, the aftermath of the explosion was mostly directed at the sky, so the parents and professors gathered around were not harmed. However, monsters are coming out. Dungeon, is it a gate? Prepare for battle. The problem was that the hell tree burst open and a myriad of monsters crawled out of it. Orcs, hellhounds, ogres, goblins, harpies, and more were leaping out of the hell tree with all their might. Parents and professors scrambled to their feet. The heroes led by Cervantes the Spear King and Roderick the Archon. But what are they doing? They're running away. They don't look like they have any intentions of fighting. The demons that had emerged from the hell tree were still running away with their butts in the air. Some of them were weeping and kissing the ground. It was as if they hadn't come out to fight but had been imprisoned somewhere, and had been lucky enough to be released. They weren't the only ones. Various humanoid race such as Insect King, elves, dwarves, and beastmen also come out of the hell tree and run away. Among them were the barbarians of the western jungle, the warrior tribe of Balak. Most of those who emerged from the hell tree were young pale-faced boys and girls, but they were all seasoned warriors. They broke through the parents and professors, who were shocked, and flew over the barrier like the wind and disappeared. Slowly the parents and professors realized what was happening. Surely the things that were trapped in the hell tree have come out. "My daughter, where is my daughter? Oh, my son, this mom is here." Everyone who had been waiting anxiously was soon able to recognize the faces. They had missed so much. Where else is this place? The academy. Have we come to another floor? I thought I had been eaten by a daylily. Where am I? I must have fallen asleep in the common room of paradise. The challengers were trapped inside the tower. The students of Colosio Academy have all returned to their families. The dead, the living, those who gave up, and those who tried, all came back, alive equally. Oh, my son. Oh, my daughter. Oh, my graduate student. Everywhere there were tearful reunions between parents and children, teachers and students. Mom, I've missed you for the past 10 years. Dad, don't be so dramatic. I was only locked up for 3 days. What are you talking about, you kids? It's been months since you were trapped in the hell tree. More than that, father, did you get the letter I sent you, apparently from a place called Lost Paradise? Yes, I received it. Thanks to that, I was able to feel at ease. Talks about recent events continue here and there. Pass. In the meantime, the hell tree bracelets on the students' wrists have burned black and disappeared. Meanwhile, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca have also emerged from the hell tree. Unbelievable. Wow, we really came out, really. He's cleared the tower. Wow, hooray. Tutor and Bianca hugged each other as soon as they were outside. Ugh, I thought I was going to be stuck in there for the rest of my life. Don't cry, you'll make me cry too. But just as they were overwhelmed with joy at being out, they became conscious of the many eyes on them. Tutor and Bianca, who had fallen into an awkward silence. Daughter. Cervantes and Roderick came over and pulled them apart. Sancho and Piggy also burst into tears in the arms of their families. Phew. Outside, Dolores is also breaking out in a cold sweat. She could see Mazgus running in the distance, tears streaming down his face, and the face of Pope Nobukov eye behind him, but her gaze went elsewhere first. Are you successful? Dolores muttered in a small voice, looking down into the abyss below the sinking pit. Then triplets fell from the side, highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. What is it? Did we come out? Did we come out? Is it? They quickly realized what was going on. Someone had cleared the tower, and they seemed to know who it was. Then A grim-faced young man stepped in front of the Baskerville triplets.
Osiris le Baskerville.
After staying here for quite some time, he asked the half-brothers in front of him. "I'm glad to see you seem unharmed." "Thank you." Hybro bows his head in representation. Osiris nodded, then looked around and asked, "Where is he?" He refers to Vikir. And there were more than one person looking for Vikir. Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Hybro, Midbro, Lowbro, and countless others whose lives had been saved by Vikir all looked up. "And what about him?" "Vikir, he's the reason we're alive." "Yes, he was a true hero." I said I would definitely show my gratitude if I could get out of the tower. There is no way except for him." "Are you sure he didn't get out?" All the students had managed to escape, only Vikir was not there. That was when Professor Morg Banshee, who came running in a huff after hearing the news that all the students had safely returned, had his expression darken. Quakwang. A pillar of light of enormous size rose up from the very center of the abyss, where the hell tree sank. It was thick and long like an ascending dragon and radiated tremendous power. An aura, a pillar of aura. It was a divine status that could not even be imitated by anyone other than a being in the supreme realm. What is that? Master, it's the aura of the master. Even the Spear King Don Quixote's Cervantes and the Archon Usher's Roderick were so shocked that their eyes popped out. Swordmaster, a solid aura that could only be manifested by a supreme being. All eyes were focused on this absolute and bizarre phenomenon that had suddenly appeared, and someone tore the curtain of the abyss and soared above it. A being whose sword radiates the Swordmaster's aura like a black sun. Vikir was there.